Oh, I think so. I think so.
And how does that manifest itself?
A lot of change. Well, I think you're going to see a lot of changes. It's like a cataclysm for the Arab world. This is, even for American friends, this is a kind of a humiliating experience. I can't tell you how many people I've talked to who sort of said, well, you know, this is really humiliating and I'm really, really angry, but, well, what can we do? We'll have to go with it. We'll have to make the best of it one way or another. The idea in Washington, in some circles in Washington, is that's all you can hope for, because the Arabs are never going to like us anyway. They're always going to hate us anyway. They're always going to hate Israel anyway. But it doesn't create an environment that really is peaceful and stable. It creates an environment of tolerance, acquiescence, and anger. And eventually that erupts in unpredictable ways. The most obvious way, of course, is with terrorism, and terrorism against Americans almost anywhere in the world. But I wouldn't expect to see that for a little while now. There's going to be a little breathing space. If the U.S. can, I don't want to go on here too long, Aaron, but if the U.S. can really turn this around very quickly on the ground once Saddam is gone, if they can create a credible government, if they can build the confidence of the Iraqi people, then there is some hope. But I don't see a lot of indication that there has been enough thought and enough effort, and that there's enough staying power and enough ability in the United States to carry out that program.
And just help me understand what turn it around quickly means. Are we talking 6 months, 3 months, or 2 years?
Well, a lot has to do with the patience of the United States. You know, you go in, you occupy a country, especially a country as complex as Iraq, and what you want to do, the objectives of that occupation in terms of American official policy are to keep Iraq unified, keep the people from tearing it apart by fighting each other, and at the same time try and build some kind of democratic framework. And the real risk for the United States is that instead of stabilizing the country, it will simply walk into the middle of all these intramural fights between Kurds, Shia, Sunni, within the Shia community, within the Sunni community, and that all of a sudden, just as the Israelis found they were in Lebanon in 1983, and the Americans too, we will become the enemy rather than the liberator, and we will be the enemy of any faction that we're not supporting. So how long to stay? Do we stay until it's stable, or do we do what we did in Lebanon and in other places? Finally decide, a pox on all their houses, let's walk away, good luck guys, we're not going to stay here and get blown up anymore.
Well, if that were to happen, that would be a stunning outcome, Chris, in all of this. Chris Dickey, the Mideast Bureau Chief of Newsweek magazine. General Don Shepard is on the line, and he has been watching this play out, and these things always look different to our analysts, our military analysts. What have you been seeing, General?
Well, I've been watching the air picture that you've been watching on your screen there, Aaron, and what you've got is repeated attacks, or at least repeated passes by an A-10 or a flight of A-10s more than likely on targets. Now, these people are definitely in radio contact with the Air Force forward air controller embedded with the Army or the Marines, depending on where the target is. The flares that you saw coming out earlier are there. Sometimes they're precautionary. Sometimes they are what we call pickled off, or you press a button and they dispense. Because you see yourself being attacked by a shoulder-fired missile, or the forward air controller on the ground will tell you chaff, chaff, which means hit the chaff button, which dumps flares and chaff, because he sees a rocket being fired at you that you can't see yourself. Also, a precautionary, you'll dump them on as you make your approach, and then on pull-off. Your words about the A-10 are right on. It's a 30-millimeter Gatling gun. It'll pierce armor. It appears that they are strafing with that gun to me as I listen to it and watch it. And it's very maneuverable and very tough. It'll take small arms fire, but one shoulder-fired rocket can bring this thing down. So it's dangerous, and they're making low passes.
And these, when we see the flares come off it, that is to literally confuse the rocket if it's fired, or to confuse the person firing the rocket?
No, to make it very simple, what it does is decoy. It's the infrared shoulder-fired missile is fired at the airplane because the airplane is hotter than the background of the sky. So it tracks that hot spot from the airplane engines. The idea behind the flares is to dump out behind the airplane. They're hotter than the airplane, and the shoulder-fired missile goes for the flare rather than the airplane is the idea.
Okay, General, stay with us for a minute. Nick Robertson is on the line. Nick, are you able to get calls in through to Baghdad?
I've been on the line with Baghdad this morning. First time we talked was just after sunrise this morning, and I've been keeping in touch with what's been going on there with my sources there and the pictures we've been seeing. Yes.
And what are you seeing in all of this? What do you think the ultimate target is here?
What I'm seeing is the coalition extend its area of operation in Baghdad. We'd seen them on the first day arrive at the airport. We've seen them the next day probe into town and withdraw. We saw them yesterday probe into the government area, into Presidential Palace area on the west banks of the Tigris, hold that position. Then this morning we saw two of the Abrams tanks pull out over that Al Jumeirah bridge as if to go over to the east bank of the Tigris. Very much they're pulling out, then they pull back. They put themselves on display. They also appear to target what they thought was a hostile position, which turned out to be a camera position, looking at them, giving us those close pictures, a coaxial gun chipping up the cement just beneath the camera, and then a large explosion just in front of the camera a minute or so later. But it very much appears as what the coalition is doing, what it said it set out to do in the city, which is not to threaten the population, but to show the population they're there, show them that they intend to stay, show the Iraqi leadership that they are beginning to control more and more of the city. It's not clear if they intend to cross over the bridge into the eastern side of Baghdad. Certainly that would be a different operating environment for them. The area they've been in until now has been fairly wide roads, fairly open ground to a degree around the Presidential Palace area, government buildings, but again a fairly open area. If they cross that bridge, they'll get into a much more residential area, tighter streets, higher buildings around them. Normally would be a very busy shopping area, but it would put them in a different, potentially different environment, but it would definitely put them in ground they haven't been on yet. That's their stated purpose, to take control of more areas of the city and send a psychological message to the Iraqi leadership that they're there to stay. They intend to control more of the ground, but not try and get drawn into urban fighting with the Fedayeen and Republican Guard. And what we've seen this morning by just probing out on the bridge, not going over the cusp of the bridge and pull back, perhaps the early stages of that. But very definitely those Abrahams putting themselves on display for the population east of the river there in Baghdad, a population that hasn't visibly seen them yet themselves. And we know from our sources talking to people in the city yesterday, they were all in the city of Baghdad very surprised at how little opposition the Republican Guard had put up to the coalition forces, and the people of the city figuring that their leadership has not been telling them the whole truth up until now, Aaron.
Okay, Nick, I know you're not able to see the pictures that are rolling now, so let me just explain again. This is tape, and that was something that Nick described just a bit ago at the camera location where the Abu Dhabi TV cameraman was. He is not there anymore. He is okay, but Al Jazeera is now reporting that one of its reporters was killed, has died in this airstrike in Baghdad this morning, now Tuesday morning in the city. The Abu Dhabi TV cameraman, was quite honestly was lucky to get out with his life, as you could see from that explosion. Here, this is a while back, we believe the Al Jazeera employee, correspondent, being taken out, and they were trying to get him medical attention, and you'll see that they put him in a station wagon or a four-wheel drive that has press markings on it. But Al Jazeera now reporting that one of its reporters has died. And Nick, briefly, if you will, I know you can't follow all these tape pictures, but briefly, the Al Jazeera building is where in proximity to what we've been watching?
Well, Lauren, if you don't mind, if I just take a moment to say, I don't know which of the Al Jazeera correspondents have died, but over my time in Baghdad, I've become very close to some of them and know them very well. They're very good colleagues, and my heart goes out to them and their families at this time. This is obviously deeply disturbing to know one of one's friends and colleagues has died.
Nick,
their location was very close to the bridge where their location, Aaron, was very close to the bridge where the two tanks were. It was closer than it was between the Abu Dhabi television's location and the bridge where the two tanks were, Aaron.
Okay. The reporter's name, according to Al Jazeera, was Tariq Aboud, and he has died in this conflict. Another reporter, as that number grows.
Indeed, this is a very costly war for journalists as well as the combatants as well, Aaron, indeed.
Well, it is that. It's been a bad 3 or 4 days now for journalists, and obviously the closer journalists are allowed to come, the greater the risk, though not all of these deaths have come in combat or because of hostile exchanges. Michael Kelly last week died in an auto accident. David Bloom died David Bloom of NBC died of what appear to be natural causes. But it is a high price that news organizations are paying, and Chris, this is Chris Dickey of Newsweek. We've got about 2 minutes here before we have to hit a break. Is there a lot of concern in the Newsweek offices about the safety of your guys over there?
Sure, we worry all the time. We've had some very close calls. Scott Johnson, the first few days of the war, really narrowly escaped with his life when he got stuck between American troops and Iraqi troops. Melinda Liu, of course, is in Baghdad, right in the thick of it. She's one of our most experienced correspondents. She's been covering wars for more than 20 years, but we worry about her all the time. And then, of course, we've got people embedded with troops all over the battlefield, so we worry a lot.
And as this conflict gets into, as this war gets into close quarters, where you're talking about snipers in buildings and the rest, the risk to everyone, the risk to soldiers, the risk to reporters, the risk to civilians, the risk to everyone changes. And so now, and Al Jazeera cameraman Tariq Aboud has died. Martin Savage with a group of Marines are making their way into Baghdad. They have been involved in a clearing out operation at an industrial park. They have exchanged fire with Iraqi irregulars, but they have suffered no casualties in their location. This is tape from perhaps an hour ago now of the Al Jazeera, of course, cameraman being taken into an SUV, and they were trying to get him help. That is a mosque in the center. You see the statue to the right of your screen. How long this particular exchange will go on is impossible to know. The Americans could at some point say, we have done what we wanted to do. We have shown the citizens of this part of Baghdad that we are here, and whatever else they are hearing is untrue. They know that now. Or they could press forward across that bridge and continue on. That is an option they have. And it's just something we'll have to watch unfold. Our coverage on CNN is going to join now CNN International's coverage, and that will take you through the next couple of hours, and we'll watch how this all plays out. We'll see you again tomorrow night.
welcome back to our coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Michael Holmes in Kuwait City, and a welcome to our viewers in the United States joining our coverage. Before we took a break, we were talking to James Kitfield of the National Review. He's with Fifth Corps, National Journal. My apologies again. James, you were telling us earlier about this attack on the so-called leadership target, but I understand you can also talk a little about the decision to keep US forces in Baghdad overnight for the first time. Was that to maintain the foothold? What are you being told?
I'm being told, but and I was read into the plan for that before it happened, and it was planned as another one of these thunder runs, which are these sort of hit and withdraw strikes to sort of prove a point that they have access and control of parts of the city. They met less resistance than they anticipated, and as everyone now knows, they went right downtown. The units on the ground argue that they should be able to stay. That was discussed at higher echelons, and they were given the okay to go ahead and stay in those positions overnight. What I'm being told is they passed a pretty quiet night, but now are being attacked by some technical vehicles in Fayadeen coming from the east side of the city, the Shiite part of the city. But as it's been described to me, is that they're quite happy with that circumstance. They would rather these guys come to them than have to root them out house to house. So they're quite pleased by the developments this morning.
James, my next question may well be impacted by the rules of embedded reporting, but we were looking earlier and reporting on two US Abrams tanks on one of the main bridges about a third of the way over in Baghdad. Is there anything you're able to tell us about that and what may be occurring in the city at the moment?
I don't know about that bridge. I've heard some discussion this morning, but again, it's nothing that I've been able to confirm.
All right, James, let's go back, if we will, before, because we've had more viewers joining us from around the world, about the attack on the leadership target. This clearly was what the US would consider to be first-rate intelligence for them to drop such a large amount of ordnance in a residential area.
I think that's right, and of course they have teams of special forces as well as national intelligence, and I think you can probably read into that CIA and others who are out there searching for Saddam. This is, Fifth Corps. I should describe sort of the breakdown in mission. Fifth Corps' mission is to take Baghdad. It is not to search out Sadaam Hussein and his inner circle. That's been left to higher echelons who are controlling that. But obviously those things come through this headquarters, so they're read into what is going on. And as I understand it, again, there was pretty reliable intelligence, or at least strong intelligence, that Saddam was having lunch with one of his sons in a bunker that they had identified, and they fired these very heavy bombs, these 2,000-pound JDAM bombs, an attempt, bunker buster bombs, I was told, an attempt to try to take them out.
I'm not sure if you can even speak to this, but one would assume from the damage there, how would the US establish whether Saddam Hussein was indeed in there? And is any effort being made to confirm that?
I don't have the specific intelligence that they had, and if I did, I couldn't relay it to you anyway. I mean, we all know the various means. There's signal intelligence, communications that are sometimes intercepted. These people are now eyes on the ground in Baghdad, so you can imagine they're getting lots of information from human intelligence of people who they're talking to who might know where Saddam is. But what the specific intelligence was that they were acting on here, I do not know.
All right, James, thanks very much for your input. James Kitfield of the National Journal joining us there from Fifth Corps. A very major explosion in that area. James talking there about bunker buster bombs, 2,000-pound bombs, more than one, up to 4, we're told, causing that massive explosion in a residential area of Baghdad. The US saying that it had very credible intelligence that Saddam Hussein, and James adding the detail there that Saddam Hussein and perhaps one of his sons were having lunch in a bunker underneath one of the buildings that has now clearly been destroyed. Reem Brahimi is following events from Amman in Jordan, working the phones, working her contacts. Reem, bring you in here now to tell us what you've been hearing.
Well, I've been hearing pretty much what you've been hearing as well, Michael, that those huge bunker-busting bombs, as they call them, hit this residential neighborhood known as Al-Mansour. Al-Mansour is also the area where a lot of the embassies are located. And that area was also, that area in particular that was hit, you could see earlier on the restaurant that was just in front of the two houses that I gather were hit. It's an area that's actually quite popular. It was also one of the few areas until yesterday in which I heard people were still moving around, because in that neighborhood, in fact, people didn't actually really see the U.S. troops moving in. The U.S. troops, when they went and made their incursion in the palace, took the direct highway from the airport, so they didn't actually go through any of these neighborhoods. And people there kind of felt they could still move around. Now, I understand there were quite a few casualties. Definitely the damage done to these houses is huge. People in that part of town would rarely have seen that, especially because since the beginning of the war, Michael, a lot of the buildings that were hit were mostly government buildings. A lot of times they had been hit at night, and a lot of what was hit was also on the periphery and in the outskirts. So this really brings, again, the battle to the heart of the Iraqi capital and to residential. This is more of an upper middle class neighborhood as well. Michael?
Yeah, and Reem, as you point out, this particular strike happened during the day, the afternoon. James Kitfield telling us that perhaps the intelligence was suggesting that Sadaam Hussein, perhaps one of his sons as well, having lunch in a bunker there. Reem, I don't know if you can confirm this. We're getting reports initially that Iraqi television in Baghdad had not shown any newscasts this morning. It is now about 10:40 a.m. in Baghdad. Had not shown any newscasts in the latest bulletins coming from the Reuters news agency. Their reporters inside Baghdad is that Iraqi television is now off the air. Do you know about that? You heard anything?
I'm afraid I haven't heard anything for the moment, Michael. We'll be bringing you more details on that a little later on, hopefully. Iraqi TV, as you know, has been one of the targets for the U.S.-led coalition. But there have been questions as to why it wasn't hit earlier, why it wasn't hit with more strength and determination, because it has been, until as far as last night, been able to continuously put out pictures of the president, pictures of some of his advisors, the military briefings, the briefings by the information ministry, and there have been a lot of questions as to why they've allowed that sign, that signal that the U.S. leadership has been trying to put out, that it is still in charge and in control. One of the reasons we were told initially was that it was also very useful for the U.S. To be able to monitor what was on Iraqi TV. Of course, now it has been seen more as it's a very powerful tool in Iraq, and it has certainly been one of the tools that the Iraqi regime has used in order to maintain control for a long time over the people of Iraq. So it's not surprising that it would have been, again, one of the main targets, as the Ministry of Information was at one point as well. Michael?
All right, Reem, thanks very much. Reem Brahimi giving us a perspective from her contacts. She's reporting to us from Amman, Jordan. I want to just go back over what has been occurring in the last few hours. We've already heard about the attack, the strike on the so-called leadership target, but there's been developments in the heart of Baghdad in the last few hours. We've been talking about a couple of U.S. Abrams tanks that moved onto a bridge, a key bridge in the center of Baghdad. They moved about a third of the way across this bridge. They stopped, they backed up. There was firing going on, both small arms fire coming from the tanks and from the cannon as well. And you can see there what was happening, little forays forward and then back again, perhaps testing Iraqi defences on the other side, whether they were willing to open up and in a way therefore reveal their positions. There was a wire report earlier from Reuters saying that there had been exchanges of fire on the bridge, but we haven't been able to confirm that ourselves. We've seen it going one way. Also Abu Dhabi television location, which is from which this picture was taken earlier, also fired upon by small arms fire. Difficult to tell from where. It certainly appeared to me to come from one of the tanks. We saw some firing coming from the tank, small arms fire. Also some missiles were dropped, or could have been artillery, very difficult to tell again. Warplanes flying over Baghdad. There were some bombs dropped, if not on or in, but certainly near the Iraqi Information Ministry, and plumes of black smoke were billowing up from that area. Now, one of our embedded correspondents, who many of you would be very familiar with by now, Martin Savage, is going to join us now live. Martin, I understand you are in Baghdad now yourself. Tell us as much as you can under the rules of embedding, where you are, what's been happening to you.
Well, the Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, entered officially into Baghdad early this morning, just at first light, crossing over a canal that brought us into the city limits itself. We are approaching from the southeast. The Army, as you know, has been approaching from the southwest and west. As the crow flies on a map, as you look at it, we are not that far away from U.S. Army forces. We are more in the industrialized part of Baghdad itself, so the landscape does not necessarily look like downtown Baghdad, but it is, in fact, the Baghdad city limits that we are in. We're going to show you some video now this morning as the Marines came in. This is going to look more like jungle warfare than it does look like actual city limits. But this is because you have a mixture of that on the outskirts of Baghdad. This is a grove of palm trees, quite a significant one, in which they found a lot of Iraqi military hardware, anti-aircraft guns, radar arrays, and other heavy weaponry that was secluded in the trees. Doesn't necessarily look like it was ready to be fired, but it was certainly in a position where it wouldn't take long. The Marines went on a heyday there using incendiary grenades and regular grenades, exploding up piece after piece after piece. It's risky work. It's done on the fly here. They have not got a lot of time to organize and plan this. This is not pure demolition science here. It's basically throwing a grenade and then running like heck to get out of the way because there's going to be a fire or there's going to be an explosion. The thing you have to watch out most for is the secondary explosion, especially anti-artillery, anti-aircraft artillery rounds going off. So there was a lot of firing that was going off inside of this palm grove here. There was also TOW missiles that were brought to bear on other Iraqi mobile units that were found more out in the open. And they were taken out. We passed by this area a short time later, and this palm grove was literally ablaze with Iraqi military hardware, and you can hear what they say the cooking off of the other rounds that begin. So it's just part of the demolition work. They want to make sure that this equipment is not brought to bear in any way, shape, or form from the rear by anyone who might have the mindset to do so. So it was from this particular grove that they then pushed on to where we are now, which is now a much more urban landscape. It is a industrialized complex, rather large industrialized complex, in which there were thought to be a number of factories that could be involved in the illicit or illegal weapons manufacturing of the Iraqi regime. They have been going through the complex here, warehouse to warehouse, factory to factory, in a very confined, very confusing sort of layout, but they're doing it very methodically. They have met opposition. It has died down significantly now, but they were taking fire. They were moving with tanks, armored personnel carriers, and with heavy reinforcement. Anytime they received fire, they returned at least tenfold the amount of fire, and there have been Iraqi casualties, Michael.
Yes, some compelling pictures as you speak to us, Marty, of those, if you like, demolition on the run being carried out on various pieces of Iraqi hardware. As we continue to look at them, Martin, you mentioned the search through various buildings for, shall we say, illicit weapons, banned weapons, if you like. One presumes from what you're telling us they have not found anything.
Well, they have not found anything that the Marines say is significant. The Marines are not scientists. They're not weapons experts. They were told, though, that inside of this industrial complex, which has some very normal businesses around it, a cigarette manufacturing plant, a soft drink bottling plant, even a brewery, They thought that embedded amongst that mix may have been factories that were involved in other work that was not necessarily so benign. They have looked at these warehouses, say they haven't found anything significant, but again, the Marines are not the experts. Other teams will be brought in here to investigate and to try to ascertain if, in fact, there was anything wrong being done here. In the meantime, they also have to clear the buildings. They have to go building to building and root out any opposition. It's been sporadic. They have not had any opposition, but still it's dangerous work because of the close confines in which they maneuver. And they do it with a very carefully drawn out plan, having heavily armed units on the ground, infantry, followed up with tanks, armored personnel carriers working in very close support, and then ringing the industrial complex at the same time with armor as well to make sure that no one can flee if in fact they are found and flushed out into the open. Michael.
All right, Martin Savage, as I said, compelling pictures of this demolition going on of Israeli armor. Thanks very much, Martin, as always, for your reporting. Cameraman Scott McWhinney, responsible for these pictures coming to you now. A real snapshot, as are all the reports from our embedded correspondents. We need to remind viewers that, first of all, they are reporting under certain guidelines. They're restricted to a degree in what they can tell us, so we're really just getting a snapshot of a snapshot. And the second snapshot being that this is really just a piece of a very big puzzle, of course, taking place all over Iraq, but certainly fascinating and compelling snapshots that they are. I want to go back to someone we were talking to a short time ago, James Kitfield of the National Journal. There was, of course, an attack a day or so ago on or certainly an incident involving a Russian diplomatic convoy being fired upon. James, I understand you have some more details on that, and we certainly have not had many until now. Tell us what you know.
Well, what I've been told by 5th Corps senior commanders is that there was indeed a plan to let that convoy through, that the Russians had been talking to the U.S. commanders who were basically on the outside of the city. They had the license plates as well as the roster of the diplomats who were supposed to be in the convoy, and they were planned on checking their vehicles and make sure that no one unauthorized was in that convoy and letting it through. That was expected on Highway 10, leaving town from the west, headed towards Jordan and Syria. What I'm being told is that the Russian convoy never showed up where they expected it, and that the first they'd heard from it, it was well behind the expected checkpoints and had already apparently detoured somehow and gotten north of the city where there was some fighting going on. That's whether it was American or other fire that they ran into has not been confirmed to me, but they have confirmed that they were expecting that convoy on Highway 10 coming out of Baghdad and never saw it.
And of course, James, the information that was relayed to us initially was that U.S. forces weren't in the area, and then we heard that there was activity in the area involving U.S. forces. The Russian ambassador was saying that he believed they were fired upon by U.S. forces, and the latest out of CENTCOM, I think, was that there may have been a crossfire situation. Can you add to that at all?
Well, they showed me on the map where the dispensation of American troops are in Baghdad, and there was combat elements who were pushing north of sort of the northern sector of Baghdad from the west. And the speculation, again, it's speculation, is that the detour the Russians took might have taken them up north of Highway 10 where they were not expecting them. If that is indeed the case, then it is possible they get caught in some fighting that was going on up there. But again, it's a little bit fuzzy right now since they don't really know the route that the Russians took out of town. What they do know is they did not come out on the expected route, which was right out Highway 10 through an American checkpoint.
Right, according to the US, adding to some confusion there. James Kitfield trying to clear some of that up. James is with the National Journal and is with the 5th Corps, and he is south of Baghdad. I want to go back to London now. Time to get some more big picture analysis, if you like. Richard Quest, you want to take it from there?
Indeed, Michael. We're going to shift slightly because what we are seeing on the military side will be succeeded, and it looks sooner rather than later, by political questions of what happens next. And Jonathan Isle from the RUSI is eminently qualified to help us understand. President Bush is in Northern Ireland discussing the future of Iraq with British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Now, we understand, Jonathan, that a key area of dispute and disagreement between the two is the role to be played by the United Nations in a post-Saddam era. That is getting ever closer.
Indeed it is, and this is why this is now the third US-British summit in as many weeks. A really quite unprecedented sequence. Basically, the American position is still misunderstood in Europe. The Americans are not against the presence of the international community or of the United Nations specifically. What they are against is the United Nations taking over as the sole arbiter of what is going to happen in Iraq. Actually, there's a very little dispute between the Americans and the British over the role of the UN. The question is the sequence.
Right, but when the US says that the planning for the post-era has already started and Gardner has been appointed as the civilian administrator, governor, call it what you will, there is a feeling that it is going to be spoils to the victors, at least in the shortfall. Not helped when Americans give American companies the contracts for rebuilding.
Indeed, the presentation of all this entire policy from Washington has not been, one has to admit, particularly good, at least as far as the Europeans were concerned. The image that was given was of a United States that is absolutely determined to rule Iraq in the near future. But I think that the British position, certainly the Prime Minister Blair's position, is slightly more nuanced. He knows that the Americans themselves do not want to get bogged down for a very long time in Iraq. He knows the Americans want to know what the general thrust of the Iraqi new administration is going to be like, and that there is a division between the political and economic administration of Iraq, which will be done by civilians, and the military one.
How important is it to Prime Minister Blair that sooner rather than later President Bush comes up with the roadmap to peace for Israel and the Palestinians, which has now been inextricably linked in this post-Saddam era?
It is absolutely crucial. It is absolutely crucial for the British Prime Minister, not so much because he wants peace in the Middle East, which of course he does, but for his own reputation, for healing the wounds in his own ruling British Labour Party in Britain, and for suggesting that the war was not simply about the removal of an individual, but actually about healing the entire Middle East.
Now, I want to turn back to the military conflict that's underway at the moment, and we are looking at pictures from Baghdad, live pictures from Baghdad, where it's just after, I think it's coming up to 11 o'clock in the morning. It has been a night of bombing, targeted bombing perhaps, but do we get the sense that we have moved into even a further phase now, that the US troops are there and are not going to be moved?
Yes, I mean, at the beginning we had opportunistic incursions and opportunistic hits at particular targets. Now we're beginning to see much more concentration on individual Iraqi government buildings that need to be destroyed, and also on insertion of troops that are simply not moving out. The aim of the war in the Iraqi capital has shifted to controlling the transport routes in order to allow heavy reinforcement to come in.
Jonathan, stay with us and help us understand what is happening. Jonathan L. from the RUSI. Now, let's continue to talk about the reconstruction. And as we were just mentioning there, the way in which the divvy of the spoils for reconstruction is being portrayed. Some British officials are concerned that US businesses could monopolize the profits from the rebuilding of the Iraqi infrastructure when the war is over. And there will be much physical as well as political reconstruction to be done. So, our European political editor Robin Oakley now reports.
Qasr, Iraq's only deep-water port, was the first strategic objective taken in the war, becoming the crucial entry point for military supplies and aid. But Qasr also saw the first tensions between the Allies. The UK wanted an Iraqi team to run the port and had begun hiring locals. But the US Agency for International Development instead handed a $5 million contract to an American company. Next, the US Army Corps of Engineers awarded the first contract for extinguishing oil well fires to a subsidiary of the US giant Halliburton, where US Vice President Dick Cheney used to be a senior executive. Politicians and businessmen outside the US fear it's a sign of things to come. Economists say there could be $100 billion worth of rebuilding to repair an infrastructure shattered by wars and sanctions under Saddam Hussein's rule. But will anybody else get to share the spoils of war with politically well-connected US companies?
The worrying sign was the early indication that the contracts and the personnel in charge of the early implementation would be American. And if it looks as if the president's friends and the president's erstwhile business colleagues were going to get the leading contracts, then clearly that's an unacceptable outcome.
US law, unlike that in the UK, insists American-funded aid contracts must go to US firms. British companies were disappointed how few of the contracts to rebuild Kuwait went their way after the Gulf War. And now, with work in the Middle East becoming harder to find as a result of the UK's stance on Iraq, they're seeking some of the protection US companies get.
We would like to see the Treasury, Downing Street, actually matching in a small proportion some of what USAID has done, but actually saying, now we want British companies to go in and do this work. Our armed forces have sacrificed an enormous amount, and we owe it to them to see some jobs coming to this country.
The reconstruction of Iraq, after a war that has split many traditional allies, will be a massive undertaking with rich commercial rewards for some of the companies involved. British lawmakers are therefore insisting that whoever runs the show in post-conflict Iraq, those contracts must be shared out and not concentrated disproportionately on US contractors. Robin Oakley, CNN, London.
And that's our report on the current situation in Baghdad for this hour. New fighting in Baghdad and Saddam Hussein targeted in a coalition airstrike. Michael Holmes in Kuwait City and myself will be back in just a moment. This is CNN.
Will you have enough income to maintain your lifestyle?
We've done the proper planning.
Yes. Oh, a Merrill Lynch financial advisor is looking beyond 401ks and IRAs to mortgages, insurance.
Protected growth investments.
These days you have to. Are you confident with Merrill Lynch?
You bet.
Most definitely.
Introducing Total Merrill. We see your financial life in total.
Christian Amanpour takes you inside the war in Iraq.
There are almost sort of chaotic scenes. The coalition forces do not want to fight street to street. We've got a tough job to do.
Christian Amanpour, experience you can trust only on CNN. Alessio Vinci takes you inside the war in Iraq.
The checkpoint faked a surrender.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
Your car shopping, don't make the costly mistake of not stopping at the Barwick Supermarket of Cars. At Barwick, you'll find Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, and Nissan all in one spot. That means over 400 new and over 150 used vehicles to choose from. There's no reason to go anywhere else. Barwick's price protection guarantee ensures you're getting the lowest price.
Toby, can you say nobody will make you a better deal than Barwick? And we mean nobody.
The Barwick Supermarket of Cars, right off the 5 freeway on Camino Capistrano in San Juan Capistrano.
At Universal City Nissan, people sure do get a little emotional when they find out how much money they can save. That's because as America's #1 dealer, Universal City Nissan uses its enormous volume to pass on incredible deals directly to you. Drive home a 2003 Altima today for zero drive-off and just $229 a month. Come on. Take the 101 to America's #1 Nissan dealer, Universal City Nissan.
US Marines inside Baghdad removing pieces of Iraq's military machine as they find them. This on a very eventful day in the Iraqi capital. And welcome to CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Michael Holmes in Kuwait City.
And I'm Richard Quest in London, from where we'll have analysis of the political and military developments in the conflict.
right, Richard, see you in just a short time. First, so bring everyone up to date. For the last few hours, coalition warplanes have been crisscrossing the skies over Baghdad, apparently targeting Iraqi forces there. Iraqi government buildings are being hit as well. This is one building at the edge of a presidential palace compound in central Baghdad. It burst into flames. It is still burning. Some strikes reportedly fell on or near locations for Arab media outlets, such as an office housing Al Jazeera television, where an Al Jazeera cameraman was killed. Al Jazeera are reporting that they believe the network was deliberately targeted in the raid. And an outside camera position for Abu Dhabi television was also targeted by small arms fire. The fate of the Abu Dhabi television crew, at the moment, unknown. Well, there have been ground battles too. US Army tanks fired on at least one building from a Baghdad bridge. It is the second day that US forces have occupied sections of Iraq's capital, including a presidential palace. We're told fighting broke out Tuesday morning at a presidential compound that US troops entered on Monday. Now, in southeast Baghdad, CNN correspondent Martin Savage reports US Marines found themselves involved in a battle involving Iraqi fighters. Meanwhile, coalition commanders are investigating the results of a heavy bombardment on a Baghdad leadership target. That's what the US is calling it. That happened Monday. The building in a residential neighborhood is where they believe President Sadaam Hussein and senior Iraqi officials may have been meeting at the time of the bombing. No official word on casualties, however. Sources are telling CNN the blast may have killed at least 9 people, wounded 13. Further tests will be needed to confirm whether metal drums found at an agricultural complex in central Iraq may have contained ingredients that could be used in chemical weapons. Preliminary tests have indicated the presence of nerve and blister agents. All right, joining us now for some analysis, Reem Brahimi is standing by in Amman, Jordan. She's been working the phones with her contacts inside the Iraqi capital. Reem, what have you been hearing?
Michael, a very, very sad occurrence, the death of the journalist from Al Jazeera, Tariq Ayoub, who was killed only a few hours ago. Tariq Ayoub, the sad part about this, Michael, is he had only just left Amman to go to Baghdad. He's basically been in Baghdad for maybe 3 days when this happened. And he was part of a good team of people that Al Jazeera has that we've often worked very closely with on the ground in Baghdad and in other areas. As you know, Michael, Al Jazeera operates out of a separate house on the Tigris. Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi were among the only 2 news organizations that are able to operate out of private houses in the Iraqi capital. And I understand that's where Tariq Ayoub died when their house where they work out of was hit. I know before the war they had tried to take precautions and put big signs on the roof of the buildings, both Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi, saying TV or saying Al Jazeera, just so that it could be recognized from far, for instance, by planes. Of course, for the entire journalistic community, this is very, very sad. People on the field, as you know, work very closely together, and in times of crisis, in times of war, competition tends to give way to solidarity. And I think everybody will agree that this is everybody will be affected by this loss. Now, I'm also hearing, Michael, on other issues. We've been following, of course, the bombing of the residential neighborhood Al Mansour by bunker-busting bombs. 4 900-kilogram bombs, I understand, were dropped in that neighborhood as part of the search for the president, potentially, is what we were told. And now I understand that there were at least 13 people wounded and 9 people killed. We'll have to review those figures when we get more, when it's better assessed. You can see the damage in that neighborhood, which is absolutely devastating. This neighborhood is a upper middle class neighborhood. It's also where a lot of the embassies have residences and embassies as well. and there are a few restaurants. It's also a neighborhood where people, one of the few neighborhoods in Baghdad where at the time that the U.S. Made their incursion yesterday, the U.S. forces made their incursion into the palace. Well, this was one of the few neighborhoods where there was still civilian activity, because the U.S. didn't actually cross the neighborhoods like Al Mansour to get to where they wanted to, the palace, the Al Rashid, or the information ministry. And so people would have been relatively going about their business as much as possible in times of war, but they have been running errands and trying to get organized before nightfall, when a lot of the bombing usually happens. So this, of course, comes as something totally unexpected. Maybe to put it in a picture, this is the difference between this and what's been happening so far is that so far the government buildings have been targeted and have been hit. And government buildings have often been hit at night, when presumably there weren't too many people in the buildings. This is a residential neighborhood, and it was hit during the day, in daylight hours. It's maybe the difference between hitting an area like the City of London at night, when there would be nobody, and, I don't know, maybe Hyde Park or Kensington in the middle of the day, for instance. It's in London, just to give one idea. So it is. This will be a great shock for the people who live in that area, and for residents of Baghdad, who have been until now particularly concerned at street-to-street fighting, not probably expecting something like this. Michael?
Rim, yes, of course, the US saying that this was, in their view, a leadership target, and they were aiming for Sadaam Hussein, or certainly senior members of the Iraqi leadership. In fact, we heard from an embedded correspondent, James Kitfield, earlier that, in fact, the intelligence was that Sadaam Hussein may have been having lunch in a bunker underneath one of those buildings with perhaps one of his sons and senior officials. Reem, I want to move on to what we've been seeing in the last couple, 3 hours in Baghdad, and that is the appearance for the first time of US tanks on at least one and perhaps two bridges in the Iraqi capital. This picture came to us, we were covering it live for a lengthy period of time from Abu Dhabi's position, Abu Dhabi Television's position. I think it's the Jumhuriya Bridge, which means Republican. We've also had a report that tanks are also not in our view, but on a different bridge as well. The Sinak Bridge. Now, if that is the case and they are making these little forays, perhaps testing the defences, certainly a significant development in terms of the US push, Rim.
Oh, absolutely, Mike. This is really, now we're moving into a totally different phase of the war since yesterday and today. Yesterday maybe was something else from the previous day, when it was just a probing mission into Baghdad to see what was going on. Then yesterday the probing mission turned literally into a raid, and with the intention on the part of the U.S. troops to actually stay where they were, at the palace and in the positions that they'd taken in the central Baghdad. And now they're making their way a little further into the city of Baghdad, clearly trying again, as you're saying, testing what's around there, testing how far they can go in. Yesterday, for instance, the big question was also where were all the Republican guards, or the people that had been expected to maybe put up a bit of a fight. There was some fighting, there was some retaliation, but maybe not as much as may have been expected at one point. And so they seem to be progressing cautiously, testing the waters, as it were. They're heading, if I'm not mistaken, from the east side of the river to the western side of the river Tigris, and clearly you can see there the telecommunications building. That building was hit as well in the first couple of weeks of the war. A lot of buildings actually along that skyline have been hit, a lot of them on the border of the river Tigris, right, the government buildings, especially on the west side. That's where you have most government buildings. Again, just progressing slowly. There have been some sniper shots here and there in other areas they've been progressing toward, and there has been some measure of retaliation. And that, I think, is, again, what a lot of the people who live in Baghdad were particularly afraid of. And this is why, until yesterday morning, there were a lot of movements of population, of people moving out of the city, going north, but people moving neighborhoods, to neighborhoods that they thought would be safer for them. And where they might have some family. And also you had people from the outskirts of Baghdad, having seen or heard that U.S. troops were on the outskirts at that point, moving into town. So this is bound to create quite a bit of confusion. Michael?
All right, Reem, as always, thanks. Reem Brahimi there, coming to us on the line from Amman, Jordan. And Reem, of course, pointing out too that the media lost a colleague today too, and that is Tariq Ayoub, cameraman with Al Jazeera, and well known to many members of the media, including many members of CNN in the region. Killed today, a missile strike at the Al Jazeera base, which Al Jazeera is reporting as they were targeted. That by no means is confirmed at this stage. Hopefully get some more details on that when we get the CENTCOM briefing a little later from Doha. I want to go now back to Washington, to the Pentagon. Chris Platt standing by there. Much to talk about, Chris. First of all, the targeting of the leadership target as it is. We were hearing earlier that the intelligence was that Sadaam Hussein and his son may have been having lunch in the basement or the bunker of one of the buildings destroyed. Certainly US officials to have struck a target so well inside a residential area and to do so much damage in that residential area, they must believe that the intelligence was good.
I would certainly think so. Now, what we heard was not necessarily that they were having lunch, but that there was a meeting of senior leadership taking place at that location, that there was, according to what we were told, good intelligence, including human intelligence, which would indicate someone on the ground, perhaps someone from inside the regime, or perhaps special operations forces tracking the movements of certain members of the senior leadership to a location and then calling in an airstrike on that site. They obviously hit the site very hard. The coalition has said over and over again that one of their priorities is to avoid civilian casualties at all costs, and given that this was a residential neighborhood, there must have been some sort of overriding priority that made them decide to go ahead with this strike anyway. And this is, we were just discussing it here before I came out to the briefing room. This is one of the types of things that is discussed in military academies, and when they're training officers, this is one of the sort of philosophical moral dilemmas of warfare. If you have the ability to decapitate the leadership of your enemy, yet it is creating a danger to civilians, how do you make a decision like that? It is a moral decision. It's a practical decision. It hopefully is a very difficult decision to make if you take into account the importance of civilian life in a situation like this. Now, once you find yourself in a situation where you're in an urban environment and all-out warfare is taking place, it is almost inevitable, it certainly always has been inevitable, that civilians find themselves in the line of fire, and no soldier, no right-headed soldier is comfortable with the idea of having civilians killed in the course of warfare. But the question becomes, if you have the ability to decapitate the regime and hopefully end the warfare sooner rather than later, then does this not in the final analysis reduce the number of civilian casualties, and for that matter reduce the number of military casualties on both sides? I mean, this is it's almost the Hiroshima-Nagasaki, clearly not on the same scale, but the Hiroshima-Nagasaki argument. If you can end the war by taking X number of lives, and that would be 1/10 the number of lives lost. If you don't take this action, then do you take the action? So that's the kind of thinking that goes into a situation like this. It was, as we understand it, solid intelligence that leadership, senior leadership, perhaps President Saddam Hussein, perhaps his sons Uday and Qusay, who are leaders of the military and the Special Security Services, the Republican Guards and the Special Security Services. Do you take this opportunity while it exists in an effort to shorten the war by as many days or weeks as you possibly can, because in the final analysis, wouldn't that in fact reduce the number of casualties in the war? So that's the kind of thought process that is typically employed in situations like this. Michael?
All right, Chris, that being the thinking at the Pentagon. Thanks so much for that. I want to go back now to London, more analysis. Richard Quest, take over and give us what you can.
Yeah, there's lots there to try and get to grips with as we try and put together the full picture of what we are seeing. And with me is Jonathan Isle of the RUSI helping us understand. Let's start, if we may. The targeting of Saddam Hussein's, where they believe, the target of opportunity, using bunker busting, to use a dreadful phrase, bombs. Very powerful, caused an enormous amount of damage in a civilian area.
Well, I think as far as the Americans were concerned, clearly there was a choice to be made there. It is obvious that as the area which the Iraqi leader can control gets narrower and narrower, we do end up in these residential areas. Let us not forget, in the first Gulf War 10 years ago, he hid for most of the time in a very modest villa in one of the suburbs of the city. So yet again, the Americans knew that that was the case. They took a calculated risk, but they also went for very high ordnance, for a very big punch, basically because they believed that regardless of the risks to civilians, which should be minimized, but regardless of them, the key interest is to decapitate the regime as quickly as possible and to avoid perhaps much bloodier battles in Baghdad.
And the fact that this took place in daylight, or relative daylight, Reem Brahimi comparing the busyness to a central London district, in the sense, rather than at night when people may not have been on the streets. There will be criticism for this.
There will be, and I think that the Americans are prepared for it, but at the same time they calculate that there will be much more criticism if a lot of Allied lives and indeed civilians get killed fighting street by street in Baghdad.
Al Jazeera, who one of their correspondents, Tariq Ajoubri, has been killed this morning in another missile and bomb attack, suggesting that the network, based in a residential area, might have been targeted. Does that sound likely?
I don't think so. Let us remember earlier in the war, the Allies tried to target Iraqi television. Indeed, they've done that a number of times. They had howls of protests from around the world. Clearly, Al Jazeera is not considered as an enemy, and there would have been no attempt to do so. What we are witnessing is actually a bigger tragedy. An enormous quantity of journalists that are now embedded with troops in the field, that are everywhere, and some television networks that actually worked from private houses in the Iraqi capital. Many more casualties in this war for the media than in any previous one.
Okay, Jonathan, stay with us to help us interpret the tanks that have been moving across the Tigris. Later on, we will hopefully get a chance to discuss that and what that actually means. Michael.
All right, Richard Quest there. Thanks very much. Well, while British officials say they have gained control of the southern Iraqi town or city of Basra, looting is presenting them with a very different challenge. We spoke to correspondent David Bowden just a short time ago.
Speaking to you from the top of the presidential palace in Basra, hugely symbolic, of course. Taking this was taking Saddam's seat of power. And of course, militarily, the coalition forces here say that pretty much they're in control and Basra is now locked down. The big problem, of course, is not from soldiers, but from the locals who tend to vent their anger on the old regime by going out, they're looting, they're torching establishment buildings, and that has been a real problem for the local forces here, the coalition forces, to try and get a handle on. One of the Marines commanders here said to me, the problem is we're equipped for war fighting, we're not equipped to police the area, so we're hoping that they just get on with it. After 24, 36 hours, they calm down, they vent their anger against the old regime, and it all quietens down, the looting stops, but it has been a major problem, and I think an unexpected one. I was speaking to a tank commander who said that they'd put aside 3 or 4 days to take Basra, expecting quite a fight, and they did it in as many hours. So this place really did fall like a house of cards, but of course it's a house of cards that is now burning. What they're trying to do is get the people, as I say, to police themselves, get it out of their system, and then just get on with their lives. They said that they can't go around with Challenger tanks and SA-80 assault rifles and start shooting people just because they're stealing typewriters from office blocks. What they're going to try and do is get some material up here for more traditional policing, batons, baton rounds, rubber bullets, etc., so that if they do have to start doing more formal patrols, then they can do it like that.
And we will have more live reports on the fighting in Baghdad and elsewhere after the short break, including a report from our Ryan Chilcote on those suspicious chemical substances found in Karbala.
Other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork. Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Apply now for a low fixed-rate mortgage or cash out some of your equity. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
If you were born between 1918 and 1963, call the number on your screen now to find out more about the Silver Care Plan. The average funeral now costs over $6,000. But did you know your survivors may only be able to receive government death benefits up to $300 if they qualify? The Silver Care Plan is a way to help protect your loved ones. To get free information about the plan, just call the number on your screen.
And welcome back to Kuwait City. U.S. military officials say they are testing samples of a recently discovered material to determine if they could be weapons ingredients. U.S. troops discovered the substances in buried barrels at an Iraqi facility in an agricultural area near Karbala. Ryan Chilcote is embedded with the 101st Airborne. Here's his report.
The barrels were behind an agricultural complex where Saturday soldiers discovered Iraqi weapons and a storeroom of what appears to be commercially available chemicals.
Don't touch the bucket at all, okay?
Monday, some of the barrels in the backyard tested positive for nerve and blister agent. Another team of experts are on the way. Their job is to determine whether this is the smoking gun and these could have been used to make chemical weapons, or whether this is something else. The test results so far are inconclusive.
This could be either some type of pesticides, because this was an agricultural compound, and the literature inside the compound talked about dealing with mosquitoes and other type of airborne vermin, and it was right along the Euphrates River, very close to the Euphrates River. But on the other hand, it could be a chemical agent, not weaponized.
The soldiers have also been investigating a military training camp down the road from the agricultural complex. Sunday morning, 13 soldiers got sick after a long day in the heat and a long night clearing the camp that had a large number of conventional weapons and Iraqi chemical protective suits and gas masks. Both the soldiers and the site were tested for chemical agents, and initial results came back mixed. Further testing, according to the 101st, indicate the presence of a chemical commonly found in pesticides. The soldiers were screened and showered, which is routine precaution, and they're all feeling fine.
Yesterday morning, some of the soldiers were nauseous, had headaches. We moved in the 63rd Chemical Company right away to assess that, and it is our belief that those soldiers were suffering from heat exhaustion and dehydration, which the symptoms can be very similar.
The next team of experts is expected to arrive Tuesday. Ryan Chilcote, CNN with 101st Airborne near Karbala, Iraq.
Certainly very early days in that investigation, and a lot of caution being exercised as to what that may or may not be. Well, Iraq's ambassador to the United Nations was asked about the discovery. He said that any statements that there are chemical weapons in Iraq is propaganda.
We have no chemical areas. This is just a part of war propaganda of American one. We don't have that. We said that several times, and we underline it right now. We don't have chemical weapons.
Well, US troops also reported finding a large cache of conventional weapons at the same site.
An Iraqi leader known as Chemical Ali is now dead. British commanders report that the body of General Ali Hassan al-Majid was found after a coalition raid on his home in southern Iraq over the weekend. He was allegedly responsible for ordering a string of atrocities in Iraq. Richard Blystone reports.
In the court,
Mahmoud Kabazard is sorry if Ali Hassan al-Majid is dead. Better to see him in court as a first step.
and giving it to me, and I know what to do with him. Put him and sit on his chest and get a knife and cut from his body and give him to eat. This is my idea to do with Hassan al-Majid or Sadaam Hussein.
He says al-Majid personally tortured his son Ahmed, a leader of the Kuwaiti resistance.
He burned my heart. My heart burned.
But Sadaam Hussein's cousin has a special place in the hearts of all Kuwaitis. None was untouched by the 7 months of occupation under his heel. Months of looting, destruction, torture, and terror by his agents. Killing fields like this, from resistance fighters working with the Allies to small boys who painted anti-Iraqi graffiti. The penalty was death. When I'd go to the market, says Zainab Kabazard, I used to see in the trash little Kuwaiti boys with their heads chopped off. The city streets, where al-Majid's agents prowled by night, snatching people from their homes. Kuwait says more than 1,000 were murdered, thousands tortured, more than 600 missing. Many, they believe, still prisoners in Iraq. Ahmed Kabazard, whose image lives next to his father's heart, was a resistance cell leader from Kuwaiti Special Forces. One day he was taken, and 11 days later delivered to his home drenched in blood and shot dead in front of his family.
His face, I could see it now. But his body, all his nail is out. All his body was like of course not with a cigarette, but I know with there is a machine, you know, like a drill in his body.
6 other resistance members, surrounded here, fought back to the death. The house has been left as it was in their honor. Ali Hassan al-Majid in Kuwait. Gone but not forgotten. Richard Blystone, CNN, Kuwait City.
And we'll bring you more on the details and the current position in Baghdad in a moment.
CNN Tomorrow, coalition forces roll through Baghdad. Elsewhere, troops discover suspicious chemicals. First-hand details. American Morning with Paul Azan. CNN Tomorrow, 80s.
Husband snoring may be doing more than just keeping you up at night. It could be harmful to his health. Obstructive sleep apnea is a blockage of the airway, so its victims stop breathing several times a night. This can lead to daytime sleepiness, high blood pressure, heart disease, short-term memory loss, weight gain, morning headaches, and impotency. Using state-of-the-art equipment, the physicians at the Sleep Disorder Center can diagnose and treat sleep apnea. Call now, 1-800-672-2266.
This is the latest edition of the Accord. Totally redesigned from the ground up, offering a new level of refinement in style, comfort, power, and safety. Attributes Honda has always been known for. But don't let your eyes deceive you. After all, affordability is also our heritage. Now you can lease a 2003 Accord LX sedan for $239 a month for 39 months.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
recap the latest developments for you now in Iraq. Parts of central Baghdad are a combat zone at the moment as US forces occupy parts of the capital for a second day. 2 US tanks were seen on a bridge in the heart of Baghdad, at least one fired on a building. Several rounds we saw being fired from that tank. Flames said to be coming, meanwhile, from a nearby building used by Iraq's Prime Minister. Witnesses on the ground report that US forces targeted the building, said to be the Ministry of Planning, with heavy machine gun fire, also at least one tank shell. US fighter jets also continue to crisscross the skies above Baghdad. The Arab news channel Al Jazeera reports that one of its journalists has died of wounds suffered in what it called a US airstrike. Now, another journalist was wounded. Al Jazeera says a US airstrike hit a building housing several Arab news media. The Qatar-based network describes the offices as located in a residential neighborhood. Abu Dhabi television also reports a strike near its offices, but says all its staff members are safe. Earlier, coalition warplanes struck what Central Command describes as an Iraqi leadership target. US officials say the building was hit with 4 2,000-pound bombs when intelligence indicated President Sadaam Hussein and other top Iraqi officials might be meeting there. There is no independent confirmation that any such meeting was in fact taking place, but sources in the Iraqi capital say at least 9 people were killed in that raid. 13 others were wounded. Obviously extremely difficult to tell what the death toll from such a huge blast might be. Reem Brahimi has been following these events from Amman, Jordan. I understand, Reem, you've been on the phone with some of your contacts. Tell us what you know, I think, particularly about Baghdad television. We've been having reports that it's off the air. What have you been able to learn?
Absolutely, Michael. I can confirm that Iraqi TV has been off the air since 10:30 Baghdad time. That means about an hour ago. Before that, there were no news programs. There were just patriotic songs, the kind that we've been seeing on Iraqi TV for, I would say, years, actually. But especially since the beginning of the bombing, there have been a lot of these patriotic songs praising President Sadaam Hussein. This morning, there was no news at all, no news broadcast, and then just about an hour ago, the signal just died, and Iraqi TV is now completely off the air. I've also heard, Michael, that there are now helicopters that are hovering in the southern part of, over the southern parts of Baghdad. 2 Apache helicopters, I'm told, have been shooting at certain sites or targets maybe, but not clear what those targets would be. The bombing started very early not very early, rather in the night at 4:30 a.m. And it went on all night. A lot of air bombing, I'm told, artillery shots, everything really. And then there was also a lot of shooting around the compound that was taken by the U.S. troops yesterday, the presidential compound. Apparently there were explosions behind it in the morning, a lot of intensive bombing and intensive clashes. The fighting moved from there apparently toward the building of the Ministry of Planning that you were showing us earlier on, with fighting back and forth for a while. But then it left the ministry and moved on to another area. Now there are also currently 2 U.S. tanks on the Jumhuriya bridge. That's the fighting exactly we were seeing earlier on, that moved from the presidential compound to the Ministry of Planning. Currently, now there are 2 tanks that are on the Jumhuriya bridge and trying to move from the side of the river where the palace is and where that building that we're looking at is, trying to move from that side of the river to the other side. They were fired at. It seems they've been firing back. It seems the building behind that is the Hotel Mansour. That area is the general area where the Ministry of Information is as well. And not far from there, in fact, are the televisions of Al Jazeera, the buildings, rather, of Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi. They would be on that side of the river, along the Tigris River, not far at all from where you saw that big explosion, in probably a dangerous part of town, I would say, in terms of where it was located with regard to the other government buildings. Apparently, I understand that on the other side of the building, the one we're looking at now, where you see this telecommunications building that's been hit, people are moving. Where the U.S. troops have been moving around is really very, very quiet, and not a lot of people moving around there. Michael?
Yeah, Rim, one other incident I was going to run by you, a colleague of many people in the region dying, an Al Jazeera cameraman, in what appears to have been a missile blast at the Al Jazeera headquarters in Baghdad. What do you know of that?
Yes, he was hit. He was killed after being severely injured in what seemed to be a hit taken. Was it a missile? It's not very clear. By the building that hosts Al Jazeera. That building is actually like a house, and this the cameraman Tariq Ayoub was probably sadly at the wrong place at that moment. He had only just arrived in Baghdad barely 4 days earlier. He hadn't been in town much for very long. So of course it's always a very sad occurrence when a colleague dies, and a lot of us have worked very closely with Al Jazeera journalists. As I was saying earlier on, in times of war or war coverage, usually competition does gradually give way to solidarity. And he was extremely helpful. I can say definitely in any way he could be in many things to other colleagues, even if they weren't necessarily working in the same company. That building where Al Jazeera works is actually a house, and you can see it's located on the banks of the River Tigris. Not far from it, I think it's probably even a neighboring house, is the Abu Dhabi TV house. And before the war, I remember that both TV organizations had taken the precaution of painting huge sheets with Abu Dhabi TV or Al Jazeera TV in order to be seen from a distance, and precisely to try and avoid being hit. But they are the two only news organizations who are able and allowed to operate outside of the Ministry of Information, and now outside of the Hotel Palestine, where all the other journalists are more or less restricted to staying. And that's from the Hotel Palestine. That's the view you have. The view from Abu Dhabi and Al Jazeera are quite different. But obviously the journalists that stay in the Hotel Palestine don't have as much freedom of movement maybe as the Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi crews to move around. Michael?
All right, Rim, it's Tariq Ayoub, described by his employers, Al Jazeera, as a dear and loyal colleague. Now, the chief editor has been quoted from the station's headquarters in Doha as saying that witnesses saw an aircraft fly twice over the area before bombs were dropped. He was quoted as saying, "Our office is in a residential area, even the Pentagon knows that." Now, he did not say that he believed the attack was intentional, stopping short of that, although earlier another Al Jazeera employee did say that he believed that Al Jazeera had been targeted. The US already strenuously denying that Al Jazeera was in any way a target of any air attack by coalition aircraft. But nonetheless, certainly a tragedy for many in our profession, in a time of tragedy for many people, of course, in the region. Well, efforts to gain control of Iraq's second largest city have given coalition troops a taste of what they may face elsewhere in the country. Richard Gaisford was with British forces in Basra on Monday.
Lawlessness on the city streets. Looters target the religious college and other buildings in the centre. With barricades of barbed wire and armed soldiers facing locals, it's not quite how one might imagine a liberated Basra to look. And the Desert Rats hope this difficult transition stage is short-lived.
It's difficult to work out the difference between the upstanding Iraqi who's pleased to see us and pleased to see the back end of the regime, and those people who are just taking advantage of a situation and out for themselves and are looting. This place has been absolutely devastated today, and the sad thing is there's nothing we can do about it. We don't have enough troops on the ground to deal with the hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people, thousands, who've come in here to loot, and they've been taking absolutely everything.
Soon people living here will get more than just sweets from soldiers. Aid and hope for a better future should arrive for all. The message from British forces is simple. We're here to stay this time and won't let you down. Getting basic supplies to the people of Basra can be achieved fairly quickly, but bringing law and order to the city, well, that might take just a little bit longer. Richard Gaisford in Basra.
British troops also moving north to secure towns and the road towards the Iraqi capital. Geraint Vincent is travelling with those troops. Here's his report.
Saddam, your days are numbered, is their chant. These people live along the roadway, some 20 miles north of Basra. Their joy at the arrival of British troops seemed unabated. Soldiers from the Royal Irish Regiment drove up here to secure the surrender of an entire division of the Iraqi army. Their barracks were deserted. All they found were a collection of looters and cheering crowds.
Look as if the 6th Army have up and fled. They've gone north, they've gone back to wherever they come from. The conscripts, it would look as if they have deserted and there is nothing here but empty barracks.
Late last night, people in the towns and villages surrounding Basra invited an advancing battalion of British paratroopers into their communities. They were asking for protection from retreating elements of the Ba'athist regime. Then, into an apparently peaceful scene, a reminder was brought of war's cruelty. 2 6-year-old boys treated for shrapnel wounds. In the town of Adaya, the looting was well underway. How poor is a society when the biggest prizes are bits of old timber and rusty sheets of corrugated iron? Coalition commanders have described this war as one of liberation, and in this part of Iraq at least, that's exactly what it seems to be. Those who enforced the rule of Sadaam Hussein are no longer in power, and there is now the heady, chaotic atmosphere of newfound freedom, where the symbols of the regime are defaced, if not destroyed. The iron grip in which Saddam held this society has been prized open. The next challenge is finding a fair government for the people that survive him. Geraint Vincent, Southern Iraq.
Now let's turn our attention to the political leaders of the coalition. And the US President George Bush is in Northern Ireland for 2 days of talks with his main war ally, the British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Our White House correspondent John King is travelling with the US President and sent this report.
U.S. officials say the Belfast summit will endorse a broad advisory role for the United Nations in post-war Iraq. As Mr. Bush arrived for the talks, senior aides said talk of a major transatlantic rift on the issue is exaggerated. Well, Prime Minister Blair's government once again made clear it wants major UN involvement.
It's absolutely clear that we want to see UN authority for the operations there in exactly the way that we did in operations in Afghanistan.
But Mr. Bush is adamant that the United Nations not have the lead political role in Iraq, as it did after the fighting ended in Afghanistan, East Timor, and Kosovo. Secretary of State Powell negotiated with UN Secretary General Kofi Annan throughout the weekend. And Annan sounded as if he now accepts the White House view.
Iraq is not East Timor, and Iraq is not Kosovo. There are trained personnel, there is a reasonably effective civil service, there are engineers and others who can play a role in their own country.
The administration will quickly establish a U.S.-led civil administration in Iraq and says it will then gradually transfer power to a new interim Iraqi authority,
which will be developed by Iraqis themselves in close consultation with coalition members who, after all, have shed their blood and expended their treasure to bring about the liberation of Iraq.
U.S. officials say the draft Belfast communique envisions a lead UN role in humanitarian efforts and calls on the Security Council to endorse the new interim Iraqi authority. A U.S. team will head to Iraq this week to prepare to get that new interim authority up and running. And Secretary Powell says the focus on post-war Iraq in the summit talks here is critical because, in his words, the hostilities phase is coming to a conclusion. John King, CNN, Belfast.
Well, as we've been reporting for about an hour now, we television broadcasters lost a colleague in the Baghdad airstrikes Tuesday. Al Jazeera cameraman Tariq Ayoub was one of 2 employees in that network who were injured in the bombing. He has now died. Our Sheila McVicker was a professional associate, a personal acquaintance also of Tariq. She joins us now from Amman with some perspective. Sheila, I think the question that needs to be asked is, we've been watching Al Jazeera since this happened. We're seeing a lot of agitated anchors and the like. Might something like this affect Arab coverage of this war?
Well, first, let me just say that Tariq was a dear friend and a great colleague, a professional who was so proud to work for Al Jazeera. He was, and I find it very hard to talk about him in the past tense, he was a man of tremendous energy and brain power and just a great professional colleague, and I enjoyed every minute that I worked with him. You asked the question, how will this affect their coverage? Our colleagues at Al Jazeera, I'm sure, are in deep shock and mourning, but they are professionals and they will go on covering this war as best they possibly can. Yes, they've lost one of their own. We've all lost colleagues all through this war. This is just a reminder of the price that people in our business are paying, the price that Iraqi civilians are paying who are caught up in this. And I'm sure that one of the questions that Al Jazeera will want to know the answer to is, why was that house on the river, which was so clearly marked and which was so clearly known to CENTCOM, why was that house hit today? You remember, of course, Michael, that Al Jazeera's offices in Afghanistan were also hit during the Afghan war. And when I was visiting with Al Jazeera officials just a few months ago, they told me that they could not believe that their offices there were deliberately targeted. The Pentagon again saying that there was no deliberate targeting of the Al Jazeera and Abu Dhabi TV offices there on the riverbank. But obviously there were a lot of questions. It was a place that was known, it was a place that was well marked, and a place where clearly Al Jazeera's staff thought that they could work safely from. Michael?
A denial, a strong denial of any targeting intent coming from the United States already. Is that something that our colleagues at Al Jazeera are likely to accept at face value?
Well, as I said, you know, they had the previous experience of having their offices bombed in Afghanistan, and they told me when I saw them in October, just a few months ago, they told me that they believed that there had been no intent and that they could not believe that their offices had been deliberately targeted. We shall see what they have to say about this. Obviously, we've heard what the Pentagon has to say. The Pentagon saying very clearly that there was no deliberate targeting here, but there obviously will be some questions about what precisely that pilot saw and what precisely the target was that the pilot was going for when that Al Jazeera house on the river was hit. Again, you know, the costs that people in our profession are paying for those of us who are outside and who have many friends and colleagues who are inside, whether they are in Baghdad or with the coalition forces. This is just, again, one more reminder of what a deadly conflict this is for people who are simply trying to do their jobs or even just trying to live their lives, as in the case of Iraqi civilians. Michael?
All right. Thanks, Sheila. Sheila McVicker there in Damascus. And yes, indeed, many of us have lost colleagues in this conflict. But again, as always, when we talk about our embedded reporters and the need to look at the big picture, to get some perspective, we need to do that at this time too. And Tariq was a colleague of ours, but this is a war in which many dozens of coalition troops have died. Many hundreds of Iraqi civilians have died. And by all accounts, many thousands of Iraqi troops have died also. There is much death in this war, as there is in any war. We'll be right back.
You need to have an organization like that in order to arbitrate, in order to try to consider the interests of all parties. But in terms of really powerful, it's not a very powerful organization, judging from this particular incident.
I suppose the US seem to think that they're the world power and the world rulers and do what they wish, and it's going to be the future of the UN, of course, is now jeopardized.
I think probably a better political union between the U.S. and the United Nations. I feel that having more countries involved, I think that would definitely I guess, give America a better perspective on how things work in other countries.
Views don't necessarily reflect those of CNN, but are opinions expressed by those who choose to participate in this open forum.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at Ditech.com, there are no games, just low fixed rates with no middleman or broker fees. You can be pre-qualified online or over the telephone. There's no advance fees prior to closing and no cancellation fees. Do it now before the rates go up. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
The race to Baghdad is on.
Convoys, though, did not stop. That is not their purpose here.
This now becomes a high-risk and difficult military operation.
All of this is happening in real time.
Alessio Vinci takes you inside the war in Iraq.
Iraqis at that checkpoint faked a surrender.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
With a degree from University of Phoenix Online. Our graduates are GMs, VPs, and CEOs at major corporations. Attending classes via the internet, when and where they want, they received a state-of-the-industry education. And they earned their degree in just 2 to 3 years so they could start putting it to good use now. University of Phoenix Online, the intelligent way to attend class.
Call 800-545-6046.
I'm back and I love my customers. Drive a little 7-Lot. Why pay more? Call Crazy Gear before. Computer package started $179. I stack them deep and sell the cheap. Big screen TV started $8.99. Hi-Fi stereo started $19.95. Can you believe it? You buy DVD for $69 and you get 2 movies free. If you don't buy for me, you're losing money. I'm crazy.
We may be crazy, but we're not stupid. At Crazy Gideon.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Welcome back. The latest developments now in the war in Iraq, and the very latest development is that new US tests, this is according to reports from Reuters, have shown that those substances that have been mentioned in our reports and others that were found at a site in central Iraq are not chemical weapons agents as first suspected. We have been reporting this story with great caution, and it would seem well justified caution. The latest tests, according to one source, have turned out negative. Now, on Monday, initial tests did find a suspicious suspicious indication that perhaps there was a presence of something like sarin and tabun, which are nerve agents, and also a blister agent. Now, military sources, according to Reuters, say they do not yet know what the substances are. However, they may turn out to be simple pesticides, certainly not chemical weapons agents as was first suspected, even though there has been great caution from the Pentagon right down the chain as to what they were. Okay, now speaking up to date on other developments, US tanks took up positions on a central Baghdad bridge in recent hours. We watched as they fired machine guns and their main guns, smaller arms, at unknown targets on the east side of the Tigris River. A nearby high-rise used by Iraq's Prime Minister was also hit by heavy caliber machine gun fire and also at least 1, perhaps 2 tank rounds as well. Coalition forces earlier targeted a Baghdad residential area where it is believed Sadaam Hussein, his sons and perhaps other senior leaders might have been meeting. US officials say they were acting on what they called fresh human intelligence. The fate of the Iraqi leader not known. Officials do say, and you can clearly see from the pictures, that the building was destroyed, as were several others around it. And according to the Arabic language network Al Jazeera, one of its reporters, it says, was earlier wounded in a US airstrike, has died. Tariq Ayoub also freelanced for CNN. Another Al Jazeera journalist was wounded in the incident as well.
Now let's take a look at some of the civilian casualties in the war. In Baghdad hospitals, international aid workers say they're overwhelmed by the numbers of patients seeking help and are running short of medicine. Iraqi officials say more than 1,200 civilians have been killed in the war and more than 5,000 wounded. There's no independent confirmation of those numbers. The United Nations Children Fund is joining the calls for the protection of civilians.
When the bombardment started, my mother got scared and wanted to protect us. We hear the shelling, but when you're sitting and you're screaming, "Oh God!" and you get shelling on top of you, that is serious.
Now, as coalition forces have moved through Iraq, in many cases they've received a warm welcome. For example, in the Iraqi town of Khalat Sakur, the day brought one US unit member full circle in an odyssey that began more than 12 years ago. CNN's Bob Franken was with the troops as they moved in.
It was a remarkable moment. The U.S. translator who had fled his hometown here for the United States was seeing his family for the first time since 1990.
I'm survivor, because 13 years ago I didn't see my 3 sons and my sisters and my brothers, and this is the first time I meet him in 13 years ago. And they was crying and kissing me and hugging me. Also, I was hugging them and asking them about it.
The Marines here are still concerned some Iraqi fighters remain. Keep away from the area, scream the loudspeakers in Arabic. It is for your security. The coalition forces will not hesitate to shoot you. But hundreds ignored that, surging forward to greet the Marines with an emotional celebration in this predominantly Shia Muslim town.
I am very thankful for USA for this, the freedom. I like the freedom.
Did you like Saddam Hussein?
I don't like him.
All Iraqi people don't like.
We have permission to identify the town, Khalat Sakur. The Marines swarmed in to eliminate as many signs of the regime as possible, literally, to destroy or deface as many pictures of Saddam Hussein as possible. Here, U.S. forces battered their way into what had been described to them as a Ba'ath Party secret police station. Inside, they found weapons, and what they believed to be was a room used for brutal interrogation.
That's fairly suspicious. It looks to be something that you wouldn't hang a chandelier from, especially in a room like this. I would say greater than 50-50 chance some type of torturing was done in this room here.
This operation is designed to be a combination of brute force and the hand of friendship, described in the briefings as controlled aggression.
I think you need to present a hard appearance. The largest threat we've had in this area right now is paramilitary operations, the shoot and run type of guys. You show them that you come into town, that you are professional, that you are facing a platoon plus of Marines, fully armed and fully ready to meet whatever comes up, and you tend to have them go the other direction.
No problem here. Here, there was a celebration. The crowd at one point surging toward the Marine trucks, chanting, "The suffering is over. America always." At least for now. Bob Franken, CNN, Khalat Sakur, Iraq.
And that's our report for this hour. Another 60 minutes of coverage is just ahead. Around the world, around the clock. You're watching CNN.
CNN Tomorrow as U.S. troops push deeper into Baghdad, the latest on the urban warfare, plus reporters from the front lines, only on Larry King Live, CNN Tomorrow, 9 Eastern.
I felt so proud of myself because I had read a 24-chapter book.
When he first learned how to read a book, we just said, "Austin, you're a reader. You're a reader. You did it."
He began to read and with such excitement. And if any program can set up excitement for kids to read, Hooked on Phonics is that program.
Order Hooked on Phonics in the next 10 minutes and receive National Geographic's 30 memorable years on 10 CD-ROMs free with your paid order. Call this toll-free number.
So I say to him, "Why aren't I charging my taxes?" "Well, I don't know," he says. "Why aren't you? It's easy. All you have to do is call official payments at 1-800-2-PAY-TAX. And you can do it right over the phone. Yeah, there was a convenience fee, but business class to Australia? My friend got a heck of a return on his taxes, I'd say.
Official payments, the proven way to make paying taxes pay. Call 1-800-2PAY-TAX.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
U.S. tanks fire on a building in central Baghdad as Iraqi fighters try to keep coalition forces from taking a bridge over the Tigris River. And welcome to you. This is our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Michael Holmes in Kuwait City. Hala Gorani will be along shortly from London, though we want to bring you up to date first with the latest developments. For several hours now, we have been watching battles in various parts of Baghdad. During the fighting, a number of buildings have been struck. Not only Iraqi government offices, and there's one there, but at least one housing the media outlet Al Jazeera. An injured Al Jazeera reporter who was carried outside, as you can see there, later died. Al Jazeera reports they believe the network was deliberately targeted in a coalition air raid. The US denies that. And we have seen coalition warplanes in the skies over Baghdad the last several hours. That is an A-10 Warthog, called a tank buster. US tanks on the ground too, at least one seen firing at a building across the Tigris River not far from there. Fighting reported at a presidential palace that US Marines had already entered on Monday. It is the second day US forces have occupied sections of Iraq's capital. In southeast Baghdad, CNN correspondent Martin Savage reports US Marines found themselves involved in a battle with Iraqi fighters at an industrial complex. Marines entered the southeastern edge of Baghdad Tuesday morning. Meanwhile, coalition commanders are investigating the results of a heavy bombing attack on what they call a Baghdad leadership target on Monday. The building in a residential neighbourhood is where they believe President Sadaam Hussein and senior officials may have been meeting at the time of the bombing. No official word on casualties. However, sources tell CNN the blast may have killed at least 9 people, wounded 13. New tests have been conducted to determine whether metal drums found at an agricultural complex in central Iraq may have contained substances that could be used in chemical weapons. Reuters news service reports those new tests have proved negative for chemical weapons substances. Preliminary tests done earlier had indicated the presence of nerve and blister agents. Okay, now we want to talk more about what has been happening in Baghdad. And on the eastern side of the Tigris River is a hotel whose name you may be familiar with. It is called the Palestine Hotel. It is there that many members of the international media are based. And as you can see there from that picture, there have been reports coming in the last couple of minutes of perhaps an explosion at that hotel. The exact cause we're not 100% sure of. There was an early report that it was a missile. We do not know for sure. All we do know is there was an explosion at the Palestine Hotel. There is a camera position familiar to many of you, perhaps, that we have used many times. An Al Jazeera camera, I believe, that is on top of the Palestine Hotel. All right, let's continue on with the unfolding situation in Baghdad as we try to get more details about that explosion at the Palestine Hotel. Let's go to Reem Brahimi. She's very familiar with the hotel, having spent months in Baghdad before being expelled recently by the Iraqi government. Monitoring events for us from Amman, Jordan. I don't know if it's too soon, Reem, to ask you about what may have happened at the Palestine Hotel, but you tell us what you have been able to discover from your phone calls to Baghdad.
Well, it is a little too soon for that, Michael. I can bring you up to date on that particular incident a little later, but I did, speaking to people in Baghdad earlier on who were in that area, I did hear heavy bombing, even over the phone. It sounded very loud indeed. Hopefully I'll be able to bring you up to date on that a little later. What I do know for the moment is that there are now some helicopters hovering over Baghdad in the southern part of the capital. 2 Apaches apparently have been seen also firing at certain targets. We don't know what sites for the moment, but that again we'll be able to bring to you later. Bombing overnight was very heavy, very intensive bombing from 4:30 a.m. Throughout the night, and not just air raids but also a lot of shots of artillery. And then toward the morning I was told that there was a huge bombing behind the presidential compound that was taken over yesterday by US troops in their incursion. Now there was intensive clashes around that area, and then the fighting seemed to move northward, so along the river to the building that's known as the Ministry of Planning. Now that building was bombed quite heavily in the first days of the war, and there was a huge fire in it. But the fighting clearly on this occasion moved toward what was left of that building there, and then it moved again somewhere else. Now at that point also two US tanks started moving across the Jumhuriya Bridge, moving from the west side of the river where the presidential compound, where the planning ministry and a lot of government offices are, started moving from that side of the river toward the other side, the eastern side of the river Tigris, the eastern side being where the Palestine Hotel is located. Now those two tanks have been moving very cautiously, progressing extremely slowly. At one point it seemed, from what my sources tell me, they were being fired at and then apparently hit back. That's the explosion that one could see at one point on the other side near what appears to be the Mansour Hotel. Again, all that area next to the Ministry of Information. I also understand that the Rashid Hotel has been the scene of more fighting. It's been more or less closed off by the Iraqi authorities, but there has been some fighting between Rashid Hotel people still inside there and US troops that are outside that compound. Michael?
Reem, when you talk to your sources there, and I know many of them, they are civilians in some of these areas, what are they telling you about the mood inside Baghdad as this push, as it is, continues?
You know, it's very difficult to tell because now, of course, fewer and fewer people are going out. But from what I hear, of course, a lot of tension and a lot of concern. People are extremely worried, and they'll be even more worried now since the bombs that were dropped in the residential area of Al Mansour in what the US said was a leadership attack yesterday afternoon. You see, this is one of the main things that this phase of the war, according to many people, was the one that was going to be the most dangerous, more dangerous than the US bombings, more dangerous than the anti-aircraft retaliation. This part of the war, when it would move into the streets of the Iraqi capital, where the seat of power is and where there is a leadership that has made it very clear from the beginning that it would not give in. Well, that is why many people thought that this was going to be the most dangerous phase of the war, and I think we've just entered that phase now. And so people were initially, just when that started, scrambling to try and move from neighborhood to neighborhood, but now I think they will be getting the message that there are very few neighborhoods where they'll be safe, because that residential area, again, that was bombed by bunker-busting bombs in the middle of the afternoon. It's a commercial area, middle class, upper middle class residential neighborhood with embassies all around. Well, people will be wondering where they can be safe in the Iraqi capital. Michael?
Reem Brahimi in Amman, Jordan, as always. Thanks, Reem. Let's go now to Central Command, CENTCOM as it's called, in Doha, Qatar, where Tom Mintier has British Group Captain and spokesman Al Lockwood with him. Hi, Tom. It has been a very eventful morning here. Bring us up to date on what you've been able to find.
Most definitely a very eventful morning in past 24 hours indeed. In less than 3 hours, CENTCOM will have its briefing in this room where the questions will focus around first the attack in downtown Baghdad on what they call a target of opportunity, a leadership target, and then later in the time frame this morning, the exchange of fire and attack on a position with Al Jazeera in Abu Dhabi. Joining us now is Group Captain Al Lockwood. This target of opportunity they talk about, apparently the second direct time they have attempted with heavy weapons to take out Saddam Hussein.
Yes, very much so, Tom. Good information received last night, accurate information, enabled us to locate Sadaam Hussein and apparently key members of his leadership in a building in Baghdad. A quick reaction by air forces targeted the building with precision weapons, so the building was destroyed. Initially from the States came the word that they believe that Sadaam Hussein had been killed, but they've tempered that slightly this morning and say they're looking for more evidence before they can confirm he was actually in that building or not.
Looking for more evidence, that's going to be very difficult because this is an area of town that is not controlled by the coalition. To collect the evidence, you need to be on the ground. My sources tell me they're probably willing to fight their way into the area where the impact was to do the evidence collection.
Yeah, well, I obviously only have open source reporting on that, and if they need to get that evidence, I believe that they will go very quickly to try and achieve it.
What about tactically? What we're seeing here in Baghdad, the tanks on the bridge, close air support, it is what we've been hearing for days, if not weeks, what the Americans did not want to do. They did not want to get involved in an urban warfare situation. Is that where they stand now?
Well, we're not in what you'd actually call a classic urban warfare situation. The part of the city that we're attacking is the part where the regime hold their control from. It's where all their public buildings are, and it's obviously where we anticipated the most resistance. We're making very much a clear statement to the people of Iraq that we can attack as we wish their the regime's so-called symbols of power, and we will destroy them if resistance is encountered. What we're showing the people of Iraq is that this regime is finished. We're destroying their influence, we're destroying their symbols of power, and that we're going to free Iraq from Saddam Hussein's regime.
Is Basra a model of what happens once you take control of the city?
Well, we're very fortunate, I have to say. Some careful planning and a bit of luck, but an extremely successful military operation into Basra over the last 2 to 3 days. The final part of the operation was carried out yesterday afternoon when 3 Para-Brigade went through the old city in Souk. Light resistance, but the majority of people they met were smiling, cheery citizens of Basra, keen to see us as liberators.
Let's go to the part of the story that's been controversial ever since Saturday night when the residence of the man known as Chemical Ali was hit. 1 minute, some British officers are saying he's dead. The next minute they're saying he might be, couldn't be, might be somewhere else. He's eluded. There have apparently been several times when he has been targeted, or the people he's with, the leadership people, and missed.
Yes, very much so, and of course we're getting mixed messages. We've had 2 or 3 very reliable reports that in fact he was in the building and obviously successfully attacked. I think we need hard evidence now, which is going to take time. Certainly we have not stated on the UK military side that he has been killed, but we are now taking every step we can to clearly identify who was in that building by whatever means necessary to prove that hopefully he has been...
The following day his bodyguard was confirmed to have been one of the casualties. Are you using that as an indicator to say that by close proximity Chemical Ali would have been within 10 feet of his bodyguard?
I believe actually that he was seen moving into the building. The problem is, of course, we don't know if he moved out of the back during the time of the strike. Yes, his bodyguard was found, and a man known not always to be close to Ali's side, but I think we're going to have to take a little bit more time to get clear evidence that he was actually in there.
All right, Group Captain Al Lockwood, thank you very much. We should hear in this CENTCOM briefing details of this strike against the target of opportunity, as it's being called, believed to be Sadaam Hussein and members of his family. Michael?
Yeah, Tom, just before I let you go, one thing that we heard there in that interview was the very definite phrase, we had accurate intelligence. That's a very unqualified description. It suggests that some extreme confidence there that Sadaam Hussein was indeed inside that building.
My sources have told me that they have hard human intelligence that Sadaam Hussein was in that building. They acted, they said, on hard human intelligence. So let's go back to Group Captain Al Lockwood. You talked about the intelligence of the attack on the leadership target last night in Baghdad, Sadaam Hussein. How good is that intelligence?
Well, all I can say is it was a very clear indication to us that he was in that building. I can't obviously talk about sources.
All right. So hard information that Sadaam Hussein was in the building when the airstrike was called in. As I said, we'll have to wait and see what is found in the building. Something may come into shape clearer in the day, or if indeed the coalition forces move into that area and take control of the site where the bombs were dropped, that would allow them to do a forensic examination, which is probably going to be required for confirmation. Michael?
Indeed. Tom, thanks for that follow-up. Yes, indeed, extreme confidence there coming from CENTCOM about their intelligence, which could have been Iraqi informants on the ground, or perhaps special forces on the ground. We know that special forces have been inserted into Baghdad, been there for some time. Very interesting to follow that development. Let's go now to southeastern Baghdad. CNN's Martin Savage is there, embedded, as many would know, with the 7th US Marines. He joins us now by video phone. Martin, what is the latest since we last spoke?
Well, Michael, the Marine unit that we're embedded with came into the actual city of Baghdad early this morning, actually, before the sun came up, crossing over a canal and then entering into Baghdad proper. As they came in, they came through a grove, a huge grove, almost a forest of palm trees, and there they came under attack and under fire. As they suppressed that and began to investigate, they found a huge stash of artillery pieces, anti-aircraft guns, and other various forms of ammunition and hardware. And so the Marines quickly went about the job of destroying it. This is sort of demolition that is done on the fly here. The Marines are obviously still trying to push forward through their objectives. So this is not something carefully planned and drawn out as you might do with a specific demolition team. Instead, it is Marines going through the underbrush there, quickly locating the Iraqi artillery, and then using either hand grenades or incendiary grenades, lobbing them into place there, and then running out of the way before they detonate. And there's not only the danger of the initial explosion, but of course all the ammunition that supports that artillery that is there. And as a result of that, there are secondary explosions that come and go quite frequently. So this was occupying about a good part of a half hour to an hour for those forces as they went through that palm grove and methodically, piece after piece, wanted to make sure it wouldn't be used again, wanted to make sure specifically if anybody came in behind them, they wouldn't be using it to attack them from the rear. And that was their operation there. Then they moved into an industrial complex. They did run into fighting there. At times the fighting was intense. Tank fire, mortar fire coming at them. Also heavy machine gun fire outgoing. The Marines were heavily outgunning whoever was attacking them. And they came across a stash of what appears to have been a Republican Army Guard headquarters, or at least a position that might have been in place there to defend. They didn't find anybody there. They did find a lot of equipment that appears to have been abandoned in a hurry, including chemical suits, gas masks, rubber boots, gloves, canisters, and medicines, including, we are told, atropine. Atropine is sort of an antidote that
All right, we'll be getting back to that report from Martin Savage when we reestablish audio communication, and we'll be going back, of course, to Michael Holmes in Kuwait shortly. But for now, this, as we mentioned, coalition warplanes are on patrol targeting sites in Baghdad. So what next for President Sadaam Hussein, if indeed he is still alive, and what happens now to his regime? Joining us with some insight is Jonathan Isle. He's a military analyst with the Royal United Services Institute in London. Thanks for being with us as always. A quick word on what we saw there from Martin Savage. It looks like low-level guerrilla warfare at this point. Do you agree with that analysis?
It is indeed, and we're moving much more in that direction. What we're seeing is actually a combination of things. In some parts, in the plains of Iraq, in the center of Iraq, it is still very much a traditional war, meeting up some organized military opposition from the Iraqis. So it was over the last 24 hours around Baghdad airport, where there were 6 organized Iraqi counterattacks against Allied forces. But increasingly what we see even on the streets of Baghdad is low-level opposition. This is what military commanders are always very frightened of. This is where you can start losing soldiers very, very quickly.
Now let's talk about how coalition forces led by the U.S. in this instance have entered Baghdad. Now they've entered the center of Baghdad. Will they be staying there? And the other question is, where are the Republican Guard divisions we spoke so much about before those coalition forces attacked the Iraqi capital?
Well, the last 24 hours dispelled an enormous amount of our assumptions. It appeared over the weekend that the incursions of the US into the Iraqi capital had a more psychological impact rather than a military one. It now looks as though they're being transformed into core military presence by the United States on the ground. They are unlikely to withdraw. What we're seeing now is much more a battle for the control of the main arteries, like bridges and highways, in order to allow the entry of much larger numbers of troops into Baghdad, which I'm confident we will see in the next 24 hours. As to the Republican Guards, we know that 3 out of the 6 divisions have been destroyed. I suspect that the rest has simply evaporated. Most people just went back home.
Okay, a quick overall look at Iraq now. Assuming that coalition forces can control Baghdad, or at least have a presence in Baghdad, does that mean that militarily there is a victory for that side of the conflict, considering other cities such as Basra, such as other cities in the south of Iraq and the north of Iraq are not 100% secure?
No, they're not. And this is what we've seen in the last few hours in Basra, in the southern city, which the British have more or less overrun. But at the same time, it is very clear that the military are not very good at running a civilian authority. The key would be whether the military occupation could quickly be transformed into a civilian administration, which is in the hands of the Iraqi administrators. If it is not, then we're going to see the kind of looting that we've seen in Basra over the last 24 hours.
Yes, because from an occupying force, you need to become a policing force eventually.
Indeed, and the British are trying very carefully to make a distinction. They say that they want to support the civilian authority rather than become the civilian authority. The reality is that the choice does not always lie with the coalition forces that enter.
We'll be talking much more about that angle of the story, of course, with you, Jonathan Isle. Many thanks for being with us, our defense analyst in the studio. CNN's coverage of the war, of course, resumes after the break. When we come back, we'll have an update on the latest from the southern city of Basra. Stay with us. You're watching CNN.
Hey, I'll get this. Besides, I get airline miles. With your business card? Huh.
What is your credit card doing for your small business?
You earn miles on everything you buy? Yeah, from supplies to travel expenses.
The Citi Platinum Select Advantage Business Card. Call now and you could get 1 mile for every $1 you spend. Miles that may never expire. Plus 10,000 bonus miles.
I use my miles for car rentals, hotels, on over 25 top airlines, even a well-earned vacation.
Plus, get benefits like account summaries, business discounts, online fraud protection, and more. Call now to request your card.
I'd like the Citi Advantage Business Card and 10,000 bonus miles.
And soon, your miles could take you almost anywhere.
Oh, Paris is great. And flying free? Makes it even better. Smart business decision.
The Citi Advantage Business Card.
Call now to request your card and 10,000 bonus miles.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the war in Iraq. I'm Michael Holmes in Kuwait City. Let's bring you up to date. Well, for several hours now, we have been watching battles in various parts of Baghdad. During the fighting, a number of buildings have been struck. Not only Iraqi government offices, but at least one housing the media outlet Al Jazeera television. An injured Al Jazeera reporter who was carried outside later died. And we have seen coalition warplanes in the skies over Baghdad the last several hours. Also US tanks on the ground. At least one tank was seen firing at a building. Not far from there, fighting was reported at a presidential palace that US Marines entered on Monday. It is the second day US forces have occupied sections of the Iraqi capital. British troops are in control of the heart of Basra in the south. It is Iraq's second largest city and the site of some of the most intense fighting of the war so far. But when the majority of troops rolled in, they were surprised by the response, or lack of it. Alex Thompson reports.
Yesterday we saw the British Army storm into Basra. Today we saw them walk in. Tonight, British military commanders are saying the Ba'ath Party, Sadaam Hussein's machine, is dead in Basra, Iraq's second city. It wasn't a pre-dawn raid. The paratroopers simply drove in confidently at around breakfast time. it was civilised from the word go, convoying up to their forward position at the edge of the city itself, seized by tanks only yesterday. All the time escorted in the air by Cobra attack helicopters, but their guns too stayed silent. All round the compound of the forward position, Red Crescent teams all day have been carting away the bodies of militias killed in yesterday's assault. The British too lost 3 men, 2 of them at the entrance to their forward compound at the gates of Basra.
There's a lot of weapons around here. The place is awash with it. You can see that. There are a lot of defensive installations, and we'll need to spend some time in a city this size to complete the job and consolidate it and reassure the people and bring some security and stability to the city.
For a minority, it had been a bloody Sunday. For the majority, perhaps, a happy Monday. 700 British paratroopers who walked and walked and walked. They didn't shoot, nor were they shot at. By mid-afternoon, they were running out of Basra to walk through.
It's not been too bad, considering the information that we got. It's not been too bad, actually. It's been fairly quiet.
Excellent, thanks a lot. You've been told to move. Cheers. He didn't have time to chat, but his boss of bosses certainly did.
The important thing is the regime is being removed. I don't think the regime falls like a tree. There's still some more work to be done. We need to make sure that we secure what we've achieved so far and continue to expand it.
Yesterday it was the armoured advance into Basra. Today the infantry. You've got paratroopers right on the streets of central Basra. They're saying they control 80 or perhaps even 90% of the geographical area of the city. And many are saying to me they haven't had a single shot fired in anger against them all day. The army will see it as a clear vindication of their gradual probing move into the city, and a repudiation of those who argued that paras or tanks on Iraqi streets would mean a bloodbath. But, as ever, caution's the watchword. Tempting to sort of jump to phrases like the British Army has now taken Basra. What would be your description of it?
Well, I certainly wouldn't say that the British Army has taken Basra, because we haven't completed the job yet, and it's certainly not over till it's over.
And the reaction? Mass euphoria? No. Widespread relief? Definitely.
We are very happy for this freedom. I thank you, thank you. And we are enjoying this, all the people in Basra very enjoy. Thank you very much.
We demand government. Why? There is confusion, anarchy. There is no order here now because there is no government.
There certainly is anarchy and confusion. This afternoon, people in Basra were going at their looting on an industrial scale. Trucks, carts, water tanks ripped off rooftops. The army couldn't stop it, wouldn't stop it. Sadaam Hussein ripped off his people for a generation. A little redistribution, perhaps, as the people got their own back, ransacking any government for which read Ba'athist building. It was truly a day in which Ba'athist symbols and peoples were swept aside. By dawn, Marines were inside the Fedayeen headquarters, the militia HQ, also one of Sadaam Hussein's presidential palaces on the banks of the Shatt al-Arab waterway. During the day, soldiers seized this prison. The building was also a torture centre, according to Adnan Sakir, who showed his scars to back up his claim, as well as the cell in which he said he'd been tortured by a regime that will not disappear overnight. Well before sunset, British soldiers were withdrawing from the city centre, leaving Basra without law, without government. The Baathists beaten, the British regrouping. But another dramatic and relatively bloodless chapter has been written into the long history of this ancient city.
I was speaking about that.
All right, that was Alex Thompson reporting there on British troops in Basra. I want to bring you up to date on this explosion that has occurred at the Palestine Hotel on the eastern side of the Tigris River. It's where most of the international media are based, since they had to move from operations in a government building that was bombed. What you're seeing there is a gathering of journalists as they exited the hotel after the explosion, which we're told took place next to a balcony on about the 15th floor of the hotel. 3 Reuters journalists, now this is according to Reuters itself, the Reuters news agency, have been injured. A Reuters reporter, a photographer, a television cameraman taken to hospital. The extent of their injuries not immediately clear. Now, it is still also unclear what the source of this explosion was. Clearly, it was not a bomb per se, but rather either a rocket or a missile that struck the building. Associated Press, you can see the impact, by the way. They're about 3 stories down next to the balcony there, where that the impact of what was either a shell or a missile, most likely a shell from the damage, you can see there. A missile would most likely have caused more damage. AP, the Associated Press, for its part, is reporting that US troops had said snipers had been shooting at them from the roof of the hotel. Again, no independent confirmation from our sources as yet as to that claim, but AP, the news agency, reporting that US troops said they were taking fire from snipers in the hotel and could see men on the roof with binoculars surveying their position. Need to point out that the roof is a place where journalists also broadcast from, and there is always a lot of activity on that roof. People with binoculars on that roof would not be surprising. It would not be unusual for journalists to be surveying the situation with binoculars. You can see there the roof itself, some satellite dishes there, and you can see these pictures from LBC, Lebanese Broadcasting Company. First time I've seen these pictures too. Journalists scampering to get clear, obviously, although the shell itself had struck well up in the building and caused damage to what appeared to be one hotel room. As we say, not immediately clear how many casualties, how many wounded there are, other than Reuters reporting 3 of its own injured, and the extent of their injuries not yet clear. A reporter, a photographer, television cameraman obviously has seen some confusion as journalists left the building and gathered on a grassed area that's out the front of the Palestine hotel. Some curious reports coming out at the moment. It will become clearer, we hope, in the minutes and hours ahead, but AP reporting US troops had said they had been taking sniper fire from that building, which is full of journalists, and but that right does not make it clear whether US troops fired at the building. Okay, stay with us. We'll be back after the break and we'll update you on the latest as we know it, plus also a look at rebuilding Iraq. George W. Bush, the US President, Tony Blair, the British Prime Minister, discussing their visions for post-war Iraq.
Wolf Blitzer takes you inside the war in Iraq.
U.S. troops on the ground.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
I'm sick of dealing with you. I'm sick of...
I work 6 days a week. Who do you think you
Stand
are?
Up straight. Don't you ever talk back to me again! You just shut up!
What are you crying about?
What a child learns about violence, a child learns for life. Teach carefully. We can show you how. Act against violence. Call 877-ACT-WISE for a free brochure.
You know his name. You know his face. Now meet him in person. One of the biggest stars of Cartoon Network is headed your way.
Yabba dabba doo! Down to Foothill Ranch Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Saturday, April 12th at 11 a.m. to see Fred Flintstone's first Orange County appearance.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
And indeed, it is time for the latest developments now. At least 2 US tanks appeared on a bridge in central Baghdad. At least one of them fired more than once. The Associated Press reports Iraqi forces mounted a major counterattack, sending buses and trucks full of fighters over the Tigris River against US forces holding a key intersection in western Baghdad. US forces tell the AP at least 50 Iraqis were killed. Abu Dhabi television showing pictures of what they said was US forces peppering a high-rise with heavy machine gun fire. Also, at least one, perhaps two tank shells. The building, part of which erupted into flames, is located near a presidential palace compound. It is the second day that US forces have occupied portions of the capital. Coalition warplanes struck a building in which US Central Command says President Sadaam Hussein and other top officials were thought to be. There's no independent confirmation that he was actually there, but sources in the Iraqi capital say at least 9 people were killed in the raid, which took place in an upscale residential neighborhood. 13 people were wounded. US warplanes continuing to circle over Baghdad, some at very low altitudes. US military officials confirm at least 2 bombing runs were made on the Iraqi capital Tuesday morning. And the war has claimed the life of another journalist. The Arab television network Al Jazeera says one of its reporters died in what it says was a US airstrike. The Qatar-based network says another of its journalists was wounded when the building housing its offices and those of other Arab media groups was hit. Well, let's get more now on the developments in Baghdad. I'm joined by Chris Plant at the Pentagon. Chris, I don't know if you've been able to work the phones on what has been occurring, particularly recently with the blast at the Palestine Hotel, but you tell me what you do know.
Well, what we're getting here, and we did go and ask both at the Pentagon and at the Central Command in Doha as to whether these people were being deliberately targeted, and the Al Jazeera gentleman in particular. And what we're being told is that they absolutely did not target this media center, that they absolutely do not target civilians, that they only target legitimate military targets. They insist that the gentleman from Al Jazeera found himself in the middle of a war zone, in an ongoing war zone, that it was a hazardous area, that the United States military had suggested quite strenuously to all media organizations that they could not provide for their safety regardless of their location if they were in the midst of a war zone. And I can tell you that based on conversations that I've had with U.S. military officials and that I know senior management from U.S. media corporations here in the U.S. Were told very bluntly by Pentagon officials that they would not take any special steps to avoid involving news media in these targets if combat was ongoing. They explained that if, for example, the Al Rashid Hotel, where many journalists have stayed in the past, found itself with anti-aircraft artillery on the roof, or if they believed that there was command and control in the basement, that the Al Jazeera Hotel would not be safe. But in this instance, the one official here at the Pentagon did say that he regrets the loss of this man's life as they would with any other civilian, but that they do not target the civilians. The man knew the risk that he was taking when he put himself in the middle of the combat zone, and while they regret it, there's not much that they can do to prevent things like this from happening in a combat zone where there's a lot of free fire going on.
Chris, meanwhile, elsewhere in the city, advances being made. The Pentagon commenting on one in particular, and that would be the targeted attack, as it were, in a residential neighbourhood where they say that they believe Sadaam Hussein may have been having a meeting.
That's right. That was at about 3 p.m. Baghdad time yesterday now, and according to what we have been told here and from officials in the region, they had intelligence, the U.S. had intelligence information that indicated that President Sadaam Hussein and his 2 sons, Uday and Qusay, who to a large extent are in charge of the Republican Guard and the Special Security Services, were going to be at this location at a specified time. We're told that this was based on a variety of forms of intelligence, including human intelligence, which, generally speaking, is considered to be more reliable. It's not clear what that human intelligence may have been, whether it was an Iraqi military official close to the inner circle that may have known about future movements of the president and his sons, or whether it was perhaps U.S. Special Operations Forces that had physically had their eyes on the leader or had been tracking the movements of these leaders of the Iraqi regime. But they did call in an airstrike, not from small tactical aircraft, but from a large B-1 bomber, the B-1B Lancer bomber, which is a long-range heavy bomber, not generally typically used in this type of situation, but that 4 bombs at 2,000 pounds apiece, 4 of these GPS-guided, the satellite-guided bombs, were delivered on this target, and it, from what we've seen in the videotape, obviously caused a great deal of destruction on that site. Indications are, according to White House officials and senior White House correspondent John King, indications are that they are confident, or at least very optimistic, that they may have been successful at decapitating the regime, which of course was the opening salvo of this conflict on the 19th of last month. The first move was to try to decapitate the regime in an effort to stave off actual combat, which then ensued because it was murky from that point on as to what happened, in the U.S. claiming that these videotapes that have been produced since were somewhat suspect. But I'd have to say that the fact that they said that they targeted President Hussein yesterday and his sons is essentially an admission that they have concluded that he survived that attack and that he is alive. It would be the first, although not stated, it would be the first admission by the administration or by the coalition that they believe that Saddam Hussein was alive, and they targeted him again yesterday, again in a residential area, certainly a controversial move, apparently a significant number of civilian casualties involved in that too. So it's one of those military balancing acts where a difficult decision had to be made, and they decided that they were confident enough in the intelligence information that they went ahead and struck this residential area, knowing that civilians might be in harm's way, but in the hope from their perspective certainly that it would shorten the duration of the conflict and in the end reduce the number of both civilian and military casualties in the end. Michael?
All right, Chris, thanks. Chris Plant there at the Pentagon in Washington. Snippets, more information coming in every minute or two about this incident at the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad, the place where most media are based. AP is reporting that what you see there is the result of a tank shell from a U.S. tank. AP had reported earlier, quoting U.S. soldiers, not really sourcing it any better than that. U.S. soldiers had reported taking sniper fire from this hotel, where the media is broadcasting by and large, and had responded. Now they're reporting that it was a tank shell that hit that room, we're told on about the 15th floor. Reuters now reporting that 4 of its people have been wounded, a reporter, a cameraman, a photographer, and also a technician. Obviously, in the early stages of an incident like this, preliminary information is obviously wrong, or at least cloudy, and so confirmation is something we await. But these are the reports that we're receiving from wire services in Baghdad. Hala.
Well, Michael, as we bring you, of course, live pictures of fighting and reports of what's going on in this war in Iraq, there is talk of post-war Iraq. U.S. President George W. Bush and Britain's Prime Minister Tony Blair are meeting in Northern Ireland to discuss the post-Saddam era. U.S. Secretary of State Colin Powell says the two will discuss differing views, though, on the role of the United Nations. Correspondent John King reports from Belfast.
U.S. officials say the Belfast summit will endorse a broad advisory role for the United Nations in post-war Iraq. As Mr. Bush arrived for the talks, senior aides said talk of a major transatlantic rift on the issue is exaggerated. Prime Minister Blair's government once again made clear it wants major UN involvement.
It's absolutely clear that we want to see UN authority for the operations there in exactly the way that we did in operations in Afghanistan.
But Mr. Bush is adamant that the United Nations not have the lead political role in Iraq, as it did after the fighting ended in Afghanistan, East Timor, and Kosovo. Secretary of State Powell negotiated with UN Secretary General Kofi Annan throughout the weekend. And Annan sounded as if he now accepts the White House view.
Iraq is not East Timor, and Iraq is not Kosovo. There are trained personnel. There is a reasonably effective civil service. There are engineers and others who can play a role in their own country.
The administration will quickly establish a U.S.-led civil administration in Iraq and says it will then gradually transfer power to a new interim Iraqi authority,
which will be developed by Iraqis themselves in close consultation with coalition members who, after all, have shed their blood and expended their treasure to bring about the liberation of Iraq.
U.S. officials say the draft Belfast communique envisions a lead UN role in humanitarian efforts and calls on the Security Council to endorse the new interim Iraqi authority. A U.S. team will head to Iraq this week to prepare to get that new interim authority up and running. And Secretary Powell says the focus on post-war Iraq in the summit talks here is critical because, in his words, the hostilities phase is coming to a conclusion. John King, CNN, Belfast.
At the United Nations, Secretary General Kofi Annan stressed his belief that only the world body can bring legitimacy to the process of rebuilding Iraq. UN Undersecretary Sashi Tharoor says the organization is waiting to learn how it can contribute to a post-war Iraq.
I think what we're hearing is that the British and the American presidents have been discussing this issue. I'm sure that once they come to an agreement, they will need to persuade the 13 other members of the Security Council as to what exactly they see the UN doing. From our point of view, we have a real humanitarian role. You've just heard my colleague talking about the great needs there, particularly in the health front, also water shortages. Our UN agencies, UNICEF, the High Commissioner for Refugees, the World Food Programme, the World Health Organization, they're already on the ground, already trying to do what they can, and they will have a lot more to do when this war is over. Beyond that, it all depends on what mandate the Security Council gives us.
Well, UN officials say Annan plans to visit Britain, France, Germany and Russia this week. They say he's searching for a consensus among Security Council members for a political role for the Security Council in post-war Iraq. Okay, let's take it back to Michael now in Kuwait.
Hala, thanks very much, and I'm going to take it straight away to Doha, Qatar. There is some breaking news coming out of CENTCOM. Our Tom Mintier is based there covering it for us. Tom, what can you tell us?
We do have confirmation that an A-10 Warthog or tank buster, the one that was seen or like it over the skies of Baghdad this morning, has crashed at the newly named Baghdad International Airport. CENTCOM says that the pilot did eject and was safely rescued. Again, A-10 Warthog or tank buster has gone down. They would not say if it's been shot down, but it has apparently crashed somewhere near the vicinity of Baghdad International Airport. CENTCOM saying that the pilot did eject from the plane before it crashed and that he has been rescued. Our viewers may remember that this airplane was clearly visible over the skies of Baghdad this morning, dropping flares out. These flares are dropped from the A-10 to prevent surface-to-air missiles from taking it out to redirect the heat towards these flares. But this plane was clearly, during the morning hours, flying over Baghdad and dropping its ordnance. Again, not sure if indeed it is the same A-10 or one similar to it involved in other operations, but CENTCOM confirming that the A-10, one at least, has gone down near Baghdad International Airport, and the pilot has been safely rescued. Michael?
All right, this obviously, Tom, coming on a day of very busy activity in Baghdad. Do you have any latest reports on what's been occurring in the centre of the city? We are certainly reporting that the Palestine Hotel has been hit, apparently, according to AP, by a tank shell, a US tank shell.
No confirmation from here. It's a bit early on to get confirmation on what type of shell hit the Palestine Hotel, but it was clear from the pictures we saw on Al Jazeera television that something indeed did strike the hotel. We did see several journalists being taken out of the hotel and taken to hospital, but so far not any confirmation about the activity going on around the Palestine Hotel, at least from this vantage point. There may be embedded reporters out with units that are in the downtown area of Baghdad that may have more information on what's going on the ground with the Palestine Hotel. CENTCOM just very quickly confirming that at 9:15 local time this morning, this A-10 Warthog did indeed go down, crashed near the airport, and the pilot was rescued. No other information on other activities currently going on in downtown Baghdad.
All right. right, Tom, we'll let you work the corridors and get back to you a little later. Thanks very much, Tom Intier there at CENTCOM, and just updating what we're hearing about that what appears to be, or reportedly, a tank shell striking the Palestine hotel. We're also getting reports off Abu Dhabi, I believe, television, saying that at least one of the journalists staying in that hotel was indeed killed. Reuters reporting that 4 of its staff were injured. Okay, we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll bring you up to date on the latest.
Itching, flaking, redness, the distress of psoriasis. Save your skin with psoriasin. 3 effective formulas. Psoriasin relieves the symptoms, helps prevent recurrence. Save your skin and your scalp with psoriasin, and now new psoriasin shampoo.
CNN Today. Coalition forces roll through Baghdad. Elsewhere, U.S. troops discover suspicious material. Plus, a Gulf War vet on his possible exposure to chemical agents. American Morning with Paul Azan. CNN Today, 8 Eastern. You decided. Once again, CNN is #1 for trust and experience. Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news. CNN Tonight as U.S. troops push deeper into Baghdad, the latest on the urban warfare, plus reporters from the front lines, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Are you ready for your study session? Then come down to the Library Gentlemen's Club in Lake Forest. Experience Orange County's hottest showgirls as they show you just how fun studying can be. Hit the books at our full bar, join some classmates for a game of pool, or just relax after taking that hard test. And oh yeah, did we mention the best showgirls in Orange County? Come see what all of Orange County is talking about. The Library Gentlemen's Club, off the 5 freeway and El Toro Road in Lake Forest.
This is my oxygen.
Oxygen is me.
Oh, bruh. Oh, bruh. Oh, bruh. I think she should be president.
Watch it.
Oxygen connects women to the whole world. Let them connect you. Advertise your business on Oxygen today.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Indeed, the latest developments. At least 2 U.S. tanks appeared on a bridge in central Baghdad, at least one of them firing across the Tigris River. The Associated Press reports Iraqi forces mounted a major counterattack, sending buses and trucks full of fighters over the Tigris River against U.S. forces holding a key intersection in western Baghdad. U.S. forces tell the AP at least 50 Iraqis were killed. Abu Dhabi television reports that U.S. forces peppered this high-rise building, a government building, with heavy machine gun fire, also a tank shell or 2. The building, part of which erupted in flames, is located near a presidential palace compound. It is the second day U.S. forces have occupied portions of the capital. Coalition warplane struck a building in which U.S. Central Command says President Sadaam Hussein and other top officials were thought to be. No independent confirmation that he was actually there, but sources in the Iraqi capital do say at least 9 people were killed in the raid on the upscale residential neighborhood, 13 people wounded.
All right, we'll get back to Michael in just a moment. Let's take a look at other stories making news around the world. China's state television reported 2 more deaths from severe acute respiratory syndrome, or the SARS virus. At the same time, Beijing says the outbreak has been brought under what it calls effective control. Various reports put the worldwide death toll at about 100 individuals, with estimates of about 2,600 infected in 20 countries and territories. Unlike some other respiratory diseases, SARS does not respond to common treatments like antibiotics. But health experts say they believe they're closing in on a previously unidentified coronavirus as the source of the illness. News from Africa. Uganda is deploying extra troops to a remote village in the Democratic Republic of Congo to prevent a new wave of killings. The United Nations on Monday confirmed a massacre in Drodro, close to the Ugandan border. UN officials quote witnesses as saying women and children joined a dawn raid on the town Thursday, killing more than 950 people within 3 hours. A UN team reported seeing scraps of clothing and traces of blood above some 20 mass graves. Thursday's killings came hours after the Congo government and rebel leaders signed a political settlement to end several years of conflict. In other news, Fidel Castro's government is dealing a blow to voices of opposition. At least 36 dissidents were convicted Monday and sentenced to up to 27 years in prison. The government accuses them of collaborating with U.S. diplomats to harm Cuba and its economy. In total, 78 journalists, economists, and activists were put on trial. Washington is condemning the trials as, quote, an appalling act of intimidation, unquote. And human rights groups say they've launched a worldwide campaign to pressure Tokyo to extradite former President Alberto Fujimori back to Peru. Fujimori fled to Japan in November 2000 after he was accused of election fraud. He's wanted by Interpol for his alleged role in the murders of 25 people. Human rights groups also claim Fujimori committed various rights abuses. Tokyo has refused to extradite Fujimori on grounds that he is a citizen of Japan. All right, time for us to get an update of the business headlines. Charles Hodson is with us for the latest on that. Charles.
Holla. Well, European stock markets are retreating from the high ground they reached on Monday. Some investors are taking profits after a 5-day rally triggered by speculation that the war in Iraq is nearing an end. Here are the main numbers, or the numbers on the main bourses. In London, the FTSE 100 is currently falling by 1.25%. The Etc DAX losses there nearly 2%. Paris CAC 40 1.5% off at the moment. Zurich SMI off by about 1.33% as things stand right now. Military developments in Iraq are still the main influence on the oil market. Crude prices are falling again, even after OPEC President Abdullah Al-Attiyah voiced his concern about the recent downturn in prices. He's proposing a meeting of the oil cartel in 2 weeks' time to allow its members to discuss the supply situation in a post-war market. In London, Brent crude for May delivery is falling slightly, off 12 cents to $24.46, and US benchmark crude is down 10 cents at $27.86 a barrel in electronic trade. Well, let's get some insight on what's happening in the market. CNN's financial editor Todd Benjamin is here to give us his thoughts. So, 5-day rally, bit of profit taking.
Yeah, and I think the important thing to keep in mind is that the Euro Top 300, an index of the 300 largest companies, so it's a broader index, a good sort of barometer. I've been up 21% since its lows, and yesterday was up 3.5%. It's off today just over 1%. So all these markets really are holding on to the majority of their gains. And I think one reason that they're doing better today than they would otherwise be doing is because there's speculation about the fate of Sadaam Hussein and his sons. Now, for this market to move substantially higher on Iraq-driven news, I think they would need confirmation that Sadaam Hussein was dead.
So it's basically on trust. What you're saying is the markets are really, well, holding these levels is conditional on that, and presumably also the earnings season that we know is coming up next week, not producing too much awful news.
Well, I think the earnings actually aren't going to be good. I think a lot of companies may use Iraq as an excuse, or SARS, or bad weather, but the bottom line is I think the economy is not doing well, and it's having an impact on companies. And I think markets are going to have to come to this realization. Look, at one point yesterday, Charles, the Dow was up 243 points. That is a very big gain, and yet ended up only 23 points. A lot of people are skittish. A lot of people are trading this market, and they want to take the profits short term.
Okay, so it is still very much that trader's market. This is not the market yet, anyway, in which we see big investors, big funds coming in and really putting their hands into their pockets and investing, right?
Well, I still think the jury's out on that. Absolutely right. I think it primarily is a trader's market. And when I spoke yesterday with one of the big investment banks about who's doing the trading, they said a lot of it was hedge fund trading having to cover their shorts, i.e. these were people betting the markets would go down, and when they didn't, they had to buy back stock, and that helps to push prices higher. So I'm still skeptical somewhat of this rally and sustainability.
Todd, thank you very much indeed. Todd, our financial editor. Hala, back to
All
you.
right, and we'll see both of you next hour for another update on financial news. This closes off this hour. Our coverage of the war, of course, in Iraq continues in about 2 minutes. I'm Hala Garani in London. Stay with CNN.
Hey Mom, just wanted to call and tell you I'm in my new house, and I have every light in the house on. Oh, and tell Dad I'm air conditioning the entire neighborhood.
Every year, millions of Americans experience the joy of owning their first home. Call the Fannie Mae Foundation for a free guide to help put you on the path to home ownership and a list of lenders and credit counselors.
Huge explosions rocked Iraq's capital of Baghdad.
Steady parade of flames has been going on for hours.
The sky was ablaze, crisscrossed with tracer fire. It's unlike anything I have ever seen.
Wolf Blitzer takes you inside the war in Iraq.
U.S. troops on the ground.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
I began losing my hair about...
I'm back, and I love my customers. Drive a little 7-Lot. Why pay more? Call Crazy Gear before. 36-inch TV start at $499. Digital camera only start at $149. Laptop to $99. Laptop to $99. You want a Discman? $19.95. Buy a Discman. Where else can you buy TV VCR for $99? I'm crazy.
I'm not stupid. At Crazy Gear.
They're beautiful, aren't they? First one? Yeah. You? 7th. For now.
Mr. Croft, it's time. Around here, things aren't always what you'd expect. Like the Mercedes-Benz C230 Sports Coupe with a powerful supercharged engine and curve-handling electronic stability program starting at $25,670.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
And good morning, I'm Carol Costello. Let's get right to it with the latest developments at this hour. You can hear the gunfire. Parts of central Baghdad erupted into an urban battlefield early today with U.S. tanks and warplanes taking on a high-rise government building along the Tigris River. One of Al Jazeera's television reporters was killed by an airstrike, and a cameraman for Abu Dhabi Television narrowly escaped injury when his location was targeted. Also, U.S. Marines went into an industrial area in southeast Baghdad looking for a fight, and they got one. CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the Marines, says it's a sprawling area of warehouses. Marty reports the Marines had the area surrounded and had a detailed plan for rooting out Iraqi fighters who have taken refuge there. U.S. heavy bombers unleashed 4 tons of high explosives on a Baghdad site where Sadaam Hussein, his sons, and other Iraqi leaders may have been gathered. CENTCOM says the strike was based on intelligence apparently gained from informants. No confirmation on who was at the site, but sources in Baghdad say at least 9 people were killed and 13 wounded. The Pentagon has released video of the fatal blow delivered over the weekend against Iraqi leaders in Basra. The airstrike targeted the home of Iraqi General Ali Hassan al-Majid. He is Saddam Hussein's cousin, nicknamed Chemical Ali, the man who allegedly ordered a devastating poison gas attack that killed 5,000 Iraqi Kurds in the north in 1988. The Arab television station Al Jazeera says one of its journalists was killed when a U.S. airstrike hit a Baghdad building housing Arab media. The journalist, identified as Tariq Ayoub, was carried away from the wreckage in a blanket. You see it there. Another Al Jazeera journalist was injured in the blast. The Pentagon denies it was targeting Al Jazeera. The Palestine Hotel in downtown Baghdad came under fire too today. We have reports now a Spanish reporter was killed. The hotel is known primarily as the home base for many international journalists remaining in the city. Several other journalists were wounded by what appears to be a shell hitting the 15th floor. The source of this fire is not yet known. And we'll soon hear from President Bush. He's in Northern Ireland now, meeting with British Prime Minister Tony Blair. The two leaders plan to announce an agreement on the UN's role in post-war Iraq. Their joint news conference is set to begin about 1 hour from now at 6 a.m. Eastern. Of course, CNN will bring it to you live. And we are now waiting for a news conference to begin shortly with Jessica Lynch's family. Of course, we'll bring you live coverage. Jessica's family is in Germany, where she's being treated for injuries she received when she was taken prisoner in Iraq. She was rescued in a daring raid last week.
A day of fierce firefights again, intense bombing in Baghdad as coalition forces try again to tighten the noose around the city. The big question today, where is Sadaam Hussein? Where are his two sons? Are they dead or are they alive? And was Sadaam inside of a building targeted by a coalition airstrike?
And good morning to you. It's Tuesday, April 8th from CNN's global headquarters in Atlanta. I'm Carol Costello. Good morning, Bill.
Carol, hello again. I'm Bill Hemmer, live here in Kuwait City. As Carol just mentioned, we're standing by for that news conference from Private Jessica Lynch's family. Landstuhl, Germany is supposed to start any minute now. We'll get you there live once it does. In the meantime, though, if you've been with us now, you know there's been some sort of firing at the Palestine Hotel, which is where the majority of international journalists are now housed in Baghdad. The Pentagon and Chris Plano has a bit more information as to what's happening there. Chris, what do you know?
Hi, Bill. What we're hearing here is that the U.S. is saying that there was sniper fire coming from the hotel, at least one sniper, possibly more, and that is why the U.S. military responded. Apparently, from what we can tell, and officials here are not confirming this because they're not certain, but from what we've seen on the videotape, it appears that they responded with rounds from M1 tanks to those locations where the sniper fire was originating. And again, they're saying at least one sniper, possibly more. And they returned fire. They're saying that they were not opening fire on the hotel because it was a hotel or a media center. They say that they specifically go to great lengths to not target civilians, but in this instance, with the sniper fire coming from the building, they did return fire in a defensive fashion. Bill?
Chris, thanks. Chris Plano, the Pentagon live to Landstuhl now in Germany. Jessica Lynch, a very good reunion earlier in the week with members of her family. Her parents are there, and so too are others. Let's listen in now.
Sir, can you explain to me what kind of support the government has given you since this ordeal began?
The government has gave all kinds of support to us. We just couldn't be more proud than what they are doing for us right now.
Right here, please. Has your daughter been able to tell you much about your experiences in Iraq? Have you talked to her about that?
No, sir. We're just kind of letting her take her time at this, and that.
Right here.
Excuse me, going to NBC News. Mr. and Mrs. Lynch, her injuries, are they what you expected when you saw her? What kind of spirits she is physically? How did she appear to you as a mom and a dad seeing her?
Her spirits was real high, and we was really glad to see her condition because we was kind of figuring a lot worse, but it worked out real good for us.
Can you talk about that?
The same. She looks real good, real cheerful. So it was better than I expected, yes.
Right here.
Mrs. Lynch, Claire Shipman with ABC News. When we last talked at your home in West Virginia, you all talked a lot about your faith and her faith. Have you talked to her about how much that might have helped her get through this ordeal?
In a way, yes. When you lose faith and hope, there's not just too much to go on. You got to keep your faith and hope high.
Greg, can you talk about the difference of seeing her and talking with her, and how nice it was to actually, you knew she was okay in here, but then you're actually in the room with her. talk about the difference that made for you and for Deidre?
It really felt good once we seen her and seen the spirit she was in. We knew then she was going to be all right.
Is she talking to you about wanting to go home? Does she say anything about wanting to go home? And does she know how much the country is paying attention to her? How big, for lack of a better word, celebrity she has become?
Not really. She just wants to go home. But I don't think reality's really hit her yet on, on her.
Mr. Lynch, perhaps this question was asked already and I couldn't hear it over here, but could you tell us what your daughter has told you about her time in captivity and about the rescue? Can you tell us what she's told you, sort of related to you, about what her experience was like during the captivity and in the rescue?
Well, sir, we haven't talked too much on that at this time. We're going to let Jessie have her feelings, so when she's ready to tell us something, she will.
Hello. Hi, I'm Sadaam. What do you think about this media attention? How do you feel about this? And what do you think is the principal message you should send to the media and to America right now?
I have an answer.
I'll step up. Sir, the answer to that question would be the media. The reason we're here today is because of the media and the message that we sent out to all the family and support. The media provides a lot for us, and the transportation over here, the media got that out, and it's just great that you all support us the way you have. And any other way, I mean, it could have been worse. The media could have made it more dramatic than what it was, but you guys have turned it around so that the attention is brought towards Jessica and not to us.
Greg Jr.?
Yes.
What have you talked to your sister about? Is she aware of what happened to other members of the
She is aware that the fate of the other members of the 507th and the POWs, but she's real concerned for them. But she's not in the state where she really wants to talk much about that, and she's more concerned on she's looking out for others and not for herself, and it's kind of a way where you would think that she would be on herself trying to get better, but still she's still concerned about the family members of the others.
Is that typical of her character?
That is very typical of her character, and I'm very surprised that she's still trying hard to get herself on her feet, but still she's more concerned for others as well.
Roger.
Yes, what can you say about the Iraqi people who helped your daughter? And another question, you look happy today, but your happiness is not only yours, because the story was around in the world and everybody was worried about Jessica. What can you say about to the other parents, not only soldier parents, but parents around, for example, Italian parents that they were so involved in this story?
Man, we just want to say thanks to everybody who took part in the rescue for that, and we still give out our prayers for not only the troops in Iraq but all over the world that are deployed, and it's just great support. That the soldiers are there fighting for a cause that is definitely known to be done, and the soldiers that rescued my sister, they're heroes as well, and she doesn't really think that she's a hero, but she's a hero as well too.
How do you feel about being sent out to Iraq right now?
Sir, I will go, and I will do my job as well as she done hers. But my concern right now is my sister, and if it comes down to orders to go to Iraq, then so be it.
What's the yellow?
The yellow is for hope for the families that still have lost and missing POWs as well.
Greg Jr., Greg, she had talked about had she made the paper back home. Does she have any idea how big this has gotten? Have you guys had a chance to talk about that at all to her?
Kenny, we're just right now we're just kind of bringing her in slowly. She doesn't realize how big this has become, and she's not into where she's reading a lot of magazines and watching news. They kind of got her isolated from that, and we're kind of slowly bringing her up to what she needs to be, and we just don't want to bring it in too fast for her.
We understand that a friend of hers flew over with her from the Gulf and has been with her. Can you tell us anything about the friend? Was it somebody from basic training, and has that friend helped and supported her?
Ma'am, I really don't know a lot about her friend. I just met her, and I really don't want to release her name right now. But she is a great person, and she's been by her side 24/7, and it's just phenomenal support from her and her unit.
Magazine. What's it like inside the room when you're visiting? What's the back and forth like?
It's real good. It's good just to see her, and it's a good feeling. It's a good feeling to see her, whether we're coming and going or spending a minute or two or an hour or two. It's just great.
Excuse me, Greg.
Yes.
Describe that moment when you all walked into her hospital room. I know there were smiles. There had to be tears as well.
There was tears. That was the. I had shed a few tears before, but that really, it hit me hard when I walked in that room, and it hit the whole family, and it was just good to see her face and the condition that she was in good shape, and the doctors there are wonderful, and the hospital and the community here is just great support for everybody, and it hit the family hard, but we're doing good just to see her now. A lot better than the conversations on the phone.
Has she talked to you all about what she wants to do once she's well? Does she know about all these scholarships, and does she any of that?
As I told Kenny there, that we're trying to bring her up slowly right now. We're not really mentioning anything that they're offering, or she's just more concerned of others right now, and she's wanting to get on her feet, and that's what we want to see her. We want to see her get back to normal, and when she's ready for all that, I'm sure she'll pick up a paper and read it herself.
Does she seem like the same sister you last saw?
Definitely. She's definitely the same person. She's just a little tired now and trying to get better.
What is it about your sister's character that will let her pull through this?
She's very strong in the head, and she's very determined and has a set way of life, and she sees it that she needs to get better for not only herself but for others around her, to show the world, and that they supported her. Now she needs to support them.
There was something about the extent of their injuries when they were getting shot in Iraq. Did that bother you?
It troubled the family a lot because we were so uncertain, and we were lost in the loophole of information, getting it back and forth. But information like that right now, just seeing her and knowing the condition that we see her in is more important than what the stories and the rumors were told before.
Yeah, can you tell us what day was the meeting that you just described, the first meeting where the tears were shed? What day was that meeting, and where did that take place? Where exactly do you visit her?
It was Saturday. It was Saturday evening. Oh, yes, I believe Sunday morning. Sunday morning, sir. Yeah. Sunday morning in the hospital, in the Leinster Hospital.
Has she talked at all about how she focused to sort of keep going through the whole ordeal?
No, ma'am. She has not really brought up anything like that, and right now we're not really mentioning anything. It's just a process, that whenever she's ready to mention something like that, that'll be the time. And right now we just want to see her get on her feet and get better.
Greg, can you just tell us a little bit about, you've been here like 3 or 4 days now. Can you just kind of walk us through what a typical day is like? When do you guys go over to see her? How long do you typically stay? Is there a set pattern, or does it change from day to day?
There's no set pattern. It's just basically, whenever the doctors feel that we're able to see her, then we try to be over there, and we just spend some time with her. Sometimes days are longer, sometimes it's shorter. Right now she's in some treatment, and they're trying to get her back on her feet, and it's no set patterns right now.
What would be the longest meeting you've had, just as an example?
Myself, probably not nearly as long as Mom and Dad, but I've been in there, I'd say, an hour at a time, on and off.
Has she asked you for anything from home?
Other than she wants to go home. That's the only thing she's been asking. But we try to bring her some stuff that she needs. But like I said before, we just want to regenerate on how we just want her to get well. And then when she's well enough, then whatever she wants, then that's what will be provided.
What'd you bring her?
We brought her some, you know, basic like hair stuff. Just minor, just girls. What girls want.
Okay, thank you all for being here to ask some questions and receive some answers from this very brave family who has a very brave soldier of a daughter, and we're glad that you were here today. Thank you very much.
Those are the family members of Jessica Lynch talking for the first time with reporters since arriving in Germany at Landstuhl Medical Center. Not a whole lot of information given by the family indicating that Jessica, anyway, to this point, 19 years of age, has not talked about her days in captivity to this point. We heard him talk about allowing her to take her time in her recovery, and when she is ready to tell us something, she will. She has, we're told, a prognosis that is excellent, but she has an awful lot of injuries too. A head wound, a back injury, fractured right arm, a right leg, left leg as well, right foot and ankle, several surgeries thus far. We're also finding out in the first conversation she had with her parents by way of telephone after she was taken out of that hospital in Nazaré a week ago today, she told her father that she had not eaten in 8 days. This stemming from the convoy that was intercepted on March 23rd, Sunday, near the town of Nazaré. That's a wrap from Landstuhl. Matthew Chance is standing by. If we have Matthew, I want to take you there now live. Matthew, good afternoon there.
Good afternoon to you as well, Bill. And as you say, not a great deal of information coming out of this press conference, but it is the first opportunity that we've had to see the parents of Jessica Lynch since she was brought here to the Landstuhl medical facility in Germany. The medical officer who's in charge of this US Army hospital said that the spirits of Private Lynch were excellent. She said she was doing very well. She was sitting up out of bed in a chair, that she'd been eating solid food on occasion. Now, he also said before the family started speaking, that is, that there is no date yet set for her to return to the United States. She's been undergoing quite serious and intensive surgery on her back to some of those multiple injuries that you mentioned, and quite simply, she hasn't made enough of a recovery yet to take a flight back. One of the interesting things, though, there has been a lot of concern about the nature of the wounds sustained by Private Lynch. There was word, first of all, that she may have been shot. That was later denied by the medical authorities here, who gave her a thorough examination. But on further inspection, it seems that some of the broken bones she sustained that sort of pierced the flesh may, according to the medical officials here, have been caused by some kind of small caliber weapon. They're talking about a pistol or something like that. It's not clear how that was sustained, whether it was sustained when she was in custody or when her convoy was ambushed. We were hoping that some light may be shed on that by some of the family members, if they'd spoken to her about what she went through in captivity and about what she went through when she was captured by the Iraqi forces. But they say the time isn't right for that. They're giving her plenty of space, and they're hoping that, you know, when she makes a more of a psychological recovery, she'll be more open about exactly what happened to her, Bill.
Yeah, Matthew, any idea how long will the family stay there in Germany? The entire time, or will they depart sometime soon?
Actually, we haven't been given any indication of that. They're not showing any signs of leaving right now. They could very well stay in this building right behind me. It's the Fisher House, what they call the Fisher House here at the Landstuhl US military facility. It's here specifically so that US family members of troops can come over and spend time with their relatives that are injured and are recovering in this hospital. So the facilities are here for them to stay as long as they want. And as I say, they haven't given any indication yet that they're leaving.
Matthew, thanks. Matthew Chance at Landstuhl, watching things with the Lynch family there today. Now Carol again at the CNN Center.
Some happy news this morning. Have to talk about the fighting inside Baghdad, though. We understand, about an hour ago, the Palestine Hotel suffered some kind of explosion. The 15th floor was hit. Now inside of that hotel, many international journalists, we understand 5 Reuters reporters were hurt. 1 Spanish reporter was killed. And of course, there are a number of American reporters inside that hotel, too. Reem Brahimi was one of them before she was expelled from Baghdad. She joins us live now from Ahmad, Jordan. And you managed to get someone on the phone from the Palestine Hotel. Tell us about it.
Carol, this is a very sad day for us in the journalistic community. 2 journalists have been killed. I was talking indeed to somebody who was just at the Palestine Hotel literally minutes before this hit against the Palestine Hotel hit the 15th floor of the building where the Reuters journalist had an office. One of the journalists that was hit was from Reuters, that was killed was from Reuters. I understand 3 or 4 of his colleagues at least have been injured, and we're hoping to hear more news on their status a little later. I understand from the person I spoke to that had just left the building that it seemed to be coming from a tank, possibly one of the 2 tanks that are advancing on the Jumhuriya bridge, those 2 US tanks advancing on the Al Jumhuriya bridge nearby. There's been an exchange of fire between those tanks and some buildings across the river from there. It's possible that one of these tanks may have been the one to hit the Palestine Hotel when one Reuters journalist again was killed and 3 or 4 at least injured. Another journalist was killed earlier today, Carol, as you know, journalist from Al Jazeera, when the building that houses Al Jazeera, the Arabic television network's offices, was hit. The office seemed to have been bombed. The journalist in question, Tariq Ayoub, is somebody who also worked for CNN at one point, a very dear colleague. He leaves behind a 6-month-old baby and a wife. He was killed almost on the spot. He was taken away immediately as part of the 2 injured journalists from Al Jazeera, but seemed to have died pretty soon after the house that hosts Al Jazeera was hit. Al Jazeera, as you know, is on the banks of the river Tigris, not far from the other TV, Abu Dhabi, the other Arabic satellite television that was also hit and was taken off air briefly at one point. It's a very, very sad moment, Carol, for all of us. Tariq Ayoub was someone who was very hard-working, an extremely helpful colleague, and we have all had very close ties to Al Jazeera, to our colleagues there. We've worked very closely on the field with them. They've always been extremely helpful, and it's a very difficult situation. As you know, in these times of war, solidarity takes over competition.
Yeah.
And it's a very, very hard moment for everybody.
Definitely so. Let's go back to the Palestine Hotel, because government sources says the media certainly is not being targeted, but we do understand that someone saw snipers on the roof, and maybe that's why this explosion occurred.
I can't comment on that. I don't know. I can't say whether or not that is accurate. I know that from the beginning, the Palestine Hotel, from the beginning of the war, was the hotel where all the journalists were staying. There were very few journalists. In fact, I don't know of any journalists who at the eve of the war, when the war began, were still anywhere else but at the Palestine Hotel. In fact, the Ministry of Information had been hit a couple of times, and this is where we used to work out before the war. In the first few days of the war, some journalists were still going back there to attend press briefings. But when that building was hit, then the press center from the Ministry of Information moved into the Palestine Hotel. So that was clearly it's a big tower. It's quite visible, Carol, and it was a place that was known for all journalists to be there and to work out of the Palestine Hotel, especially as they were restricted in their movements, and it would be very difficult for journalists to go anywhere else than that building.
Right, and we see activity on the roof there. Satellite dishes are located up there, and possibly photographers go up there and shoot some pictures. Tell us about that, because you know, there's some confusion over what forces on the ground we're seeing on the roof of that hotel right now.
Well, yes, one would have to really wonder. This hotel had been, as I say, the place where journalists were going to be covering the war from, basically. It took a while for journalists to get permission from the Ministry of Information to be able to bring all their equipment and the gear that comes with live TV coverage to the hotel from the Ministry of Information. But eventually that permission was given, and a lot of satellite dishes were set up on various areas on the roof of that building. So definitely, I mean, I'm not sure what anyone could have seen from a distance, but again, I would imagine that this was a place that it's a very high building, and it kind of sticks out in the center of Baghdad.
Understand.
Carol?
Understand. Reem Brahimi from Amman, Jordan, thanks very much. Let's go back to Kuwait City and Bill.
All right, Carol, thank you. And listening to Reem talk, I mean, clearly the journalist community who knew these people obviously quite shaken from it. If you go back yesterday, the reports of the Spanish journalist and the German photographer also, 2 people killed along with 2 U.S. soldiers in that missile attack just south of Baghdad. It has been a high price for the military, a high price for the Iraqis, and now we know with every day that goes by here, a high price for the journalistic community as well. We're going to hear from CENTCOM, Carol, in about an hour and a half from now. I want to get you down there now to Tom and Tia, who's watching things in Qatar with more. Tom, what are they saying now?
Bill, as you can imagine, this is where the journalists and the military come nose to nose every day, and the questions have been flying in the hallways for the past couple of hours as to what happened at the Palestine Hotel, who fired the round into the building. So far, no firm answers, but I can tell you this. Just a few moments ago on Al Jazeera, an Arabic-speaking State Department employee came into the room and addressed the Al Jazeera audience, saying that Al Jazeera was not deliberately targeted by the coalition forces. Again, an Arab speaker is now on site here and was called upon to appear on Al Jazeera television just a few moments ago. Asked other information, he didn't seem to have any. As he left the briefing room here where he appeared on Al Jazeera, he was taken into another room and the door was closed and we were not able to comment from him. But the State Department obviously very interested in responding quickly on this issue, if not worldwide, at least to the Arab audience here through Al Jazeera. Bill?
Tom, let's talk about other things in Baghdad right now. How much of a read are you getting in terms of progress on behalf of the U.S. right now, let's say in the past 24 hours?
Well, when you talk to certain strategists of what is going on here, we heard in the last 24 hours from the British commander of all British forces in Iraq calling the strategy that the Americans was using nothing short of brilliant, and say when they write the history books, they will take General Franks's plan and put it on page 1. So I think there is a lot of comment about what's going on and why it's happening. Questions about whether the American troops would indeed stay in the city overnight were not answered here. Apparently some of them did. The fact that on Saturday they made their initial foray in, came back out to the airport, and then returned again. So I think when it comes to strategy, there is of course a lot they're not saying, why these tanks made their way across the bridge, what targets they were going to. They may not say in the briefing here this afternoon. It's quite likely that issues like that will not come up. What will come up was the attack on what was called a target of opportunity last night that took out part of a residential neighborhood with 4 large weapons. Supposedly Sadaam Hussein and other members of the Iraqi regime leadership were found by hard intelligence to be at this location. They took this so-called target of opportunity and brought in an airstrike on the building. That question, I'm sure, will be at the top of the agenda, whether it may be what happened to the Palestine Hotel or the Al Jazeera reporter being killed in the airstrike against their facility. There are going to be a lot of hard questions this afternoon at the CENTCOM briefing.
Tom, thanks. We'll carry it live to our viewers again, 7 a.m. Eastern Time here on CNN. Carol?
Thanks, Bill. It is 5:30 Eastern Time right now. We want to bring you up to date with the latest developments at this hour. Parts of central Baghdad erupted into an urban battlefield early today, with U.S. tanks and warplanes taking on a high-rise government building along the Tigris River. One of Al Jazeera television's reporters was killed by an airstrike, and a cameraman for Abu Dhabi television narrowly escaped injury. The Pentagon says U.S. forces, quote, absolutely did not target Al Jazeera. U.S. Marines went into an industrial area in southeast Baghdad looking for a fight, and they got one. CNN's Martin Savage, embedded with the Marines, says it's a sprawling area of warehouses. Marty reports the Marines had the area surrounded and had a detailed plan for rooting out Iraqi fighters who have taken refuge there. A U.S. heavy bomber unleashed 4 tons of high explosives on a Baghdad site where Sadaam Hussein, his sons, and other Iraqi leaders may have been gathered. CENTCOM says the strike was based on intelligence apparently gained from informants. There is no confirmation on who was at the site, but sources in Baghdad say at least 9 people were killed and 13 wounded. The Pentagon has released video of the fatal blow delivered over the weekend against Iraqi leaders in Basra. The airstrike targeted the home of Iraqi General Ali Hassan al-Majid. He is Saddam Hussein's cousin nicknamed Chemical Ali, the man who allegedly ordered a devastating poison gas attack that killed 5,000 Iraqi Kurds in the north back in 1988. The Arab television station Al Jazeera says one of its journalists was killed when a U.S. airstrike hit a Baghdad building housing Arab media. The journalist, identified as Tariq Ayoub, was carried away from the wreckage in a blanket. Another Al Jazeera journalist was injured in the blast. The Pentagon denies it was targeting Al Jazeera. And we will soon hear from President Bush. He is in Northern Ireland meeting with British Prime Minister Tony Blair. The two leaders hope to announce an agreement on the UN's role in a post-war Iraq. Their joint news conference is set to begin about 30 minutes from now at 6 a.m. Eastern. CNN will bring it to you live. And the family of Private First Class Jessica Lynch says she is in high spirits. About 15 minutes ago, they wrapped up a press conference from outside of her hospital room in Germany. They say Jessica has not yet spoken about her ordeal as a POW in Iraq. U.S. forces rescued her in a daring raid last week. Go live to the battlefield right now with the Marines and CNN's Martin Savage. He is now inside Baghdad, as I said. I know the Marines you were with came under attack, but now they're searching, right?
That's right, Carol. Still going through this massive complex of an industrial facility that's located, well, in the southeast suburbs of Baghdad. The Marine 1st Battalion, 7th Marines crossed over into Baghdad outright before the sun came up this morning. No sooner did they get across a bridge and a canal when they came under attack, at least the lead elements did. They were able to return fire, quickly suppress that, and then the Marines began forging into, well, basically what was a giant palm grove there, and the advanced elements came across a whole stash of Iraqi weaponry that was hidden underneath the tree cover there, including anti-aircraft guns and artillery pieces, as well as loads of ammunition. This is sort of demolition work that was done on the fly. The Marines have an objective to reach. They couldn't stay long to try to get rid of this equipment. So what they essentially did was run through the area and toss in incendiary grenades or regular grenades, and that would trigger explosions within the artillery pieces, and then, as you can hear now, the secondary rounds began going off, and it sounded like a whole war breaking out in the middle of that palm grove. Instead, it was just the sound of Iraqi artillery and hardware being destroyed piece by piece by the U.S. Marines. After that, they then moved on, came into this large industrial complex where we are still working, and it was there that they did run into some opposition from Iraqi forces. We're not sure who it is, whether it's paramilitary, or some semblance of the regular military, or perhaps even some of the Republican Guard. It was sporadic fighting. At times it was heavy on the part of the Marines, but that's because anytime they are fired upon, they make sure that they return fire tenfold compared to what they received. There were tanks that were working the objectives here, armored personnel carriers supported by mortar fire, aircraft flying overhead, even occasionally helicopters, so they had plenty on hand to deal with it. And while they were going street to street, warehouse to warehouse, building to building, then they had also set up a very strong perimeter, again with armor and again with infantry on the ground ready to intercept anybody who might have fled. So the fighting there lasted for about an hour or so. Again, it was sporadic. It was not full on all the time. It has died down pretty much now. And what they are doing is going through these warehouses, because there were a number of these buildings that were said to be sensitive in nature, at least that there had been some intelligence that perhaps they were part of an Iraqi weapons program. So the Marines going carefully through all of those buildings now, securing them and trying to find out exactly what is inside. Carol?
Martin, I was just curious about something. I'm looking at pictures as Marines go through those sensitive buildings, and I noticed they're not wearing chemical suits.
No, they are not. This apparently is not a concern as far as chemical material to be found there. It was interesting that just down the street from this complex, where it appears the Iraqi Republican Guard were dug in, they were not there this morning, obviously, when the troops came in. They did find a large cache of chemical warfare suits, gas masks, rubber boots, rubber gloves, and atropine. Atropine is the antidote that you would inject into yourself if you were exposed to any sort of nerve agent. So large supplies of that on hands for the Iraqi forces. Why they had them were not exactly clear. You could certainly take an educated guess. The Iraqi forces, though, had left their facility and their area had come under what appears to have been a pretty strong air attack. Carol?
Understand. Martin Savage somewhere inside Baghdad with the Marines. Want to head live to the Pentagon right now because it's a question we're asking again this morning. Is Sadaam Hussein and his sons dead or alive? Chris, can you bring us up to date?
Well, there is no clear answer to that right now, Carol. We do know that yesterday afternoon, Baghdad time, about 3 p.m. Baghdad time, a major airstrike was launched against a target in a fairly wealthy residential area of Baghdad, just slightly west of the downtown area. And this was based on intelligence that the U.S. had gathered on the possible whereabouts of Sadaam Hussein and his two sons, Uday and Qusay. It was believed, based on apparently a variety of intelligence sources, including human intelligence, which is fairly unusual in situations like this. It's not clear where this human intelligence came from, whether it was a source inside the Iraqi regime that had some knowledge of the future whereabouts of President Sadaam Hussein and his sons, or whether it was perhaps U.S. Special Operations Forces that had been tracking the movements of these people, but they did track them to the Al-Mansour neighborhood of Baghdad and called in an airstrike. A B-1 bomber was called in for the job. This is a heavy, long-range bomber, carries a massive bomb load. They did drop 4 separate 2,000-pound bombs on this target, and the videotape of the site shows incredible devastation, a massive crater, clearly an enormous amount of explosive power brought to bear on this site. At this point, it's not entirely clear whether Sadaam Hussein and his sons were inside the structure at the time, but B-1 bomber and the payload that it can deliver, if anyone was inside the building, it's extremely unlikely that they survived it. And the fact is that it may be very difficult to make a determination as to whether they were inside the building, again, because of the size of the massive explosions involved in this. Now, as you said, this is a residential neighborhood. It's the kind of area that the U.S. and the coalition insists they go to great lengths to avoid striking. So clearly they were confident in this intelligence, confident enough to strike into a residential neighborhood in the hope that decapitation would bring this war to an end much more rapidly. And of course, the last thing that the Allied forces, the coalition forces, want to do is inflict civilian casualties in a residential area deliberately and then find that it was without cause. This is one of these situations that they discuss in military schools and war colleges. What is the trade-off here? If you can bring the war to an end more rapidly by striking this site and sacrificing some civilians, then in the end, in the final analysis, it reduces the number of civilian casualties. Should the war have to go on for another couple of weeks, it also reduces the number of military casualties. So a high level of confidence from senior administration officials that they were there, a risk, and the results are still not in. Carol?
Understand. Chris Plant live from the Pentagon. And an additional piece of information for you as a result of that bombing. 9 killed on the ground, 13 wounded. Don't know who they are. We're going to take a short break. We'll have much more when we return.
Hey Mom, just wanted to call and tell you I'm in my new house and I have every light in the house on. Oh, and tell Dad I'm air conditioning the entire neighborhood.
Every year, millions of Americans experience the joy of owning their first home. Call the Fannie Mae Foundation for a free guide to help put you on the path to home ownership and a list of lenders and credit counselors.
What about Paris?
Why not the Caribbean? How can planning your next trip be even better?
Mexico?
Knowing your trip could be free.
Hawaii! Yes!
Call now to request the City Advantage World MasterCard, and you can earn free award travel plus get 8,000 bonus miles. And you can use your miles to fly on over 25 top airlines. You'll earn 1 mile for every dollar you spend on everyday purchases and on special purchases too. Call to request your card and 8,000 bonus miles. Plus, now your miles never expire as long as you make a purchase with your card at least once every 3 years. Soon, you'll be on the trip you planned. Use your miles to fly on over 25 top airlines, stay at the finest hotels worldwide, and drive with any major car rental company free. Call now to request your City Advantage World MasterCard and 8,000 bonus miles, and your next trip to almost anywhere could be free.
The power of trust, America's most credible news source, year after year. The power of pictures. Images live the instant the story happens. The power of reporting. More bureaus than any U.S. television news organization. The power of CNN. The most trusted name in news.
Every night at 8 Eastern, CNN takes you live from the front lines. Paul Azan and Wolf Blitzer show you the day's events, what happened, when, and what it all means. In just 1 hour, CNN brings it home, live from the front lines, 8 Eastern.
Back here in Kuwait, I want to talk right now what's happening in Basra and also talk about the humanitarian situation at some point once this aid starts to flow. The Brits tell us right now, again, they're in control of most of Basra, but again, there have been these scenes of looting in the town as of yesterday. Hussein al-Shawishtani is a former Iraqi nuclear scientist, now working with the Iraqi Refugee Aid Council. He's our guest here now in Kuwait City. Good to see you again, and thanks for coming back and joining me here. What can you tell us about the looting, about going through these hotels, taking out furniture and carpets, and essentially the people of Basra taking all this stuff home?
Well, there has been a complete breakdown of law and order in the city. The occupation forces in the town have failed to secure security for the people.
Do you think the British military was ready for something like this?
Well, they should have been, because it's their duty under international humanitarian law. Once you occupy a city, you are responsible for the security and safety of the people and their properties. You cannot occupy it and leave it lawless. And that's what's happened in Basra yesterday.
The other day when we talked, I asked you the question as to whether or not after the war is over and so many thousands of Iraqi men, soldiers, have been killed as a result of the fighting, how do you then win the trust of the people to say, we are here to make your lives better? At the time you said it's still possible. You still think so?
Not really, because it's not only the soldiers that have been killed, it's the number of civilians that have been killed, particularly in the religious towns of Karbala, for example, and also in Hilla. So the Iraqi people, I believe, are extremely upset about the level of the civilian casualties.
How do you then change that at some point? And at some point, how long does that take? Can you put your finger on it?
Well, I'm afraid that there hasn't been any serious effort to change that, because we are still seeing the coalition forces failing to provide security and law and order in the occupied towns. And that misunderstanding is really building up. And I think it's really to the detrimental to Iraqis and the coalition forces.
Let me take the reverse of that, just to shed a different light on it. It's not barely 3 weeks into the war. The war is still ongoing. These things take time, like security, especially in these big cities.
Yes, but they should have planned better for it. They should have had enough resources and people to be in a place as soon as they occupy the towns. At the beginning of the operations, they came to the towns and left them unprotected. Saddam's forces managed to come back and shoot the people. Now that the Saddam loyalists have gone, the thugs have taken over. They are looting everything, and people feel in danger. Their property are not protected. And you cannot occupy a country and keep it like that.
And that was some of the topic that we touched on the other day, too. I want to talk about humanitarian aid. There's a large argument developing right now between the U.S. and the United Nations. In your estimation, who is better suited, in the near term anyway, at delivering humanitarian aid, food, water, medicine, and getting it to the people who need it?
Well, during the operations and immediately for a few days after the operations, the military are the only people on the ground in control of the situation, and they should provide the basic needs, the water, the emergency medicines, and so on. But soon after that, it should be handed over to the UN. They are better qualified, this is their mandate, and the Iraqis will be much more comfortable with NGOs cooperating with the UN agencies on the humanitarian front.
I'm wondering, though, if the security is not in place the way you want it to be and so many others in Iraq, is the military better suited for this because they have the equipment and the protection, at least in the near term anyway?
They should have been, but they have not shown any capacity so far. And I really don't know how much capacity they have to handle the humanitarian needs. They have not really proved to anybody yet that they've been able to do it.
Let's talk about right now in the city of Baghdad. It's possible, we do not know, that Sadaam Hussein, maybe his two sons, were targeted in this massive bombardment yesterday, this home in the neighborhood known as Mansour. This is a neighborhood you know well because you used to live there.
That's right.
Tell us about it.
Well, this is a kind of upper-class neighborhood in the city where most of the professionals were living before Saddam took over. Since then, he has really confiscated a lot of properties or bought them. And most of the Saddam's, Baathists, senior Baathists, are living there. A lot of the neighborhood have been taken over by government and Baath leadership. As a matter of fact, not very far from the Mansour is the headquarters of the Iraqi intelligence organization.
How far away?
It's about a couple of kilometers from the center of Mansour.
Do you see it as possible, though? I don't even know if you can say likely. Is it possible the leading members of the Iraqi government, Saddam Hussein, would meet in a neighborhood like Mansour in a home that is described to us there?
Oh yes, I mean they've always been disguising themselves in civilian areas, and it's very, very possible that they will be meeting there. I mean, I cannot confirm if they were at this particular building that was hit recently, but I mean that's quite feasible, yes.
Yeah, do you think also in 1991 it's been reported that Saddam Hussein was driving around the city of Baghdad in a 1979 red Nissan to avoid or to be essentially undercover? Would he repeat something like that now?
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Saddam has a number of lookalikes. He sends people on different routes to disguise his movements. I will not be surprised if he's hiding in, somewhere in typical village, if you like, clothes, hiding somewhere near Baghdad. And he could have well been at these other buildings with the senior Baathists and his own sons and cousins and trustees, if you like.
Hussein al-Shahristani, you're going to be going home soon, aren't you?
I hope so.
How long?
Well, I hope to go back within a few days to at least to southern Iraq to deliver humanitarian aids.
Good luck. Be safe, okay? Thanks again. Always good to talk to you. Appreciate it. Here's Carol again now at the CNN Center. Carol?
All right, Bill, thanks very much. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll get an update from Northern Ireland on the president's meeting with Tony Blair. We'll be right back.
What happened? I ordered 200 oxen, but they sent us all these little wiener dogs.
200 dachshund. Were you on a cell phone, sir?
Well, yeah.
Static. Here. Now you can get clear calls and do more, because Sprint built the largest all-digital, all-PCS enhanced nationwide network from the ground up. For clarity you can see and hear.
Thanks. Now this would have helped.
Sprint. Clearly a whole new way to look at wireless.
There must be 50 ways the AeroBed saves the day. Like reason 19, you've got the guest room, but no guest bed. Number 3, your guest bed invites your guest to go away. Relax. Just plug in the AeroBed, push the button, and you have a comfortable, adjustable extra bed in less than 1 minute. The new pump is recessed and is 30% more powerful with quad-recoil construction for a smoother surface. It's even adjustable with our exclusive one-touch comfort control. And it can hold up to 650 pounds. Plus, it stores away in seconds. And now you can get the new and improved AeroBed at the same low price.
Call now to get the AeroBed for just 3 easy payments of only $33.
Plus, get this free carry bag and get our 30-night money-back guarantee.
Buy now. That's just 3 payments of $33 or visit a fine retail store near you.
How many ways will you use your AeroBed?
Christiane Amanpour takes you inside the war in Iraq.
They're shooting a little blind right now.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
Are you ready for your study session? Then come down to the Library Gentlemen's Club in Lake Forest. Experience Orange County's hottest showgirls as they show you just how fun studying can be. Hit the books at our full bar, join some classmates for a game of pool, or just relax after taking that hard test. And oh yeah, did we mention the best showgirls in Orange County? Come see what all of Orange County is talking about. The Library Gentlemen's Club off the 5 Freeway and El Toro Road in Lake Forest.
Napoleon. I love the love he has for me. And he makes me laugh.
Napoleon. It's a
pity that such a great man should have such bad manners.
Napoleon, April 8th on A&E.
Advertise your business in original programming on A&E. Call Cox Media today at 679-5200.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
5:51 Eastern Time. Welcome back. If you're wondering what the public perception of President Bush is in the midst of this war, we've got some numbers for you. A CNN USA Today Gallup poll shows 80% of the public views the president as a strong leader. 73% of those polled say he is honest. 70% say he inspires confidence. And 65% of the people polled say he cares about people like you. The survey has a sampling error of plus or minus 3 percentage points. Also, in about 30 minutes, we'll hear what President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair have planned for a post-war Iraq. The two leaders are meeting in Belfast, Northern Ireland now. Our senior White House correspondent John King joins us from Belfast with the latest. Good morning.
Good morning to you, Carol. Also likely to hear from the two leaders, the President and Prime Minister Blair, on their assessment of that dramatic strike last night targeting Sadaam Hussein and other members of the Iraqi leadership in Baghdad. We are told by U.S. officials that both leaders received a briefing this morning from their national security teams on those strikes last night. U.S. officials tell us Mr. Bush was told it was a direct hit, although he also is being told it is far too early to determine who might have been killed in that strike and whether the Iraqi leader or his sons were there, and if so, whether they survived. Now, here in Belfast, the two leaders have spent most of their time, we are told, looking ahead to post-war Iraq and who would run it and how that would take shape after the shooting and the bombing stops. We are told the leaders in their news conference today will say they have agreed that the United Nations should have a broad role in that effort, including a broad role in the humanitarian aspects and the reconstruction of Iraq. And we are told the two leaders will commit to seeking new United Nations Security Council resolutions blessing a new post-war administration in Iraq. What they will not agree to, though, is for the United Nations to take the lead political role once the shooting stops. The United States, through President Bush, has insisted that since it is shedding the blood on the battlefield, it will take the lead in forming the post-war Iraqi administration. The plan calls for a U.S.-led administration at first, gradually devolve to a new interim Iraqi authority. The two leaders will want United Nations blessing of that new Iraqi authority, but not any United Nations management of the system. The big question now coming out of these talks in Belfast is how does that view of the United Nations role in post-war Iraq fit and sit with many of the countries on the Security Council that opposed this war to begin with? France, Germany, China, and Russia among them. The two leaders also will commit to pushing ahead for Israeli-Palestinian peace process in the near future. And one reason Mr. Bush is here in Belfast, he's trying to give the Prime Minister an assist. Prime Minister Blair trying to restart the stalled Northern Ireland peace process. Carol?
Yeah, something I'm wondering about, too, since this war seemingly is rapidly progressing, is when this administering of Iraq will begin.
Carol, it could begin even before the shooting stops in Baghdad. U.S. officials say there is a team from Washington ready to go into Iraq this week to meet with local leaders inside Iraq to begin to lay the groundwork to get this interim authority up and running. British officials this morning were saying they already have identified some local tribal leaders in the Basra area to perhaps take charge of some local affairs. What the U.S. says is critical is that, yes, Iraqi exiles and expatriates and dissidents will come into the country, return to their country to help with the post-war administration, but for this to be viewed as credible and legitimate, the U.S. and British officials say it is critical that they find Iraqis in the country now, including Iraqis who might have had senior roles in the civil administration under Sadaam Hussein, so long as those officials are not tied so closely to the Sadaam Hussein regime. Carol?
John King, live from Northern Ireland, and when the press conference begins from Northern Ireland with President Bush and Tony Blair, of course, we'll take that live. Now we want to head back to Kuwait City, and Bill.
Carol, thanks. Want to get quickly to our embeds. Ryan Chilcutt with the 101st Airborne Division, Central Iraq, I believe. Ryan, understand you got a bit of a battle on your hands. What's happening?
Absolutely. The only battle, Baghdad is not the only battle being fought right now. Elements of the 101st Airborne's 3rd Brigade attacking the city of Al-Hala in central Iraq. Just about 50 miles south of Baghdad, best known, of course, for its role in ancient Babylon. It's home to one of the 7 wonders of the world, the ruins of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon here in this city. Now, the 101st as this just began, Bill, quite literally about 2 hours ago, and the 101st has been moving both infantry, tanks that have been attached to it, personnel carriers. There have been fixed-wing aircraft, both F-18 fighter jets and A-10 Warthog jets, dropping bombs in the city. Also, a lot of attack helicopters, specifically the Kyle Warrior attack helicopter. That's the sound of some trucks carrying infantry going by me right now. Now, there's 2 Kyle Warrior helicopters have already been shot up. They are on their way back to their base. They are apparently going to be okay. Also, U.S. forces here encountering pretty serious resistance from both small arms fire and rocket-propelled grenade fire. Already quite a fight underway here in the city. A lot of artillery. The U.S. using a lot of artillery as well against forces inside. Now, their object of this mission for the 101st Airborne is to seek out and destroy Fedayeen fighters, the so-called paramilitaries by the U.S. military that are still attacking U.S. forces in this area, like we saw in Najaf, like we saw in Karbala. This is in the same link, a link in the same chain. Already, very interestingly, soldiers here, the commanders from the 101st Airborne, are being told by local people that really they are fighting Syrian mercenaries. Now, we cannot confirm that, but the 101st Airborne's leadership is being told that they are facing resistance here, not so much from Iraqi Fedayeen fighters, but from Syrian mercenaries who came here to help President Saddam Hussein. Bill?
Ryan, quickly, was this a surprise, or were they expecting a firefight there in Hilla today?
This was an intentional action. The 101st Airborne intended and is executing a plan to root out Fedayeen in the area. This was not a surprise.
All right, Ryan, thanks. Ryan Chilcote again, central part of Iraq near the town of Hilla. As Ryan pointed out, one of the ancient 7 wonders of the world, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon, not too far from his location now. Carol?
All right. Thank you, Bill. You know, all morning long we've been exploring this question, is Saddam Hussein alive or dead? Are his sons alive or dead? And every bit of new information we get, we want to pass along to you. So let's head now to Central Command in Doha, Qatar, and Tom Mintier. Good morning, Tom.
Good morning, Carol. In about an hour's time, there will be a briefing here at Central Command over the activities of the last 24 hours. One of the major highlights has to be what is called a target of opportunity that was taken last night in Baghdad. Possibly Saddam Hussein, members of his family, members of the regime. An airstrike called into the center of Baghdad. 4 large bombs dropped from coalition aircraft, hitting a large building there. Joining us now, Captain Frank Thorpe, the public affairs officer for CENTCOM. Supposedly hard intelligence, human intelligence, information that Saddam Hussein was in this building when the airstrike was called in.
Tom, we had information there was a meeting going on of regime leadership, key leaders of the regime at this facility in the Al-Mansour neighborhood of Baghdad. And we have aircraft flying over the city, on-call aircraft, if you will, who are available for short notice tasking. And that's what happened in this case. In this case, it was a B-1 called in to strike at this leadership meeting.
Can you tell us if Saddam Hussein was believed to be in the building?
We don't yet have results of what happened in the meeting, what was actually there. We're continuing to do that analysis via various means. That's a part of the city that we do not yet have forces in, so we'll continue to look at the situation.
I'm sure that forensic investigations are going to be conducted. Do you control the area where the bombs were dropped now?
Not yet. The troops that went in yesterday into the heart of Baghdad remained there overnight and are still there, continuing to move. Troops are moving around the city and into the city as we speak. It's an extremely dynamic situation right now.
Let's talk about what people saw on television this morning. They saw an A-10 flying low over the city. They saw 2 tanks come out onto a bridge, moving across the Tigris River. They saw airstrikes being called in, and learned later that an Al Jazeera reporter was killed, that an Abu Dhabi position was fired upon, Palestine Hotel was fired upon. There seems to be a feeling, especially in this building, that journalists are being targeted.
Well, as you know, we don't target journalists, but we will continue to target Iraqi military forces. We're not seeing any organized resistance, but we're seeing small pockets of resistance come up, sometimes fairly fierce, in several different directions around our forces. and as soon as we see those, we engage those forces and eliminate them.
So journalists' positions were not targeted, but you are receiving fire from buildings as you move through the city.
That's exactly right. We have received fire from various different directions throughout the city.
Also, you lost an aircraft this morning at the Baghdad International Airport, and A-10 went down.
We did. In the area of the airport there, an A-10 went down. Don't know yet what the cause of that is, whether it was hostile fire or engine failure or whatever, but very glad to hear that the pilot was able to eject, and he has been recovered and is back in safe hands at this time.
All right, Captain Frank Thorpe, thank you very much. Again, in less than an hour now, there will be a briefing here at CENTCOM headquarters in Doha, where a lot of questions are going to be asked, not only about the attack on the building that was called a target of opportunity, where Sadaam Hussein and other senior leadership figures may have been holding a meeting, but the activities of the last few hours in downtown Baghdad. Carol, back to you.
I understand. Tom and Tier live from CENTCOM, and an update now on the Palestine Hotel that you heard Tom and Captain Lockwood talking about. Our Walter Rogers, who was with Army units on the ground in Baghdad, says a U.S. tank did open fire on the Palestine Hotel, believing there were snipers on top of the building. You heard Tom say that some sort of explosion occurred at the Palestine Hotel on the 15th floor. We understand that 5 Reuters reporters are injured. We don't know about any deaths. We cannot confirm any right now. But a number of international correspondents are inside that hotel, including some American correspondents. In fact, that's where Nick Robertson and Reem Brahimi were for a very long time before both were expelled from Baghdad. We'll have more on this when we continue, but now back to Kuwait City and Bill Hemmer.
Carol, thanks. And quickly to Art Harris by way of telephone, popping up in central Iraq, 2nd Marines Light Armor Reconnaissance. And Art, I understand you've been working your way through the town with the Marines today. Local reaction there is what from the Iraqis?
Bill, we are on the banks of the old Tigris River here, rolled into town, the Light Armored Reconnaissance, the 2nd Marines, looking for trouble, holding their breath, possible Fedayeen suspected here, and encountered a dramatic sandstorm and a dramatic reception of townspeople pouring out to welcome the Marines. They were chanting, "Bush, Bush, Bush," clapping, yelling. I waded across, the bridge, and people just swarmed around me. They ripped up dinar bills with Saddam Hussein's face on it. They slit their throat saying Saddam bad, Bush good, and they just seemed everyone. I have not seen this kind of reception, nor have the Marines I'm with seen this kind of reception for them in the last few weeks. It is overwhelmingly pro-American, pro-U.S., pro-coalition forces. They say they feel freer in recent days through translators. The mayor came up to me and introduced himself, wants me to come into the town and see it. The Marines are holding their breath a little bit because they don't know what's beyond the barriers, beyond the cheering crowds. They want to check out some military compounds here before they rule it a totally friendly zone, but it sure does appear that way, Bill.
Yeah, Art, I'm assuming here, and correct me if my assumption's wrong, I'm assuming because you're south of Baghdad, the majority of the Iraqis you're coming across are Shia. We know their history with Saddam Hussein has not been a good one. Have you come across many Sunnis, and how have they responded, if that answer even applies to you there?
Yeah, a couple of days ago, Bill, more of an even-handed, leery, reserved reception for these Marines. A very well-off landowner invited the commander and his light armored vehicles onto his property briefly, gave them cold drinks, and said, though he did not want them parked on the property, they might scare the farmers, and he did not know what the aftermath might be in terms of retribution should Saddam Hussein survive. And so, they are hedging their bets in some places, but the further south, and it's especially in the case of this village, when I see a TV tower, I see a tall, a very large water tower over the town. It's not small, it's not large, but it is not insignificant, and the reception is certainly not insignificant, Bill. I had a man come up to me pointing at pockmarks on his face and saying Saddam Hussein, biology, meaning biological weapons, so the people here are certainly happy to see the U.S. Marines. Bill?
Yeah, Art, I want to talk a bit more. You mentioned the water tower there in Qasa in the southeast. We're told a water shortage is there despite this huge water pipeline that had been installed by the British about a week, 10 days ago. What's the conditions there in your location? Food, water, supplies, or what now?
Well, the 200 to 300 people on the bridge do not seem to be as hungry and thirsty by any means as the people we've encountered on the roads and in the farmlands in the interior. Bill, this is right on the alluvial plain of the Tigris River, where much of the farming, agriculture seems not much changed since biblical times. And, the grass and the wheat and the rice is growing, and they seem to be subsisting as they have fairly well for many, many years. They're not begging, as emotionally as the other places. They're not saying water, food. They just are saying, we're glad you're here. So the conditions seem to be a little better where the main rivers flow. Otherwise, Bill, it is a land that could use an injection, certainly, of food, water, and compassion. Back to you.
Art, quickly here, one more question for you, if you could, for a second. How aware are the people you've spoken to about what's happening in Baghdad, if at all?
They are somewhat aware, but it depends on the level of education. A white Mercedes was stopped by the Marines a day and a half ago on the main highway about 60 miles south of Baghdad, where we were that day. A man got out, and I asked him through a translator what he was listening to for his news.
All right, Art, I apologize about the interruption. I really wanted the answer. The British Prime Minister and the U.S. President now speaking in Belfast.
Join with me and later today with the Irish Taoiseach in urging the parties to take the final steps towards a lasting peace here in Northern Ireland. It's also perhaps fitting that here in Northern Ireland, a good part of our discussion focused on the Middle East. It's not so many years ago that it would have been said that the peace process here was in far worse shape than the process out in the Middle East. Yet here we are, for all the difficulties in Northern Ireland, able to point back to real improvements in the security and the standard of living of people here, and to point forward to turning progress into lasting change, lasting security and lasting peace, which is what people want to see here. And we've made that progress because of patience and perseverance, and because friends like those in the United States of America have helped us get there. So, to those who can sometimes say that the process in the Middle East is hopeless, I say we can look at Northern Ireland and take some hope from that. I want to thank the President also for the impetus he has given to the two-state solution in the Middle East that he outlined last June, a secure Israel and a viable Palestinian state, and for his decision that the roadmap be published, which, as you know, depends upon the foundation of Abu Mazen's cabinet. Of course, our discussions have naturally continued to focus upon Iraq, upon the continuing military campaign, where once again our forces have performed superbly, and I want to pay tribute to the US, UK and other coalition forces. In all parts of the country, our power is strengthening, the regime is weakening, the Iraqi people are turning towards us. I'd like to pay tribute to the professionalism and the compassion that they continue to show, and to express my condolences to the families of those that have lost their lives in this conflict, and most recently the 3 brave soldiers who lost their lives fighting to liberate Basra. I think anyone who has seen the joy on the faces of people in Basra as they realize that the regime that they detest is finally collapsing knows very well that this was indeed a war of liberation and not of conquest. On weapons of mass destruction, we know that the regime has them. We know that as the regime collapses, we will be led to them. We pledged to disarm Iraq of weapons of mass destruction, and we will keep that commitment. On Saddam, his grip on power has been prized away. He is ruled by fear. But as the knowledge sinks in that we will get the job done, the people realize there's not going to be a repeat of 1991. There's not going to be a repeat of the past. The power of Saddam is ending. And our enemy in this conflict has always been Saddam and his regime, not the Iraqi people. We are the friends of the Iraqi people. So much of our discussion today has focused on how we continue to get vital supplies of food, water and medicines to them, and how we help the process of transition to the day when Iraq is governed by the Iraqi people for the Iraqi people. As we've said, our forces will not stay in Iraq a day longer than is necessary. We will take on the legal and moral obligations that will fall to us as the forces on the ground to stabilize the country, to keep basic services going, to protect civilian life. Then we will help Iraq move as swiftly as possible to an interim authority run by Iraqis. And that in turn is designed to pave the way for a truly representative government which respects human rights and the rule of law, which spends Iraq's wealth not on palaces and weapons of mass destruction, but on the well-being, prosperity of the people of Iraq. And this new Iraq that will emerge is not to be run either by us or indeed by the UN. That is a false choice. It will be run by the Iraqi people. All of us will do what we can to help in that process of transition. We are, of course, agreed, as we say in our joint statement, that there will be a vital role for the United Nations in the reconstruction of Iraq. But the key is that Iraq, in the end, should be governed by the Iraqi people. Once again, let me thank President Bush for coming here. Let me say, as well as our own pride and our own forces during the course of this conflict, we have watched with immense admiration the skill and tenacity and professionalism of the American forces. This is a strong alliance. We're strong allies. And I think day by day, the proof of the wisdom of that alliance grows. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Tony. It's an honor to be with you again. It's really pleased to be here in Northern Ireland. The Prime Minister is a man of his word. He's a man of great ability, deep conviction, and steady courage. He has my admiration, and he has the admiration of the American people. Our two countries are joined in large tasks because we share fundamental convictions. We believe that free nations have the responsibility to confront terrorism. We believe free nations must oppose the spread of weapons of mass destruction. And we believe that free nations must advance human rights and dignity across the world. We believe that the just demands of the international community must be enforced, not ignored. We believe this so strongly that we are acting on our convictions. America and Britain have been partners in Afghanistan, where a terrorist regime has been replaced by a government committed to justice and to peace. At this moment, our military forces are fighting side by side in Iraq to defend our security and to free that nation from oppression. Our governments are working to help bring about a settlement in the Middle East that protects the rights of Israelis and Palestinians, that promotes the peace, that promotes security, that promotes human dignity. In Northern Ireland, the Prime Minister and I are committed to helping the parties take the final steps toward a lasting peace. Later this week, Prime Minister Blair and the Taoiseach will release a plan setting out the remaining actions that must be taken to realize the promise of the Good Friday Agreement. I support, and my government strongly supports, their efforts. In a meeting this afternoon, I will urge Northern Ireland's political leaders to adopt this plan as their own. This is an historic moment, and I ask all the communities of Northern Ireland to seize this opportunity for peace. Prime Minister Blair and I are also reviewing the course of the battle in Iraq. We're spending a lot of time talking about that country's future beyond war and beyond tyranny. As the Prime Minister mentioned, our armed services are conducting themselves with great courage and at the same time great humanity. I'm proud of our forces. I'm proud of the British forces. We're both proud of the Australian forces. We share sacrifices. We share grief. We pray for those families who mourn the loss of life. American families, British families. As this war has progressed, the world has witnessed the brutal desperation, the true character of the Iraqi regime. The world is also witnessing the liberation and humanitarian aid our coalition is bringing to that country as a new day begins in Iraq. In fighting this war, we're taking every precaution to protect innocent life. We're showing respect for the Iraqi people, respect for their culture. There will be difficult fighting ahead, yet the outcome is not in doubt. Iraq will be free. After the current regime is removed, our coalition will work to restore electricity and water supplies, medical care, and other essential services in Iraq. We will move as quickly as possible to place governmental responsibilities under the control of an interim authority composed of Iraqis from both inside and outside the country. The interim authority will serve until a permanent government can be chosen by the Iraqi people. The rebuilding of Iraq will require the support and expertise of the international community. We're committed to working with international institutions, including the United Nations, which will have a vital role to play in this task. This work, when the war is finished, will not be easy, but we're going to see it through. A free Iraq will be ruled by laws, not by a dictator. A free Iraq will be peaceful and not a friend to terrorists or a menace to its neighbors. A free Iraq will give up all its weapons of mass destruction. A free Iraq will set itself on the path to democracy. The end of Saddam's regime will also remove a source of violence and instability in the Middle East. Prime Minister Blair and I are determined to move toward our vision of broader peace in that region. We're committed to implementing the roadmap toward peace, to bring closer the day when two states, Israel and Palestine, live side by side in peace and stability. Peace in the Middle East will require overcoming deep divisions of history and religion. Yet we know this is possible. It is happening in Northern Ireland. You're proving that old patterns of bitterness and violence, the habits of hatred and retribution, can be broken when one generation makes the choice to break those habits. And now this process of healing must be carried forward. The United States and the United Kingdom accept our responsibilities. We accept our responsibilities for peace. We accept our responsibilities for security. Across the world, we are meeting these responsibilities together. America has no finer ally than the United Kingdom, and no finer friend than the Prime Minister. And I'm grateful for his leadership in these crucial days.
Right. Adam.
Mr. President, welcome to Northern Ireland. I wonder if I could ask you how you feel about meeting the leaders of the Republican movement, bearing in mind that unlike Sadaam Hussein, they have directly targeted British civilians, British politicians, members of the British military and the police, and also, of course, that they oppose the war. So you're welcoming Gerry Adams, apparently, and yet you're not going to see someone like the Democratic Unionists, who are a constitutional party opposed to terrorism.
Right. This isn't my first time I've met Mr. Adams or any of the other parties who have committed to the Good Friday Agreement. Matter of fact, I welcomed him to the Oval Office around St. Patrick's Day of this year and last year and the year before. I am honored to have been asked to be here to help move the process along. These are men who have committed to an agreement that the Prime Minister and the Taoiseach worked a long time to achieve. They've signed on to a process that will yield peace. They have agreed to put hatreds in the past. They've agreed to say the history is just that, history, and they look forward to a future in which young generations of Northern Irelanders can grow up in peace. That's what they've committed themselves to. And as a result of making that commitment, I am perfectly comfortable about urging them to see the process through. There is such hope here in Northern Ireland that the past can be broken. And the Prime Minister's right when he says that when the peace process is successful here, it'll send a really important signal to other parts of the world. It'll confirm the fact that people who have a vision for peace can see that vision to become a reality. It's the same vision we need to have in the Middle East. It's a hopeful time in the Middle East as far as I'm concerned. I believe we can make substantial progress. I'm pleased with the new leader of the Palestinian Authority. I look forward to him finally putting his cabinet in place so we can release the roadmap. I believe peace is possible. Being here in Northern Ireland even makes me even more firm in my belief that peace is possible. I've talked at length with the Prime Minister about how hard he had to work to bring the process this far. I'm willing to spend the same amount of energy in the Middle East. And so I hope these leaders hear me when I say that achieve the agreement, because it'll have an effect beyond Northern Ireland. And I think it will. Yeah, Ron.
How reliable was the intelligence that put Saddam Hussein at the site of last night's attack?
Yeah.
Did he survive? And given the incursions in Baghdad recently, is the war nearly over?
You know, I don't know whether he survived. The only thing I know is he's losing power. I know that because of the Royal Marines in Basra worked so hard that the people of Basra are beginning to understand that a couple of things. One, when we said we would come and stay to achieve their liberty, we meant it. That in Basra, for example, the presence of the Royal Marines is providing enough comfort for people to begin to express their own opinions. They're beginning to realize freedom is real. These are people in the south of Iraq that had been betrayed, tortured, had been told they were going to be free, took a risk in the past, and then were absolutely hammered by the Iraqi regime. They were skeptical, they were cynical, they were doubtful. Now they believe, they begin to understand we're real and true. And it's happening elsewhere. Freedom is spreading south to north. And so the only thing I can tell you is that that grip I used to describe that Saddam had around the throats of the Iraqi people are loosening. I can't tell you if all 10 fingers are off the throat, but finger by finger is coming off. And the people are beginning to realize that. It's important for the Iraqi people to continue to hear this message. We will not stop until they are free. Saddam Hussein will be gone. It might have been yesterday. I don't know. But he'll be gone. And they just need to know that. Because we're not leaving. And not only that, they need to hear the message that we're not leaving after he's gone until they are ready to run their own government. I hear a lot of talk here about how, we're going to impose this leader or that leader. Forget it. From day one, we have said the Iraqi people are capable of running their own country. That's what we believe. The position of the United States of America is the Iraqis are plenty capable of running Iraq. And that's precisely what is going to happen.
Andy.
Andrew Marr, BBC News. Picking up, if I could, just on that last point for both of you. Have you agreed whether the United Nations will have any role in selecting the interim Iraqi authority, or will that be entirely for the coalition?
Yes, I mean, when we say vital role for the United Nations, we mean vital role for the United Nations in all aspects of the issue, whether it be humanitarian aid or whether it be helping to stand up a interim authority. The Iraqi people will decide who's on the interim authority. The interim authority is a transition quasi-government until the real government shows up, until the conditions are right for the people to elect their own leadership. And the United Nations will have a vital role. When we say vital role, that's precisely what we mean. That they will be involved, along with the coalition, in helping to stand up an interim authority. But the Iraqi people are responsible for who's on that authority. And Tony can describe what's happening in Basra. You might describe some of the meetings that are taking place as leadership begins to emerge. It is a cynical world that says it's impossible for the Iraqis to run themselves. It is a cynical world which condemns Iraq to failure. We refuse to accept that. We believe in that the Iraqi people are capable, talented, and will be successful in running their own government.
Absolutely. I agree with all that, as you would expect. And can I just make this further point to you? The one thing that is interesting is that as people in Iraq realize that Saddam and his regime are going, as they realize that, they are coming out. And it's not that they're welcoming us because they're welcoming foreign troops. They're welcoming the fact of their liberation from a regime. The more we know about it, the more brutal, repressive, tyrannical we see its character. And therefore, you know, these people, given a chance, already now they're in discussion with our people inside Basra, people coming forward, people talking about those who've got support within the local community. Iraq, it's not just that it's right that Iraq is run by Iraqi people. They want the chance to run their own country. You know, they haven't wanted to be under the yoke of tyranny for all these decades. The reason you had this incredibly tyrannical, repressive security apparatus was in order to suppress the proper feelings of the people there. Now, of course, we're going to work with everyone. We'll work with the UN, we'll work with everyone in order to bring this about. But if I can just make this point to everyone, the important thing is not to get into some battle about, you know, words of the precise role here or there, but let's all work together internationally, you know, the coalition forces, the international community together, to do what we really should be doing, which is making sure that that will of the Iraqi people is properly expressed in institutions that in the end they own, not any outside power or authority. And I think if we keep that vision in our minds, then we'll get this right. And rather than having a sort of, you know, endless diplomatic wrangles over it, let's all just agree that the basic things that the Iraqi people want is they want to have a country where they are able to exploit their own wealth for their own prosperity, where they have basic protection of human rights, and where they have a government genuinely representative of Iraqi people, of the full diversity of Iraqi people. And I think what the President's just said there is so true that, you know, I can't tell you how many times people have said to me in these situations, well, you know, the outside world doesn't really understand. Somehow these people who are living under these types of tyrannies, really, that's the way they live. It's not the way they want to live. It's the way they're forced to live. Give them a chance to live freely and they will live freely. Steve.
What exactly is the vital role for the UN that you both mentioned? How do you explain what is a vital role? And are we going to see the same UN debate over post-war Iraq that we saw before the war?
Yeah. Well, I view a vital role as a agent to help people live freely. That's a vital role. That means food. That means medicine. That means aid. That means a place where people can give their contributions. That means suggesting people for the IIA. That means being a party to the progress being made in Iraq. That's what that means. And I want to thank Kofi Annan for naming a personal representative to the process yesterday. It is a positive step. We have said all along there needs to be a role for the United Nations. We said so in the Azores. We will keep repeating it. And evidently there's some skepticism here in Europe about whether or not I mean what I say. Saddam Hussein clearly now knows I mean what I say. And when, you know, and people in Iraq will know we mean what we say when we talk about freedom. And a vital role for the United Nations means a vital role for the United Nations.
Absolutely. And there is no reason whatever why we need to go back into the wrangles we had over, you know, the so-called second resolution. If people keep in mind the key objective, which is the well-being of the Iraqi people, you know, whatever is the past, but this country is in the process of being liberated. If they keep in mind the well-being of the Iraqi people, then I think we all then share a responsibility to make that objective be fulfilled in terms of what the Iraqi people want, in terms of their democratic rights, in terms of their prosperity, in terms of their freedom. And with goodwill and common sense, I'm sure it can be done.
Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you. Good job.
There you have it from Northern Ireland and Belfast, the British Prime Minister Tony Blair and U.S. President George Bush meeting there with reporters for about 25 minutes in length, saying repeatedly there will be a vital role in the future of Iraq for the United Nations, which continues to be a discussion not only in Belfast but also in London, back in New York as well at the UN headquarters. But even more critical, it appears right now, is this airstrike yesterday, midday Baghdad time, this residential neighborhood in Iraq, and 4 giant satellite-guided bombs hitting one building there. And there are indications possibly that leading members of the Iraqi government were present at the time, maybe Saddam Hussein, maybe his 2 sons, but we do not have a clear picture right now as to what the results or the outcome of that was. When asked about that, President Bush saying, I don't know. It might have been yesterday whether or not Saddam Hussein was killed, but he will be gone eventually. When we get to John King in Belfast, where there is not only the issue of Iraq, certainly, but the talk about Northern Ireland and also the Middle East peace process. But John, let's keep it on Iraq at this point right now. Is it your feeling right now, and talking with your sources within the White House and others, that Tony Blair and George Bush right now feel a sort of vindication, knowing that this war is almost 3 weeks old and the naysayers of 2 weeks ago have pretty much faded into the background?
Behind the scenes, a sense of vindication. Yes, Bill, excuse the breeze here in Belfast. Behind the scenes, a sense of vindication. Publicly, though, both leaders staying clear of any gloating because they know there will be difficult battles ahead, both speaking of the sacrifices paid by U.S. and British forces during the military action so far. So behind the scenes, yes, they believe the skeptics of the battle plan have been proven wrong, and profoundly so, but they also know there is tough work ahead. Quite colorful language from the president on that question as to whether Saddam Hussein might have been killed in that strike last night. Mr. Bush often uses his hands to say that Saddam is holding a grip on the throat of the Iraqi people. The president saying that he did not know whether on this day all 10 fingers had been removed by Saddam Hussein being killed in that strike, but he did say finger by finger Saddam's grip on power and his grip on the Iraqi people was loosening. Both leaders also trying to move past this political controversy over what role the United Nations should play. Mr. Bush essentially saying there should be no turf battle about who calls the shots. Everyone should work together, get an interim Iraqi authority made up of Iraqis in place, and then transition that to a representative government. The administration holding firm and going against the will of many other European nations, saying the United Nations should be involved, but largely in a supportive and a consultative way, that the United Nations should not manage post-war Iraq. Bill?
John, also, why is it so critical right now, have these parallel tracks? You would think these men would come out and focus exclusively on Iraq. Why is it, though, they're still trying to put forward the Middle East peace process right now at the same time? Again, as I mentioned, parallel tracks.
Well, Bill, as you sit in Kuwait City, you are watching more Arab television than viewers here in Europe and viewers at home in the United States would see. And there is a great deal of skepticism throughout the Arab world about why this war to begin with. What are the U.S. motives in the region when this war is over? Mr. Bush, under pressure from Mr. Blair, and both leaders committing to proving, they say proving, that they are committed to being even-handed across the Middle East. So Mr. Blair has put pressure on Mr. Bush to answer the Arab street, if you will. You see all these protests. You see the coverage in the Arab world. Mr. Bush and Mr. Blair saying, yes, they are going to have this war in Iraq, but immediately afterwards, they are going to prove that they are committed to helping the Palestinians, helping Arabs as well, by putting pressure on the Israeli government and making demands of the new Palestinian Prime Minister to try to get the Israelis and the Palestinians back to the peace process. So, in a sense, trying to prove that their motives are good in the war in Iraq by saying that they are committed to peace across the Middle East. That will be the next challenge, of course, and it could be coming just a few weeks from now, even as the post-war era in Iraq unfolds.
John, thanks. Our senior White House correspondent traveling with the president there in Belfast, Northern Ireland. John will be in touch a bit later today. In the meantime, though, the ultimate question out there is what became of this bombing strike yesterday, midday Baghdad time, in this exclusive residential neighborhood in Baghdad. Is Sadaam Hussein alive as of this point now, or was he killed yesterday? No clear indication one way or the other, but perhaps CENTCOM will have an answer, but certainly questions anyway at their briefing, 7 a.m. Eastern Time, about 20 minutes from now. We'll take you there when that gets underway. Quick break right here. Back with more here in Kuwait, and Carol also at the CNN Center. Back in a moment.
Business travel got you squeezed in? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get more workspace in a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
In a sea of sameness, how do you pick a financial advisor who's right for you? Do you want one who works for the biggest company or the smallest? Do you want one with the most impressive office or the most elaborate website? Or do you simply want one who listens to you like you are the only investor in the world? Raymond James, you first.
The very best of Fleetwood Mac. Now, the best songs from one of the world's greatest bands on one incredible collection. The very best of Fleetwood Mac 2 CD collection features songs from 3 decades of their brilliant career. The very best of Fleetwood Mac is the ultimate collection.
The power of trust. America's most credible news source, year after year. The power of pictures. Images live the instant the story happens. The power of reporting. More bureaus than any U.S. television news organization. The power of CNN. The most trusted name in news.
6:39 Eastern Time. I'm Carol Costello. Before you leave for work, we want to bring you up to date on the latest developments at this hour. A U.S. heavy bomber unleashed 4 tons of high explosives on a Baghdad site where Sadaam Hussein, his sons, and other Iraqi leaders may have been gathered. CENTCOM says the strike was based on intelligence apparently gained from informants. No confirmation of who was at the site, but sources in Baghdad say at least 9 people were killed, 13 wounded. Here, the gunfire. Iraqi government buildings along the Tigris River were hit hard today from both air and land. U.S. tanks fired from a bridge over the river, while U.S. warplanes struck repeatedly from the air. The targets were in and around one of the many presidential palaces in the city. Central Command in Doha, Qatar, says a U.S. A-10 Warthog attack jet crashed today near the Baghdad airport. That facility is now under coalition control. Not certain if it was the same A-10 involved in numerous attacks today over Baghdad. Central Command says the pilot managed to eject safely, and he was picked up by coalition ground forces. U.S. Marines have now moved in force into southeastern Baghdad. CNN's Martin Savage confirms they have crossed into the Baghdad city limits. The Marines have been battling Iraqi fighters in a warehouse area and conducting demolition of abandoned Iraqi weapons and ammunition as they find them. Now, the war in Iraq has claimed the life of another journalist in Baghdad. Al Jazeera TV says reporter Tariq Ayoub was killed in an airstrike that hit a building housing Arab news organizations. Ayoub had also worked as a freelance producer for CNN in Jordan up until about several weeks ago. The Pentagon denies Al Jazeera was deliberately targeted in the strike. And before the airstrikes today, a number of Iraqi rockets were launched from that presidential site along the Tigris. A rocket yesterday killed 2 U.S. soldiers and 2 reporters at a 3rd Infantry Tactical Center. U.S. Marines in southeastern Baghdad have found several abandoned wooden carts full of Iraqi gas masks and chemical suits. CNN's Martin Savage says the Marines also found a box of atropine injectors. Those are used to protect against chemical or biological weapons.
I'm Bill Hemmer, back here live in Kuwait City yet again. I want to give you an idea of how the U.S. military right now is moving on the ground in Baghdad. The Marines are advancing, we're told, into the city from the southeast, much like the situation yesterday. Soldiers from the 101st Airborne Division, 3rd Infantry as well, have moved into Baghdad from the southwest and the western part of the city. We're also told troops have surrounded Baghdad. This goes back about 48 hours ago. And also elements of the 3rd ID have moved into the heart of the city yet again today in a presidential palace. Sources telling CNN's Nick Robertson earlier that is where some intense fighting is taking place today. We also understand a number of U.S. troops also spent the night in their tanks, in their Bradley fighting vehicles in the center part of Baghdad. Quick check of some battle scenes for you. Coalition warplanes targeting Iraqi government buildings, enemy forces throughout the city, and U.S. military sources telling CNN's Walter Rogers that U.S. tanks did fire on the Palestine Hotel in response to sniper fire coming from that hotel. This is an area where a number of international journalists have been staying now for months. At least 5 journalists were taken to a local hospital after suffering injuries as a result of that. In the air, the skies above Baghdad, A-10 Warthog planes still on the move there. One A-10 has also gone down near the Baghdad International Airport west of the city. We're told the pilot got out, ejected safely, and was picked up later by coalition forces on the ground there. Southeastern Baghdad quickly. U.S. Marines have destroyed abandoned Iraqi military equipment. They have also found a large stash of Iraqi chemical suits, we're told, gas masks, and atropine. Carol?
We're going to talk more about that later, Bill, but first let's bring you up to date on casualties. U.S. and British authorities say a total of 122 coalition troops have been killed in Operation Iraqi Freedom, 91 of them Americans. The Pentagon says 75 U.S. troops were killed in combat, 16 died in non-combat situations. 8 U.S. troops are listed as missing in action. 7 are being held prisoners of war. The British have lost a total of 31 troops. 9 of them were killed in combat, 20 in non-combat situations, and 2 British troop deaths are listed as undetermined. The Iraqi government has not released casualty figures. It still lists 420 civilians killed, 4,000 civilians injured, 7,000 Iraqi prisoners of war. The Iraqi government, as I said, has not released information on military losses in quite some time. Well, let's head out to the field now and check in with Martin Savage. He's with the Marines. He's embedded with the Marines, and they have had a tough fight getting into Baghdad, but they're there now, and they're still searching through an industrial site. Bring us up to date, Martin.
Hello, Carol. Yes, the Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines crossed over officially into the city of Baghdad before the sun came up this morning, crossing over a pontoon bridge that had been set up by Marine engineers because the Iraqi bridge had been partially destroyed by the Iraqis. As they came across the bridge, and once they got into Baghdad outright, they came under attack. This was skirmishing, basically, that took place, sniping that was being fired upon the advance lead of that column. They returned fire, and apparently whoever was firing either ran away or was destroyed. It was then that the Marine infantry began to fan out into an area, a large glade, you could call it, of palm trees, and inside there they found weapon after weapon, heavy artillery that belonged to the Iraqi military. These included anti-aircraft guns, as also artillery pieces, and lots of ammunition. The Marines went about the job, fast work of trying to destroy that weaponry. They want to make sure that it's not used again. They also want to make sure it's not used against them, should someone manage to get in behind them and grab that. So they used both hand grenades, and they also used incendiary grenades. It looks rather haphazard, but what they do is they run up there, place the charge, and then run away in a hurry. And then you get the explosions that follow, not only of the initial blast, but then you get a lot of the ammunition that was used by those weapons going off and firing, and so it creates quite a hazardous scene. They had to do this on the run because that wasn't their primary objective. That was just something they found, had to get rid of. Primary objective was now in this industrial district where they have been throughout the morning hours. It's a huge complex that runs across many, many acres, factories, warehouses, industrial sites. It is all here, everything from a cigarette factory, a bottling company, to a brewery. But on top of that, there were also warehouses that were thought to perhaps have sensitive items pertaining to the Iraqi weapons program. Not exactly clear what sort of sensitive material they may have been looking for. They've been going through the warehouses, apparently haven't found anything really significant, but then they are Marines and not scientists, so the scientists will be coming later to investigate. They did have firefights inside of that industrial complex as well. Again, nothing severe. They were supported by tanks, armored personnel, carriers, and infantry. It is quiet now. Here, Carol.
And Martin, you've said they found chemical suits in that industrial complex. I was just curious about them. Like, where were they made? Did they look as if they were hastily abandoned by someone?
That was actually found right outside this whole industrial complex at what appears to have been a site belonging to the Republican Guard. That was noted by the uniforms that were left behind there. They found large caches of chemical weapons suits. These would be the full-body suit, then of course the rubber gloves, the rubber boots, gas masks, canisters, and in addition to those, which were packed away in crates, they also found the atropine pens. Atropine is an antidote that is often administered if you have been exposed to nerve agent. So it clearly looks as if the Iraqi forces there were prepared. However, they left it all behind. Apparently there were airstrikes that came in, or artillery that hit their unit, or hit their spot rather. And as a result of that, they were either destroyed or fled. If they fled, they didn't take the gear with them, Carol.
Yeah, I know you said this industrial complex pretty much deserted, except for those few that the Marines came across. But I was wondering about civilians, and if there were any civilians around where you are.
There are civilians. This is obviously a place of work, and it is a work day. And there were a number of civilians that were brought together for their own protection. Women and children were escorted out of the area here, if there were some, and there were columns of them leaving when the engagement began. As for the men workers, they were taken to a safer area and allowed to remain until it was determined if they will be able to get back to work. I don't think that's going to be happening today. But there were civilians that were at work in this area, and the Marines were trying to look after their welfare as best they could, while also under attack at the same time. Carol.
All right, Martin Savage, embedded with the Marines, reporting live from somewhere inside Baghdad. Now let's head back to Kuwait City and Bill.
All right, Carol, listen, we're still waiting for CENTCOM, a brief in about 10 minutes. Clearly the question of the day yet again is what happened and who was inside that building bombed in that residential neighborhood in Baghdad yesterday afternoon. Was it Sadaam Hussein? Was it him and his two sons? Perhaps we will not get a clear answer from CENTCOM, but there will be a number of questions. You can bet on that, and maybe perhaps there will be some sort of bombage damage assessment that's handed out by the U.S. military when that gets underway. In the meantime, Marty Savage is on the east of Baghdad. Lisa Rose Weaver is on the west side of Baghdad, as of yesterday anyway. Lisa's back with us live on the telephone to tell us what's happening there today. Good afternoon.
Well, Bill, at this point, artillery and mortar rounds that I could hear from my position are very sporadic. This is in great contrast, of course, to 8 or 10 hours ago when there was heavy bombing and artillery going on in central Baghdad. It's quiet now. A short while ago, I actually took a tour of one part of Baghdad International Airport, and there spoke to troops who told me that in the course of the last few days, the fighting has moved away from them, north toward the city, away from the airport. From that vantage point, there was sometimes quite sustained artillery that I could hear, but it was quite some distance from where I was. Now back with the air defense unit with which I'm embedded, it's very quiet since the Patriot missile battery has been here now going into its second day. It's had no reason to shoot down Scuds or short-range missiles, which it's designed to intercept. Troops here just putting up tents and digging in for what will probably be several weeks, possibly months, for air defense units in the area around Baghdad. Bill?
Lisa, can you tell us how often has those Patriots been used with the unit you're traveling with since you entered Iraq weeks ago? Can you tell us that?
Well, the unit that I was embedded with initially, Echo Battery, used them once. And unfortunately, they shot down, by accident obviously, an Air Force jet. The problem being, as far as anybody could tell at the time, a computer glitch making it impossible for the radar system to differentiate aircraft from short-term missiles. They tend to look similar on the radar screen. An incident that happened about a week before that was sort of the reverse. I was with Echo Battery when it was hit by a Navy radar-seeking missile, which fortunately didn't really hit the radar system straight on, but kind of glanced off at the last minute so that nobody was injured. Other batteries have been used to intercept Scuds in Iraq, but the majority in this war have been used to intercept Scuds missiles headed for Kuwait. Bill?
Lisa, thanks. Lisa Rose Weaver, embedded west of the airport. Did not want to violate any of the rules you're operating from, Lisa, but I appreciate the answer. Thank you. Carol again at the CNN Center.
All right, thanks a lot, Bill. You know, there has been resistance as coalition troops entered Baghdad, but there has been no show of force in the air by the Iraqis. That brings us to the question, what do the Iraqis have to fight with? Chris Plant is live at the Pentagon to tell us more. Good morning.
Hi, Carol. Well, we just got a sort of a mini briefing here in the Pentagon, and at this point there is sporadic resistance still taking place within the city. We're told that some remnants of Republican Guard divisions are putting up a fight here and there, but they are, as they say, dismounted. That is, more or less on foot. These are infantry divisions. They were once armored divisions. At the beginning of this conflict, according to the U.S. intelligence estimates, there were about 800 tanks in the Iraqi military. Many of them, if not most of them, certainly the top flight versions, in the possession of the Republican Guard. We're told now that they believe that 19 tanks remain in their arsenal. So they're not seeing a lot in the way of organized resistance, a bit of sporadic resistance, some Fedayeen, and sporadic fighting from remaining elements of Republican Guard units in and around the city of Baghdad. Carol?
And Chris, in talking about the show of power from the air, the Iraqis did have warplanes, but we really haven't seen that, have we?
Well, it's true. We haven't seen anything of the Iraqi Air Force since this conflict began. There are reports that they have hidden some away. Some, according to briefers, have actually been buried underground, apparently in the hopes that they'd be able to use them at some future date. But, you know, U.S. air power tends to be so dominant at this stage in history that they haven't put any warplanes up against the U.S., so there has been no involvement of the Iraqi Air Force at all.
Chris Plant, live from the Pentagon. Many thanks. We're going to take a break right now. When we come back, Reem Brahimi will join us from Jordan. We'll be right
back. Stay the course. Keep your focus. Reaching any long-term goal requires stamina and commitment. The same holds true for your financial future. Oppenheimer Funds, the right way to invest.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at Ditech.com, there are no games, just low fixed rates with no middleman or broker fees. You can be pre-qualified online or over the telephone. There's no advance fees prior to closing and no cancellation fees. Do it now before the rates go up. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
All right, class, settle down. How about your mom?
My mom probably makes a gazillion calls a month.
Put that under a lot.
Half your parents use the phone a lot, and the other half a little.
Perfect, because 10-10-220 is great whether you call a little or a lot.
If my dad's going to use it, it better be cheap. It is 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes.
So it is cheap.
Even if you don't make that many calls.
So where's the eraser?
Beats me.
Dial 10-10-220, then 1 and the number.
This isn't just a winning routine. It's also years of great coaching. No one can reach their full potential alone. To
To help achieve your goals, talk to your advisor about Oppenheimer funds. The right way to invest.
CNN Tonight as U.S. troops push deeper into Baghdad. The latest on the urban warfare, plus reporters from the front lines, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
We all must help keep our community strong and safe. The YMCA of Orange County has been doing this since 1880. But did you know our YMCA is the largest provider of licensed school-age childcare, after-school enrichment programs, and family activities, leads in tutoring and mentoring our high-risk youth. The YMCA builds spirit, mind, and body for all. Today, 85,000 local YMCA members are making Orange County a stronger, safer community.
In today's world, you need to know what's happening as it's actually happening. Count on Cox Communications. Digital cable with 24-hour news coverage. High-speed internet with instant access. Digital telephone with monthly savings. All the services you want, all the information you need, all from one company.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Looking at a live picture there, Central Command headquarters down in Qatar. We do anticipate that briefing to begin possibly within the next 2, 3, maybe 5 minutes at the most. They have been rather punctual for the past 3 weeks running. We'll get you down there again as soon as that begins. As we close out this hour, though, I want to check in again with Reem Brahimi, who's standing by in Jordan watching the events from there. Reem was in Baghdad for many, many months, going back to the fall of last year. Reem, we know the fighting has been intense again today. And from your perspective right now, what are you watching at this hour?
Absolutely, Bill. A very intensive fighting inside the Iraqi capital, and you can see as the U.S. troops move further into the heart of Baghdad how there are going to be more casualties. Already the Red Cross says the hospitals are overwhelmed with the streams of casualties coming into the hospitals. One of the main hospitals in Baghdad, a high-tech hospital that has 650 beds, has no water and no electricity at this stage. Now, as you know, earlier on, Bill, a bomb hit the offices of Al Jazeera on the banks of the Tigris River. One journalist, a correspondent, Tariq Ayoub, was killed in that bombing, and another Al Jazeera journalist was injured. Tariq Ayoub was a very good correspondent. He's also worked for CNN at one point in Jordan when Al Jazeera had been banned temporarily from this country, and everybody here has obviously very, very good memories about him. It's a very sad day for us in the journalistic community, as you know, Bill. Tariq Ayoub, a 35-year-old journalist, leaves behind a little baby and a wife. After the Al Jazeera building was hit, apparently the Abu Dhabi TV building that's just next door to the Al Jazeera building was also hit. It got its reporting or its live coverage from the Abu Dhabi house in Baghdad was taken off air for something like 4 hours. You could see from that place the tanks moving in to the Iraqi capital across the Jumhuriyah Bridge, literally going from the west side of Baghdad, where all the government buildings are, to the east side. On the east side, Bill, is where the Palestine Hotel is, and all the journalists are staying in that hotel. Apparently there was an exchange of fire, and the US tanks hit back, shelling the hotel where all the journalists are staying. Now apparently it hit the 15th floor, which is where Reuters had a makeshift office there. 5 Reuters journalists are injured as a result for the time being. So a very difficult day for everybody right now. Bill?
Reem, thanks. Reem Brahimi watching things in Jordan for us. We'll be in touch again as the day grows older here. Top of the hour now, 7 o'clock a.m. back on the East Coast. Want to check quickly what's happening this hour before CENTCOM continues its briefing there, conducts it anyway on this day. Still no word on whether or not Sadaam Hussein and his sons and senior aides are dead or alive. Yesterday afternoon, Baghdad time, U.S. warplanes dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on a building in a residential area of Baghdad where Sadaam and his sons were believed to be at the time. Central Baghdad, also Saddam's Ministry of Planning building, caught fire during a battle between U.S. and Iraqi forces. Abu Dhabi television reporting Iraqis were trying to defend the building as coalition warplanes circled in the skies overhead. U.S. Central Command says a coalition A-10 Warthog warplane has gone down near the Baghdad International Airport, west side of the city. The pilot ejected safely and was picked up a bit later by coalition ground forces, said to be in good condition at this time. A journalist, as Reem was just saying, for the Arab television station Al Jazeera, killed today when a U.S. airstrike hit a Baghdad building housing Arab media. The journalist had previously worked as a freelance producer for CNN in Jordan. The Pentagon denies any targeting of the Al Jazeera network. U.S. military conducting tests to see if chemical weapons were found at an Iraqi agricultural site. Preliminary testing indicates the presence of nerve and blister agents, but officials are emphasizing and underlying that field tests sometimes can be unreliable. More testing now underway. President Bush and his biggest ally, British Prime Minister Tony Blair, appear strongly united again today on the future of post-war Iraq. They wrapped up a joint news conference in Belfast, Northern Ireland last hour. In fact, about 30 minutes ago, you saw it live here on CNN. The two leaders vowed to hand control of Iraq to the Iraqis once the war is over, and they agreed that the UN will play a vital role in that process. The family of Private First Class Jessica Lynch says she is in high spirits in Germany. They held a news conference outside of her hospital there about 2 hours ago. That too also live here on CNN. Her family says Jessica has not yet spoken about her ordeal and her captivity in Iraq. U.S. forces rescued her just about a week ago, the 1st of April, in that hospital in Nasiriyah. Three o'clock local time in Baghdad. U.S. tanks storm further into the city. The battle continues today, taking up a number of positions, also on a key bridge as well. All this while the fate of Iraq's leader still remains in doubt. And good afternoon from Kuwait City. I'm Bill Hemmer, live again here. Good morning back to you in the U.S. Tuesday, April 8th, day 20 now of the war in Iraq. And with me, Carol Costello at our global headquarters back at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Carol, good to see you again. Good morning there.
Good to see you as well, Bill. Good morning. It's 7 a.m. on the East Coast. These are live pictures from Baghdad. You're going to see in just a second. It's 3 in the afternoon. Actually, the CENTCOM briefing appears to have begun, so let's go there now. Oh, this is not. These are live pictures of them getting ready. General Brooks will be the man at the podium, and when he starts talking, we'll go there live, because we are awaiting that briefing from U.S. Central Command in Qatar. It will happen in about 2 or 3 minutes. While we're waiting for that update from Central Command, we want to take a look at the situation right now in Baghdad. 3 battalions of the U.S. 2nd Brigade, 3rd Infantry are in the heart of the Iraqi capital. CNN's Walter Rogers reports they have seen mass desertions among Iraqi troops in Baghdad. The 3rd Infantry and the 101st Airborne advanced into Baghdad from the southwest, while U.S. Marines moved in from the southeast. Hear the gunfire. Abu Dhabi television reports that U.S. forces peppered a high-rise building with heavy machine gun fire and tank shells. The building, part of which erupted into flames, is located in a presidential palace compound. Earlier, coalition warplanes crisscrossed the skies over Iraq's capital. The bombs from A-10 Warthog jets were falling at 5 to 8 second intervals. Want to bring in now our Pentagon correspondent Barbara Starr for the view from there. Barbara, the big question of the morning has been, is Sadaam Hussein alive or dead with this bombing run yesterday? The president said just a short time ago he doesn't know. Is there any way for the United States to find out?
At this time, Carol, officials here are saying they aren't sure. They believe they had good intelligence yesterday, and they called in a B-1 bomber already that was in the skies over Baghdad on patrol. It dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on this neighborhood, this exclusive embassy neighborhood in Baghdad, where they had intelligence. We see it here, the Mansour neighborhood. They had intelligence that Sadaam Hussein and his sons might be attending a meeting. Now, apparently, there was a great deal of damage through this neighborhood, as you can see from the pictures, but officials say there is just no confirmation yet. All of this likely to be a subject at the briefing, which is about to start. Carol.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. 19 days ago, coalition forces entered Iraq with a campaign plan to remove a regime, to liberate the Iraqi people from the grip of the regime, and to begin the process of disarming Iraq. We remain on our plan, and the outcome is not in doubt. We continue to remember the brave young men and women who have lost their lives in this conflict to date, and we also remember their families. I'd like to now update you on some of the things that have occurred over the last 24 hours. First, the coalition continues to exert pressure on the regime and on the forces that remain willing to fight for the regime. I have one weapon system video to show you today. Now, this one is a recent close air support mission inside of Baghdad. And in this particular image, you'll see that the regime has positioned heavy military equipment inside the capital city and also increased the risk to the population. But even in urban areas, the coalition forces make every possible effort to attack targets as precisely as we can. This image is of a tank positioned in trees along a canal. The trees are difficult to see because of the spectrum of light that's being used. And this is a close air support mission, unlike some of the other weapon systems videos that we've shown where there may not have been someone on the ground focusing it. In those other cases, the pilot identified the target. In close air support missions like these and all other air operations now occurring in and around Baghdad, it requires not only the pilot to be able to see the target, but someone on the ground that can see the target and identify it as well before any weapons are released. Our coalition special operations forces continue to make significant contributions to the campaign and are now conducting special operations in the north, the west, the east, the south, and the center of Iraq. In the north, coalition special operations forces, in conjunction with Kurdish forces of northern Iraq, are maintaining pressure on the Iraqi military forces in that area while preventing their movement to Tikrit or Baghdad. In one engagement yesterday near Erbil in the north, our special operations forces, in conjunction with close air support, were able to destroy a force consisting of several armored personnel carriers, tanks, and infantry. In another engagement, a similar engagement near Kirkuk, a special operations element defeated an armored counterattack, destroying several tanks, trucks, and armored personnel carriers. In the west, coalition special operations forces continue to hold the important Haditha Dam. We've talked about that before. There's a smaller body of water just off to the side here that's the result of the dam and the Haditha area nearby, denying freedom of movement to regime forces and also denying use of areas that could be used for ballistic missile launches. Unconventional warfare continues in other parts of Iraq. The coalition's operational maneuver remains deliberate, focused, and successful. The first area to highlight is Basra. Coalition forces under the leadership of the UK and supported by Coalition Special Operations succeeded yesterday in reducing the final remaining concentrations of Ba'ath Party officials and regime forces in Basra. The remaining pocket was in the old part of the city and it was cleared by forces during the night. And by the time the sun came up this morning, there were reports of jubilation in the streets. Now the hard task of preserving security and getting Iraq's second city moving forward into the future can proceed in earnest. The capture of 2 more Ba'ath Party officials near the town of Az-Zubair on the outskirts of Basra also reflects our ongoing efforts to rid the entire southern region of regime presence and influence. The next area is near As-Samawa. The coalition forces near As-Samawa continue to work in that area and the towns around it, eliminating any regime elements and also transitioning into humanitarian actions. While water resupply networks are still being reestablished, there are military units operating in that area that are providing purified water that they're generating from water purification systems to Samawa and Arutba, located about 25 kilometers to the north. In An-Najaf and Karbala, Operations continue, increasing security in those areas and also eliminating any remaining regime elements that are present. There are combat operations ongoing east of Karbala. The main focus of the operation continues to be, for the land component, in and around Baghdad. In the east, 1st Marine Expeditionary Force attacked across the Diyala River into the southeast corner of Baghdad. They encountered forces including T-72 tanks, armored personnel carriers, other armored vehicles, surface-to-air missiles, artillery pieces, and numerous technical vehicles. These forces were encountered and destroyed, and they proceeded on their attack to seize the Rashid Airport, which you see identified by an airplane image in the lower right-hand corner of Baghdad. In the west, 5th Corps remained in the center of Baghdad overnight and also continued attacks this morning from the north and from the south, conducting operations inside of the heart of Baghdad. They also encountered a mixture of forces, including T-72 tanks, armored vehicles, technical vehicles, and artillery pieces. While this is ongoing, our maritime component continues to take steps to maintain the flow of humanitarian assistance supplies into Iraq. And it's currently focused on dredging parts of the Khor Abdullah to make it a deeper draft for larger ships that carry increasing amounts of humanitarian support and assistance into Qasr. Our efforts to communicate with the Iraqi people on a variety of levels range from the radio and television broadcasts that we've spoken about before, all the way down to physically handing out leaflets in populated areas. I'd like to show you a short video of UK and American forces handing out leaflets on the streets of Az-Zubair very recently. This was taken by one of our frontline camera systems, a military system, and broadcast from there a few days ago. We see him holding the leaflet there. There's a closer image of the leaflet. This is what was actually produced and distributed by hand. And the message of the leaflet is really a future without the regime and steps that will be taken leading up to the final comment down at the bottom that the coalition forces will only stay as long as is necessary to accomplish what we need to accomplish, and then we leave Iraq in the hands of the Iraqi people. Daily, our coalition forces take positive steps to ease the plight of the Iraqi people. In this next image, you'll see military civil affairs elements, again operating with free Iraqi forces, delivering medical supplies in this case. And the supplies being delivered are for the people of An-Nasiriyah. The initial distribution is often done by hand, and it's aimed at alleviating immediate needs of the communities encountered. And it also helps to communicate the coalition's intentions to assist the Iraqi people. In the next images, I'll show you a short video of members from the 82nd Airborne Division distributing humanitarian daily rations. These are the yellow ones. We're still eliminating those from our stocks, but we're delivering them by hand, not doing them by airdrop, as you'll see inside of this image. Each one of these rations contains enough rations for an adult for 1 day in each bag, and they're used to augment the existing supplies. Even as food and other rations are distributed in the field, there's more humanitarian assistance arriving in the ports in bulk. Yesterday, we had the arrival of the Royal Fleet Auxiliary ship Sir Percival in the port of Qasr, and the following video shows you the offloading of those supplies, the humanitarian supplies intended for the people of Iraq. The gentlemen in the yellow hats and the reflective vests are Iraqi port workers who have returned to work and are working alongside coalition forces on a daily basis. We interact on a number of levels, certainly in the areas where combat has ceased, those areas that we would describe as liberated cities and towns. There still are challenges that are out there. Sometimes it's just working through the language and cultural barriers. And of course, security remains a focus for us. This video shows you some interactions along a street near Basra. It shows that the challenges are being overcome on a daily basis, and that coalition forces, in fact, are being well received by many citizens of Iraq. And these positive and cooperative relations are improving with every day. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'll take your questions. Yes, please.
David Lee Miller, Fox News. General, what can you tell us about this airstrike targeting Iraqi leadership, presumably Saddam? And if you can go into the details, I understand that there is no coalition presence on the ground after this airstrike. What's being done to determine who in fact was hit and how we're going to accomplish that?
As I've mentioned over a number of days throughout this conflict, we focus our actions directly against regime leadership, against regime command and control systems, against the things that protect the regime, whether it's air defense systems or whether it's forces, in an effort to eliminate the influence of the regime and its abilities to continue to conduct command and control. We had credible information that indicated that there was a regime leadership meeting occurring yesterday. While it's not useful to get into any speculation on who might have been present at that meeting, what we will say is that we had an opportunity. As we've said before, we respond to opportunities, but we had an opportunity to attack that particular regime leadership meeting. We believe that the attack was effective in causing destruction of that facility. As to who was inside and what their conditions are, it will take some time before we can make that full determination. But our efforts remain focused on regime leadership whenever we find it, and any remnants of command and control that might be exerted by any remaining portions of the regime, whether it's local tactical or whether it's on a larger scale.
I just want to follow that up.
Please.
It was my understanding that there was not a coalition presence on the ground, so this airstrike may have taken place, but members of the regime may have access to this site. If it were a crime scene, it might be contaminated. How can you preserve it and make the determination later who, if anyone, was hit?
That's a very difficult challenge for us, and it's been a challenge throughout these operations. That's why we can't on a daily basis say exactly who was inside of a building that may have been attacked where we had credible information. What we operate with is the information that leads us to it, and we are able in some cases to gather additional information after the strikes. But time will have to tell exactly how effective that particular strike was and others that we've done as well. Yes, please, Adi.
Adi Raval, ABC News. Sir, could we get an update on the investigation into the second Baghdad market explosion? And the second question is, given the severity of and the intensity of the bombardment in yesterday's building, is it possible that we may never know just who was inside that building in terms of identification? Thank you, sir.
I don't have anything new to report on the Baghdad markets. What we found on these market explosions is there remains evidence that a number of things could have contributed to it. As with so many things, until we are in exactly the location where these incidents occurred, we can't make a full assessment and eliminate all possibilities. As to the results of this particular attack that occurred yesterday, like other places, it is possible that we may never be able to determine exactly who was present without some detailed forensic work. And that's one of the circumstances we have to deal with as we go through this campaign. Yes, sir, please.
Hassan Rashidi from Al Jazeera. Today, your plane hit Al Jazeera office in Baghdad. One of our colleagues was killed during the attack. The office of Abu Dhabi TV also hit, as well as the Palestine hotel where most of journalists are staying. Do these attacks mean that you will intensify your military campaign against Baghdad and that you don't need the journalists to cover the bloodshed which will be taken in Baghdad? Thank you.
Well, Hassan, if I may, let me begin by saying first that we regret the loss of life from the correspondents, and we extend our condolences to the family of your journalist and to the families of other journalists who have lost their lives throughout this conflict. It's most unfortunate indeed. We certainly know that we don't target journalists. That's just not something we do. We also know that the locations where the regime does its work, in many cases, will put civilians at risk. We've talked about that day after day. The regime does not seem to want to change its methods of providing a higher degree of protection to journalists that in many cases we don't know where all journalists are on the battlefield. We certainly know where the embedded journalists are at any given time that are operating with our formations. And that was a conscious decision to take in embedded journalists. There were some combat actions that also occurred at the Palestine Hotel. Initial reports indicate that the coalition force operating near the hotel took fire from the lobby of the hotel and returned fire. And any loss of life, civilian loss of life, or unintended consequences, again, we find most unfortunate and also undesirable. This is not something we seek to do. At the same time, we know that we're conducting combat operations inside of an urban area, an area where the regime has chosen to deliberately defend and not stand down. And we can only be reminded that the risk increases for the population as we do these operations, but we have to remain focused on our objective of removing this regime before there's greater loss of life. Please, sir.
General Jeff Mead from Sky News. If I can continue on the point you made there, if you're claiming fire was coming from the lobby of the Palestine Hotel, why was this tank round directed at an upper floor? And what does that kind of marksmanship, or lack of it, suggest about the risks to civilians as your forces penetrate further into Baghdad?
The response of fire is something that we always have to get more details as time goes on for specifically where the fire was returned and what was hit, where the fire came from. So I may have misspoken on exactly where the fire came from. What I can tell you as to the marksmanship, there have been plenty of examples of very accurate marksmanship, not only from air but also from our systems on the ground as we've conducted operations over time. We remain very confident in the capability of our crews and our folks that are doing the work on the ground. And we believe that where it is possible to avoid losses of civilian life, every effort will be taken. We've seen examples of trying to protect mosques where fire came, and we did not have to return fire at that point in time to protect ourselves, and therefore we did not. Circumstances change in different places, and the tactical decisions that are made can only be made by people on the ground. So I don't have anything else that I can give you in real detail on that, and I appreciate the question. But we'll remain focused on trying to do the job as well as we can without threatening the civilian population. Yes, please.
John Chalmers from Reuters. Follow up on the Palestine. One comment. First of all, journalists inside the hotel say that there was no firing coming from the hotel. And the second question is, did U.S. forces know that that was a media hotel?
What we know is that there are a number of places in downtown Baghdad where there are civilian populations who are at risk. And we know that there are practices by this regime to increase that risk deliberately, whether it's by positioning or whether it's by taking certain actions. And we know that as we conduct operations inside of Baghdad, we should anticipate attacks from unexpected locations, that some of the military actions might be unconventional in nature, whether it's the use of car bombs or whether it's ambushes, the use of snipers, or certainly the consistent pattern we've seen elsewhere of using civilians as shields. It's too early to be able to say exactly what happened at that site, and so I don't want to get into a who says what happened. We don't know enough to be able to say that definitively, and frankly I don't know that anyone does to have the whole picture. That's why we have to investigate these types of things and find out what the bottom line is. And when we find out, I think there'll be more information for us to pass. Second row, please.
Mark Roberts from the Daily Mirror. On the strike against leadership targets, can you detail what you're doing to try and find out who was in that building, and also say whether you actually have coalition forces on the spot going through the rubble?
We have coalition forces that are operating in a variety of places inside of Baghdad and in a variety of different ways. In places where we can confirm on the ground the results of a strike, as in places where we've passed through and liberated, then there's more fidelity that we can gain on the precision of the strike and the actual results of the strike. Until that can occur in every location, we certainly can't make full determinations of what has happened. At this point in time, I'm not aware of anyone that has, from coalition forces, that have walked the site. When that's possible, we'll have more information about what exactly happened there. Until then, we can only go with the things that we can gain information on. And we believe the strike was effective in hitting the target, creating the desired effect, but we don't know all the circumstances of what happened to those who were contained inside. Yes, please.
Thank you, Jonathan Marcus. 2 points. One, we know pretty well who the leading figures are in the Iraqi regime. Who do you think is actually in charge, if anybody, at the moment? And secondly, as you take control of more areas of Baghdad, clearly with the continuing fighting there are going to be civilian casualties, whatever the precision of the weaponry. There are all sorts of reports of hospitals being overloaded and so on. Are you taking any steps to provide large-scale medical facilities to deal with some of the casualties, particularly now that you hold some of the ground in the Iraqi capital?
We have not been certain for a very long time of who's in charge in this regime. What we've seen is that the regime leadership structure has been fragmented. We've seen that the ability for the regime to communicate instructions has been disrupted. We've seen that the application of authority has been interfered with on a number of occasions by coalition action. And we're not certain exactly who's in charge at this point in time. But what we do know is there are still pockets of regime leadership, whether they be local level Ba'ath Party officials or whether they are unit commanders of military formations that still exist, or whether they are the higher level leadership figures that were part of the regime and remain part of the regime. As we identify them, we have opportunities to try to reduce their capability to still command and control, whether that's by a direct attack, by any other sort of action affecting their communications, whatever it might be, to prevent them from maintaining any degree of control. We do know indeed that as we are conducting military operations in an urban area, that the potential for casualties increases. Our approach to that, however, with regard to encountering casualties that occur on the battlefield has not changed. We've established temporary hospitals, field hospitals, or used our own tactical aid stations throughout this combat operation whenever we encounter civilians or wounded Iraqi soldiers, and provide medical treatment to them on the spot, sometimes for a longer-term basis. In some cases, we've had some Iraqi soldiers that have been taken into our custody that ultimately become prisoners of war that may be evacuated to a hospital ship and receive medical care where it is available. So that will continue as we have more forces operating in and around Baghdad. Those forces have a medical capability, and if we encounter civilians that are wounded in our actions, regardless of what caused them, we'll provide as much relief as we can, and that will continue. Please, George.
I'm George Curry, Editor-in-Chief for the National Newspaper Publishers Association News Service, the Black Press of the United States. I want to return to the subject of the attack on the leadership meeting. There are reports today that the CIA passed along this information, and 45 minutes later there was the actual bombing. Was that information phoned through the headquarters here, and can you tell us in general terms the source of that information?
George, I can't help you very much on that at all. We have a number of methods that we use to gain information, a wide array, and it's just not useful to describe what a particular source is. Generally speaking, for anything that we conduct operations against, a single source is never adequate. So there are always multiple sources that tell us we may have something here that is worthy of conducting a military action against. When we're satisfied that that is true, when we believe we can make positive identification of that target area, we make specific decisions. What weapon should be used? How should we deliver it? What is the potential consequence to areas in and around it? Because even while we have what we call a time-sensitive opportunity, where it may be fleeting in time, it has to be addressed, if it's going to be addressed at all, rather quickly, we still take the same deliberate process of deciding what happens to the area around it. How can we mitigate the effects? Should we choose a different weapon? Should we have it detonate a different way? Should we aim at a specific spot? Should we approach the target in a different way with the delivery system? All these types of things are considerations that go into every attack like that. It's done in a way that is, frankly, is unparalleled. There is no one else that does it like this, this degree of precision and deliberateness. So that's how it works. We take whatever information we have, we make sure that it's corroborated, that we're satisfied with the quality of the target, then we make other decisions on how to attack it, and we try to do that in a way that achieves the desired effect. Yes, sir, please.
Well, today is the Journalist Day,
3 attacks against 3 journalist buildings in few hours. Why you don't order your forces to avoid the buildings where there is journalists doing their job?
First, we don't know every place a journalist is operating on the battlefield. We know only those journalists that are operating with us, and we have always said that the area for combat operations is a very dangerous place indeed. And certainly there should be no surprise in anyone's mind that eventually operations were going to close on Baghdad. And that's ongoing as we speak. We always regret the loss of any civilian lives. The journalists, non-combatants, people who are used as shields. And we do everything we can to avoid that when we have knowledge of it. There is intermingling that happens, though, on the battlefield. And I don't have enough information to say exactly how the dynamics of the battlefield came together today. What we can be certain of, though, is this coalition does not target journalists. And so anything that has happened as a result of our fire or other fires would always be considered as an accident. And we will look into the circumstances that contributed to it. Where we have responsibility, we'll accept that responsibility. Yes, sir, please.
General Brooks, John McIntyre, The Independent in London. At the weekend, forces broke slightly with the policy of not giving figures for casualties, and indeed I think first Colonel Perkins said there had been 1,000 casualties in the incursion on Saturday, and then that figure was revised upwards to between 2,000 and 3,000. Can you tell us how many casualties you estimate there have been since then? How many of those were Iraqi forces and how many were civilians? And just for the record, my colleague from Reuters, I think, asked you whether you knew that the Palestine Hotel was a center for journalists. Could you just confirm that you did?
First, the number of casualties is a figure that can never be completely well determined. And so, as I have stated on previous days, I'm not going to speculate on exactly how many have been killed on either side, and I'm not going to try to characterize the full dimension of that. We know that there have been losses of life. We know that many families have been affected by this on both sides. We know that we've seen people forced into situations by the regime that caused a loss of life, civilian non-combatants in some cases. We know that many have been wounded as a result of combat action, intended or unintended, and certainly from the regime's perspective, we can't guess whether it was intended or unintended. From the coalition's perspective, we always know that it is unintended. We had some awareness of how the Palestine Hotel might be used, and that there are a variety of activities that occur there. There are many places throughout Baghdad, and all who are not part of the regime should be aware that the regime uses places like the Palestine Hotel for other regime purposes. And in doing so, they try to achieve a degree of protection from the other activities that are ongoing there. So we're certainly aware of those types of places, and we've tried to mitigate the risk wherever we can. In some cases, the risk cannot be driven to zero. Yes, ma'am, please.
Thanks, General. Kelly O'Donnell from NBC. There are reports that some American troops are recommending that journalists or civilians in places like the Palestine Hotel hang white sheets. Given the fact that you believe the regime uses that hotel, would you concur with that recommendation? And secondly, can you tell us more about the Rashid Airport, the circumstances, its operational value, things like that?
First, on the images of surrender and protection, unfortunately we've found ourselves in a situation where, as those appear on the battlefield, often they are used by regime death squads, Ba'ath Party members, or other regime-related forces to masquerade combat activity. Anything that would help to highlight, I think, would be useful, but we'd still have to take it with a degree of caution and skepticism, given the fact that we're now operating in the heart of the regime, and the regime practices to protect itself in its last days. We expect to be more extreme than ever. And so while that might be useful and helpful, I can't say that it would completely solve the problem at this point in time in terms of who's at risk. Frankly, the best method is to identify themselves and move out of harm's way. And that's a very difficult circumstance now that the battle has been joined inside of Baghdad. As to the Rashid Airport, that's an area also that provides some military advantage and also deprives the regime from being able to use it to depart. It's on the southeast side of the city, between the Diyala River and the Tigris River. That corner is militarily significant.
and that is just one of the many operating areas that we will conduct our tactical operations through. Since operations are continuing, I don't want to characterize much more than that, but the forces did enter the airport location this morning and are still doing work to increase the degree of security and control over top of that facility. There was resistance most of the leading to it, and there's also resistance beyond it. Since reports are still coming in from ongoing action, we don't have the full scope of it. But the force I described, excuse me, the force I described earlier of T-72 tanks, some artillery systems, some armored personnel carriers, were associated with preventing a crossing of the river. That was defeated. Our 1st Marine Expeditionary Force succeeded in crossing the Diyala River and proceeded on its attack from there. Yes, please, Chuck.
General Paul Adams, BBC. Let me be the one with the responsibility for asking the daily question about weapons of mass destruction. Reports again this morning suggesting that the suspicious site near Karbala has now been discounted. Is that true, and have any other sites yielded anything of interest so far in that regard? And just going back to the question of the Palestine Hotel, Pentagon officials warned news agencies weeks before this conflict began that they shouldn't be there. Are we now seeing your forces, if you like, compelled to open fire on buildings that they know are occupied by journalists? And unlike the mosques, the sacred sites in other cities, does the presence of a large number of Western journalists not represent something that would cause your commanders to pause?
Well, first on the, and forgive me, I called your name wrong, Paul. So first on the weapons of mass destruction sites, the one particular one that you're referring to was found east of Karbala. It did have some preliminary testing done that indicated potentially the presence of some agents. We have a number of mechanisms that we use to try to be certain before we say, yes, we found some weapons of mass destruction. The initial indications were it could potentially be. And these were done by things like I described yesterday, the Fox chemical reconnaissance system that has some onboard capability to do testing and analysis. More detailed testing and analysis is required. That's ongoing. Some samples have been moved, and we don't know enough at this point to say that it should be discounted or that indeed we found some weapons of mass destruction available for use. So at this point, we're simply remaining and waiting until we have additional information. Yes, warnings had been issued before, and they continue to be issued. Even now as we speak, there's certainly a warning that Baghdad is a dangerous location for anyone that is present in there, and that the regime continues to put them at deliberate risk. And our combat actions also increase the risk. When we have a known location that is used for multiple purposes, including regime purposes, command and control or otherwise, and certainly when we potentially take fire from those locations, decisions have to be made at a very low tactical level. I think in all cases, mosques, other buildings, hotels, things that are obviously, at least are apparently not military facilities, there's a decision that has to be made always on a tactical level. And where appropriate, there should be as proportional a response as is necessary to eliminate that threat. That again also is a decision made by a tactical leader on the ground. And we have to look into the circumstances to find out more about those decisions that were made. But the action occurs when the action occurs. And everything thereafter is either speculative or investigative. That's where we stand at this point on that issue. We certainly pay attention to it. We don't target journalists. We certainly believe in having an open access to journalism here, at other locations, and inside of our formations, and any loss of life that came as a result of combat action is regrettable. Yes, sir, please.
Pete Smolowitz from Knight Ridder. I know that it's difficult for you to quantify the loss of life on the Iraqi side, but CENTCOM has been helpful in the past in describing the number of tanks destroyed and armored vehicles. Can you talk about the destruction of those tanks during the last 48 hours of operations in Baghdad? And also, can you elaborate too a little bit on the fighting east of Karbala?
What I will tell you is, again, it's always difficult to get an accurate counting of exactly what happened as a result of that combat action or what may have preceded it with air attacks in advance of an operation. For the most part, the encounters that we're seeing are formations that have somewhere between 20 and 60 vehicles, generally speaking. That's what the numbers tend to come out to be. And often, all of those vehicles are destroyed. Any vehicles that are encountered. Sometimes there are also technical vehicles that are added to that, in the 10s, 20s, or 30s in some cases. Those that encounter our forces, especially ones that are firing, or have weapons on them, or are trying to flee, are engaged by direct fire systems. And so the degree of destruction varies on a daily basis. I really don't want to characterize it. I think it doesn't help the action that's happening out there. When threats appear, they're dealt with in a military fashion. There's discriminating fire that's provided, and unfortunately lives are lost as a result of that on both sides. And that's probably where I'd want to stay on it.
And the fighting east of Karbala?
The fighting east of Karbala is to eliminate some pockets that remained in place as we penetrated the defensive lines of the Republican Guard Forces Command. We have awareness that there still are some elements there that appear to remain loyal to the regime, and we'll conduct operations to reduce those pockets, as we are in other places where we find any regime forces that remain. Since it's an ongoing operation, I don't want to characterize it much more than that. Yes, ma'am, please.
Hasbat Abdelwahid, Qatar Television. We see a lot of, in the picture, a lot of Iraqi civilian died. And everybody knows the majority of Iraqi official buildings exist between civilian area. Did you intend to continue your strategy while a lot of people died? And what's your priority here, the building or the people and their right to be safe?
We certainly want, thank you for the question, we certainly want the Iraqi population to be as safe as they possibly can. And we have demonstrated that throughout all parts of the country where we've conducted operations, trying to take very deliberate efforts everywhere we can to minimize the loss of life, and certainly being aware of and trying to protect as much as we can sacred sites, religious sites, archaeological sites, places that are significant to the rich culture and heritage of the people of Iraq. And we've done that on a consistent basis. I've also showed you images over the last several days of the regime positioning combat systems, communication systems, artillery systems directly beside buildings in populated areas. And so there will be some circumstances, as we've stated, where it becomes virtually unavoidable to prevent some degree of destruction. The priority clearly remains focusing on the military target that may be associated with that, and trying wherever possible to minimize any secondary damages that occur. That will not change. It has not changed, and we believe we're doing the best we can to try to get that job done. We would ask that the Iraqi population try to understand, and in due time we can try to seek to pass on condolences to those whose lives were lost. And we don't know what the number is. We don't know what the cause is. But we know that there are some that have lost their life in this, and we regret that. Yes, sir, please. Third row.
It's Paul Hunter from Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. 19 days into the war and 6 days into Baghdad, can you give us an assessment of what you think is left of the conventional Iraqi resistance, sort of chemical threats aside? Do you think you've seen the worst of what they can throw at the coalition in terms of organization, weaponry, and will?
Well, Paul, I think that there are still some options available to whatever portion of the regime remains. We've seen a lot of forces that we've encountered on the outskirts of town, where we think that was a significant defensive line from, if you will, from Karbala across to Al-Qut, where the Republican Guard Forces Command was arrayed. Most of those have been destroyed, and we've not seen a movement of those forces into Baghdad. We've encountered some forces along the closer parts of Baghdad, from about where Baghdad International Airport is located, around to the corners where we're conducting operations on the east. There are indications that these are special Republican Guard, but there are also some indications there might be some regular Army equipment mixed in, and certainly some paramilitaries are mixed in. So the closer we get, the fewer conventional forces remain to be seen. There are still some. There are still artillery systems, for example, that are positioned in different places inside of town that can be brought to bear. There are still rockets in parts of the surrounding area that we have not moved through yet that pose a continuing threat. And there are any number of unconventional options available to this regime, and certainly according to its practices thus far, we expect to encounter those inside of Baghdad as we get closer to removing the remaining vestiges of the regime. We remain focused on it. We remain deliberate in our actions, and as we continue our work in and around Baghdad, We're seeking those types of things to remove them from the hands of the regime, taking away the military options. Okay. Sir, what? All right, I haven't gone to you before, so we'll take you, please.
Steve Goodkin from the Associated Press. Could you comment on this A-10 Warthog plane that went down today? Was it shot down?
We had one A-10 aircraft conducting a close air support mission at low altitude in support of ground troops in contact, and we believe that it was hit by surface-to-air missile fire. The pilot was immediately recovered and is safely back in coalition control. Yes, please, Don.
Donna Linewand from USA Today. We haven't talked a lot about Tikrit. I was wondering if you could tell us what indications you have that some of the forces might be, some of the Iraqi forces might be massing up there trying to reconstitute, or that regime leaders have fled there.
Well, Donna, Tikrit is one of the areas we know that is a stronghold for the regime leadership, and we know that there are any number of command and control related facilities in Tikrit. We know that there have been forces that originally were defending in and around Tikrit, although those moved to the south and have been involved in combat actions before this time. Tikrit has not escaped our interest, nor has it escaped our targeting. There are ongoing actions against command and control facilities in Tikrit to make it not something that's available to the regime. And I'll leave it at that since operations are ongoing. Please, Tom.
Thanks, sir. I'd like to take you back again to the Palestine Hotel and the other two incidents from this morning. You said you may have misspoke about fire coming from the lobby. I believe that the local commander on the ground was saying that he was taking RPGs from the roof. Also on the other two buildings that were struck this morning, nearly 9 hours ago. Were you taking fire from those ground targets? We seem to get information on the Warthog 3 hours ago that it was taken down by surface to air, but no real information about the two targets from this morning 9 hours ago.
I should always be careful about trying to characterize actions that happened on the ground in a firefight when those reports have not come up. The report of a pilot is different than a report of something that happens on the ground in a firefight. In many cases, we engage actions to try to go and get the pilot right away, and that becomes a significant event that's visible even at this level of the command. Things that happen in a firefight are much more confused and are also much slower in coming in detail, because every firefight that happens out there, obviously with the amount of combat action that occurs, we're not going to get a report on every firefight that happens. This one is obviously an item of interest, and there's information that's flowing in right now, so I can't characterize exactly where they received fire from. Any comment I made earlier was premature, and so at this point it's best for me to wait for additional information to come in. Okay? Off the right, please.
Frederick Castell, BBC French Service. General, considering the increase of military pressure on the regime, do you see any defection of Iraqi officials, and do you also see some fighting in between the paramilitary units? They had a long history of bloody fights in between units created by Saddam Hussein.
We're not seeing defections of people who are loyal to the regime that are members of the Ba'ath Party. We've captured a number, but we have not seen defections as you described it. We have seen military commanders depart their post or express a willingness to cease fighting. That's happened in a number of cases, but not the ones who are the most loyal to the regime, the party officials, leaders of regime death squads, not in those cases. The second half of your question?
Paramilitary units, the Iraqi paramilitary units, do they fight? Do you see any fights in between the units?
We're not seeing fighting between paramilitary units, and it's too early to determine exactly what may happen amongst other military units that are out there. There are some indications that there are some problems inside of some of the unit formations, and that has yet to develop, and I probably should not discuss it any further at this point since we don't know. Let me go in the back over here, please.
So Darren Curtis, 7 Network Australia. Does the coalition actually possess any DNA for Sadaam Hussein and his family? Will that be the only means that you'll justify whether you've in fact got him or not? And secondly, there's a team of Australian commandos out here at the moment that are tenacious urban fighters. Will you bring them into the battle in Baghdad?
Well, I don't want to characterize what information we have that might identify any remains that we encounter anywhere on the battlefield. That simply would not be appropriate to discuss. And any questions about Australian forces in detail about specific units, you probably should talk to the Australians on. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Danelle Balfour, CTV News Canada, thank you. Would you characterize an on-the-ground assessment of the strike in Al-Mansour as a priority, and what, if any, resistance do you expect in preventing or in challenging you to get to that site to conduct an investigation?
Well, the focus of our operations is not to conduct investigations at particular places where a strike occurred. We are operating inside of Baghdad and may well move to that site. That's a tactical commander's decision and something I'm not aware of at this point in time. What we can characterize is that when we see something that would provide us a fleeting moment of opportunity related to regime leadership or regime command and control, we'll try to attack that as quickly as we possibly can, given all the other parameters that I've described. We have good confirmation that we think the target is what we say it is. We have eyes that can observe the operation either from air or ground, depending on what the delivery system is going to be, and that we can do so in such a way that mitigates potential damage that's unintended. That will continue to be the case. As to seeing what it is on the ground, I'm not sure when that's going to happen. Whether we'd have some resistance on that or not, we've already fought inside of Baghdad. We've been successful at moving at a variety of places inside of Baghdad, and we believe we still have reasonable freedom of action. Doesn't mean it won't be uncontested, but we were able to move in places of our time and choosing inside of Baghdad, and I think that will continue. Let me go all in the back row, please.
I would ask about the coming few days. How can you guarantee the safety of the journalists? What's the procedures you can just tell the journalists in the Palestine hotel? Tell them that just stay in the hotel, don't move out, and how can you? What's the procedures which you can do in the future to guarantee the safety of them?
The procedures remain as they are right now. First, we don't target journalists deliberately. Not now, not ever. So I can talk about the future in that particular case. We certainly know that the journalists that are with us have responsibility for their own safety, but they are inherently safe when they stay with a unit. Or there's a higher degree of safety, I should say. They're not inherently safe because it's a dangerous business and they're moving with forces that are in danger. Journalists that are moving on the battlefield, we don't know about. We don't know where they are in some cases. Some of them are operating independently in a very, very dangerous and often contested area. And so we would certainly again express our concern for those who are choosing to do so, that they're putting themselves at risk. Where we have knowledge of that, I think we can do what we can to try to prevent injuring journalists and any other non-combatants. And that remains consistent as well. But we can only deal with what we know in this case. That's how I'd address that. Yes, please.
Nicole Winfield from Associated Press. You mentioned earlier elements of the 5th Corps came down from the north. I'd like some more details of that into Baghdad itself. What kind of resistance did you face? And do you get the sense that the Iraqis had drawn some of their lines to the south to prevent you from coming up? And did you have an easier time of it getting in from the north? And second question, reports of some looting in Basra from in these first few days of British control. I'm wondering if you're anticipating that will be repeated in Baghdad, perhaps even on a larger scale, just because it's Baghdad. What you're going to do differently to prevent this looting from occurring, or is it, at least so far in Basra, a kind of a reasonable amount of, just release of this pent-up frustration, as the British commander said yesterday, that was, in time they'll be able to restore law and order, but for now it's just frustration, people acting out. Thanks.
The first question talks about the approach to Baghdad from the north. There were some forces that were encountered. We have the ability to operate and conduct actions at times and places of our choosing. We had awareness of forces that were positioned in the north. Those forces were attacked. That opened up an opportunity for us to continue operations on a different line toward the center of Baghdad from a different direction. I'm not going to characterize where we're going to go at any given time. These are, again, tactical decisions that are made. They're focused at the same objective, and they're opportunistic in their nature. So tactical action in the north against a force that may have been defending in the north may open a hole in the north. That opportunity may be taken, maybe it's not. There are things that happen on the battlefield like that that our commanders are very skillful at creating and then taking advantage of. So that will be the case as we continue. The second half of your question was. Well, let's go to the second half of your first question.
Basra looting. What are you going to do in Baghdad to prevent it?
Thank you. There have been some reports of looting in cities that have been initially liberated. I wouldn't want to speculate as to why the population in some cases is making that choice. We know that there is often in liberated areas a vacuum in terms of control, especially when you've had as tight a grip as this regime has had on its people for so long. When that's pulled out of the way, humans make decisions about what they're going to do next and what opportunities may be presented to them. I think as time goes on, more law and order will be established. Ideally, that goes by way of Iraqi populations taking care of themselves. That's how we see this, not something that's a military control over top of all people. And this will settle down as time goes on. Not unexpected. We might see it anywhere where there's a temporary vacuum that forms and law and order is pulled away.
So you're expecting this in Baghdad then as well?
I think anywhere that we have circumstances like this and there's a removal of structures of control, there will be decisions that are made by members of the population. We would certainly discourage that, but I can't be certain that it won't happen in this case. Let me go off on this first row, please.
Good afternoon, General. Neil Tweedy from the Daily Telegraph in London. What efforts has Central Command made to ascertain the number of civilian casualties to date in Iraq? If you have got some preliminary figures, why aren't you releasing them? And if not, why haven't you made a concerted effort to ascertain how many civilians have died in this war, which is, after all, one of its most important aspects and something we have heard very, very little about?
Our approach to civilians on the battlefield is one of concern first, and secondly, effort to try to prevent impact of any sort. We can never guarantee that there would be civilians that are completely free from the hazards of battle in and around their area. All we can be certain of is our approach. We can't be certain, even after an action, how many may have died, how many may have been wounded, other than those we encounter. And of course there will be reports that come in from members of the population that we encounter that tell us things. Those can't always be confirmed. There may be reports of dead that can't be accounted for. And so it's very imprecise. Suffice it to say, where we have knowledge, then that we can know. Causes we can't know. Whether something occurred by way of coalition action, unintended, or regime action by way of murder. We've certainly seen that type of thing happen. It's just something we cannot get our arms around at this point. It will take time, and I don't think in any case of recorded history of warfare that the full knowledge of all casualties and all secondary effects has ever been gained, and I don't anticipate that will happen here. That's the nature of the approach. Right now our focus is on removing the regime, doing the best we can to protect the Iraqi people and deliver liberation to them in areas where the regime has been removed, and we'll continue on that thrust to try to get that job done. I think we have time for one more question. Let me go to the second row, please.
General Chaz Henry, WTOP Radio. The armored raid into Baghdad yesterday, rather than being a hit and run, seemed to be a hit and stay. As the coalition makes its presence felt in Baghdad, are we likely to see more instances in which troops move to an area and then end up staying there and piecemeal establish a presence around the city?
I think you can anticipate that there'll be a combination of actions. There'll be some actions that go into a location and we stage operations from there. There'll be some operations perhaps that go into a location and then leave. There'll be some operations that go into a location we reinforce. In some cases we will clear enemy resistance. In other cases we'll seize a site. The full combination of that is what creates the tactical operations in that objective area. And those are tactical decisions that are made. Again, they're very opportunistic. What can we get from this? What happens to be at that location? What should we do about it? These decisions will be made by our commanders out there on the ground, and you'll see a variety of combinations to try to get it done. Okay, thanks very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have a good day.
The critical question at CENTCOM today, the critical question still without a definitive answer about that leadership meeting that may have taken place yesterday.
3 o'clock local time in Baghdad, where 4 large bombs, 2,000 bombs each, paraded down on top of this residential site in Baghdad, western part of the city. We are told through CENTCOM the attack was effective, but who was inside, that will take some time. And again, that is the critical question as to whether or not Saddam Hussein and his sons were inside that building at the time of the attack yesterday. A lot of questions, too, about the Palestine Hotel and the journalists who were injured in, according to one report, 1 killed there inside the Palestine Hotel earlier today. We'll get more on that a bit later as we go forward into this day on Tuesday. But for now, let's get you up to date on everything. 8 o'clock a.m. back on the east coast of the U.S. And with that, here is Leon Harris with the developments that we have now. Leon, good morning there.
And good morning, Bill. Good morning, folks. CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq will continue in just a moment, but first, let's take some time out to see what's happening this hour. Target of opportunity topic the news right now. A U.S. B-1B bomber yesterday dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on a building in residential Baghdad. This raid followed a tip to U.S. intelligence that Saddam Hussein and his sons were there inside that building. Now, CENTCOM did not confirm whether the Iraqi leader or other top officials were among the 9 people killed. The U.S. military is increasing its presence in Baghdad, but Iraqi troops are not giving up the fight yet for the city. A central Baghdad building that houses Iraq's Ministry of Planning was the scene of an intense battle this morning, with U.S. tanks and planes taking on Iraqi fighters. And U.S. Marines pushing further into southeastern Baghdad engaged Iraqi fighters this morning. CNN's Martin Savage is with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, and he says that unit faced artillery fire at an industrial complex. A reporter for the Arab television network Al Jazeera was killed today during a U.S. airstrike on Baghdad. A colleague said that he felt it was a deliberate attack. The Pentagon is denying that. Meanwhile, a Reuters cameraman died and at least 4 journalists were injured during an explosion at the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad. U.S. military officials say that American forces were responding to sniper fire coming from the hotel. President Bush says Saddam Hussein's grip on the Iraqi people is coming off, quote, finger by finger. The president and British Prime Minister Tony Blair are wrapping up talks today in Northern Ireland, and they say that they agree that the United Nations should play a key role in rebuilding Iraq after the war. Coming up today, coalition warplanes zigzag across the skies over Baghdad, and we'll talk some more about the strategic significance of the targets. And with most of Saddam Hussein's Republican Guard all knocked out, where does Iraq's strength lie now? We'll find out. Plus, the family of former POW Jessica Lynch speaking out now as that 19-year-old girl recovers. All that and much more ahead as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning. Is Saddam Hussein dead or alive? That's the question we're going to try to answer for you this morning. Thanks so much for joining us. I'm Paula Zahn. The fate of Saddam Hussein is our big question after U.S. bombs targeted a building where Saddam was believed to have been meeting with Iraqi leaders. If you are just joining us, here are the latest overnight developments. At 7 a.m. in Baghdad, 11 p.m. Eastern Time, just 45 minutes after intelligence officers report that Iraqi leaders, possibly including Saddam Hussein and one or both of his sons, were meeting in suburban Baghdad, 4 2,000-pound bombs are dropped on the site. There's no confirmation about whether the attack succeeded. And then midnight Eastern Time, the skies over Baghdad filled with American A-10s, dropping bombs and strafing Iraqi positions in the city center. 1:09 this morning, U.S. tanks get caught in a fierce firefight as they try to cross a Tigris River bridge and enter the eastern part of Baghdad for the first time. On the ground and in the air, U.S. forces meet resistance as they strike at the heart of Baghdad. Let's go straight to Kuwait City, where my colleague Bill Hemmer is standing by. Good morning, Bill.
Paula, hello. Welcome to Tuesday. More information from CENTCOM indicates that U.S. Air Force A-10 Warthog crashed near Baghdad's airport. CENTCOM says the pilot bailed out, was picked up by troops, now in good condition, also saying the plane was brought down by a surface-to-air missile, this in the western part of Baghdad. Ben Wiedemann, northern Iraq, saying that U.S. Special Forces in that area trying to cut off traffic between the major northern cities of Mosul and Kirkuk. Iraqi forces have retreated from some positions in the area after heavy air attacks on the northern front. Also, the family of rescued Private First Class Jessica Lynch, age 19, out of West Virginia. met with the news media today at a U.S. military hospital, Landstuhl, Germany. They say Jessica, high spirits, looking forward to coming home, and they say Jessica does not know how well known the story of her rescue has become. Details, they say, have not been very forthcoming from her just yet. They say they're going to back away, take some time, and allow Jessica to talk about it when she feels it is necessary and comfortable and right for her. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. Whether Saddam is alive or dead, President Bush says he is certain that the Iraqi president's regime is losing its power, and he assured the Iraqi people of that this morning.
They were skeptical, they were cynical, they were doubtful. Now they believe, they begin to understand we're real and true. And it's happening elsewhere. Freedom is spreading south to north. And so the only thing I can tell you is that that grip I used to describe that Saddam had around the throats of the Iraqi people are loosening. I can't tell you if all 10 fingers are off the throat, but finger by finger is coming off. And the people are beginning to realize that.
So what intelligence led to the attack that targeted the Iraqi leadership, and is there any way to know if Saddam was killed? We are joined now from Washington by our national security correspondent, David Ensor. Good morning, David.
Good morning, Paula. Well, the reason for this strike was an opportunistic bit of intelligence that the Central Intelligence Agency and others obtained, and it was acted on very, very quickly, officials say. Some of the intelligence came from human sources. They got the information that there was a meeting of the senior leadership at this group of buildings in a Baghdad suburb, possibly including Saddam Hussein and one or more of his sons. There was an Air Force B-1 bomber loitering in the area, and it was able to drop 4 2,000-pound bombs on the site very quickly. Now, as you say, it is not clear to U.S. officials this morning whether or not they may have, in this strike, killed the Iraqi leader. And to be quite frank, they're not even entirely sure that he wasn't struck on March 19th sometime earlier. Although they are becoming, this Mansour neighborhood that you see on this map, by the way, is the area where this strike occurred. They are also still examining the tapes that were broadcast Friday of Saddam Hussein or someone who looks like him. This is the walkabout tape. There is one intelligence agency that has the view that this tape was made before March 20th, in other words, before the war started, and then was run subsequently to make it look like it was evidence that Saddam Hussein was still alive. So there's still debate about that original strike. However, as I say, there's intelligence suggesting that Saddam is still alive, and he did deliver a message on tape to the Iraqi people that was broadcast the same day as this, last Friday, in which he made reference to an event that's happened since the war. So the consensus seems to be that he survived that first strike. They're obviously hoping he may have died in this subsequent strike, but they really are not sure at this point. I should also mention U.S. officials saying today that they do not believe that the U.S. will face any organized or concentrated opposition in the remainder of the war. They do expect pockets of resistance, perhaps to hold out for quite a long time. There may be quite a few of them. They say that the irregulars that they expect mostly to face on the ground now seem to be using houses, mosques, hospitals, as their basis for operations. So it's going to be an irregular war from now on in the view of U.S. officials. Paula?
David, let's come back to this opportunistic, what you called opportunistic intelligence that led to this strike last night. The New York Times reporting this morning that it was a single source of information that was confirmed by others. Can you just better educate us as to what that means?
Well, they like to have intelligence that they can cross-reference from a number of different directions before they take an action. And that seems to have been the case here. I do know that at least one of the sources of information was human, that they did have presumably an Iraqi working for U.S. intelligence who provided at least part of what led them to that little group of buildings in that suburb. It may have been cross-referenced with aerial surveillance intelligence or perhaps signals intelligence where they intercept communications. On that I really do not know. But generally speaking, when they take an action like this, they've got more than one piece of intelligence, Paula.
David Ensor, thank you so much for the update. Back to Bill now. Bill, if you could see all the newspapers this morning, that obviously is the lead story in all of them, and the headlines questioning whether, in fact, coalition forces got Saddam Hussein last night.
Yeah, and I guess they're going to do some testing, Paula. If there's DNA, there are some bodies recovered from there, but in what condition they're in, not a clear answer for us anyway at this point. In Baghdad, though, we know the airport west of the city has been taken by the Army. We believe now the Marines have taken the airfield on the east side of the city, a military airfield. Based on what CENTCOM was saying earlier today, the Rashid Air Base has been secured by the Marines, seized anyway. It might take some time to make sure that it is secure. In the meantime, though, in about the same part of the city, I believe Marty Savage is right now working again there with the U.S. Marines. Marty, I think you're in Baghdad proper. Good afternoon there.
Hello, Bill. Yes, we are in Baghdad proper, and we can confirm that the Al-Rashid Air Base has been taken by U.S. Marines. We believe it's from the 3rd Battalion. 7 Marines also may have had assistance from tanks, and we also understand that there were submunitions that were dropped from the air. These are those bomblets. Those are used to try to deprive an opposing force from using that airfield, either running tanks, APCs across the grounds to defend it, or movement of any aircraft. Well, the movement of aircraft for the Iraqis is pretty much moot at this point, but it is in control of the Marines. Significant because now they have an airfield both on the west side, being the international airport, and now on the east side as well, should they choose to use it. As for our crossing into Baghdad, that happened before the sun came up this morning, crossing over on a pontoon bridge, replacing the one you may have seen destroyed live on CNN last night. Actually, the Iraqis partially destroyed it. It was the U.S. military that took it down the rest of the way to prevent it from harming any civilians. And then, immediately after crossing over, the lead elements of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines came under attack. They were quickly able, with tow missiles and heavy caliber machine guns, to put down that fighting. It was sporadic. And once they moved into a grove of palm trees, a literal forest of palm trees, they had quite a surprise in their hands. Large pieces and large numbers of pieces of Iraqi artillery, including anti-aircraft guns, artillery pieces standard, as well as large caches of ammunition. What the Marines then did was launch into sort of a very quickly organized destruction mode. This was not standard demolition practice, but something you do in a hurry, using hand grenades, fragmentary devices, and also hand grenades that create fire and very intense heat. They tossed those into the weapon systems there, ran like heck, get out of the way, and then, well, you see what happens after that. Usually there's either a significant blast or a very intense fire, and that tends to render the weapon useless. Also tends to trigger off a lot of fireworks. That's the ammunition that was stored in and around those weapons going off at the same time. That, too, is highly dangerous. You don't want to be in the area when that is going off. Photographer Scott McQuinney likes being in that neighborhood, obviously, by looking at how close some of these images are. But a significant amount of weaponry that was destroyed. They want to make sure they get rid of that stuff so that no one else will use it against the Marines in any way, shape, or form in the future. Then, from there, moving on to an industrial complex. That was the real objective of the day for 2 reasons. One, opposition forces believed to be hiding out there, and they were. The Marines did run into sporadic gunfire there, at times moderately heavy fire coming in on them. They returned very heavy fire. Tanks were used in the movement there, APCs moving in. This is a very difficult terrain. We're talking about a heavily industrialized complex, lots of warehouses, lots of industrial sites and buildings and factories. And moving around in there was difficult, but it was done in a very coordinated fashion, sweeping from one end to the other. At the same time, also seeking out sensitive sites that might have been used in the Iraqi weapons program. Some buildings still being looked at right now. And one last thing, Bill, on the outskirts of this industrial complex, Iraqi Republican Guard positions found abandoned, but also a lot of chemical suits were found there. These are suits you would wear in the case of chemical warfare. Full-body suits, the boots, the gloves, masks with the canisters attached to them. All of these found in wooden crates and boxes there, abandoned in a hurry. Also atropine. Atropine is what you would use to inject yourself if you thought you'd been exposed to a nerve agent. So an indication there that the Iraqis were preparing in some way, shape, or form for chemical warfare, at least as a precaution, Bill.
And it has been one busy day, one busy 24 hours for the Marines you're with there, Marty. Thanks. We'll check in a bit later. Here's Paula again in New York.
Thanks, Bill. We're going to go straight to the Pentagon now, where Barbara Starr is standing by. She has the very latest from there, including reaction to this morning's CENTCOM briefing. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Paula. Well, much of the focus of the briefing at Central Command was on two attacks that involved the news media in Baghdad. One tank attack on the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad, where one journalist from Reuters was killed, 4 were wounded, and another attack on the Al Jazeera offices in Baghdad. In a separate incident, another journalist for Al Jazeera killed there. Now, both of these locations were, in fact, generally known to the U.S. military as being areas where reporters were operating. At the U.S. Central Command, they said they were not targeting journalists, but they were targeting areas where they believed there was Iraqi leadership or military activity. Here's what Central Command had to say.
When we have a known location that is used for multiple purposes, including regime purposes, command and control or otherwise, and certainly when we potentially take fire from those locations, decisions have to be made at a very low tactical level. I think in all cases, mosques, other buildings, hotels, things that are obviously, at least, are apparently not military facilities, there's a decision that has to be made always on a tactical level.
Now, already a State Department official in the region has called these attacks on journalist facilities, quoting, a grave mistake. There are certainly likely to be more questions of the Bush administration throughout the day. Paula?
Barbara, do you have any better sense from what you're being told at the Pentagon, just what is the status of Iraq's military capability at this hour?
Well, officials here are now saying that the Republican Guard is virtually destroyed as an effective conventional force, as an armored force. Still some infantry, essentially some soldiering capability, but as an armored force, it is gone. 2 statistics that illustrate this. They tell us just 19 of 800 Republican Guard tanks left and 40 of 550 artillery pieces, all that they had before this conflict began. Paula?
And yet they still, as you say, represent a threat in a soldier form with light arms.
Indeed, that is the concern in Baghdad right now, that they are operating individual soldiers on foot, guerrilla tactics against U.S. forces in Baghdad. They believe that was what happened at the Palestine Hotel, for example, that there was a sniper in the hotel firing at U.S. forces. A U.S. tank sent a round back through the hotel. As we said, 1 journalist killed, 4 injured. The military warning that more of this could happen.
Barbara Starr, thanks so much. We'll be getting back to you a little bit later on this morning. Back to Bill now.
All right, Paula, listen, we know there is fighting ongoing in Baghdad. We reported on that for several minutes right now, but there is still fighting south of the city. Al-Hilla is the town, I believe about 60 miles southwest of Baghdad. With the 101st Airborne Division, Ryan Chilcote is embedded there by telephone. Ryan, I know we talked about 2 hours ago. There is fighting ongoing at the time. What's happening now?
Yeah, about 2.5 hours now, a firefight outside of an agricultural complex. It looks like some kind of agricultural warehouse. The soldiers of the 101st Airborne moving into the city of Hala, as you said, really an attack that began at dawn, the goal of which is to root out Fedayeen fighters that are still inside, or at least the U.S. military believes are still inside Hala. The soldiers have encountered quite a bit of resistance, specifically at this agricultural complex, but even before it, from both small arms fire and RPG fire. Here at this complex, there were 2 fighters, don't know whether they're Iraqis or some other nationality, came out from a bush and threw a grenade at soldiers. 3 U.S. soldiers injured in that attack. The soldiers, however, have been fighting back pretty intensely. There's been attack helicopters in the air, F-18s in the air, soldiers on the ground clearing buildings right now, anti-tank weapons fired at this complex. 2 confirmed, I saw them, 2 confirmed fighters killed here, but still not clear of what nationality. The fight continues. The soldiers are now moving into the complex. It is on fire. Parts of it, at least, are on fire, and they're going to go room by room through this entire complex because they do believe that they're seeing movement inside of it until they find all of the fighters. Bill?
Ryan, listen, earlier you said this was no surprise. They expected this fight. Is that still the case?
That's correct. The 101st, as you've probably noticed, has really been charged with cleaning up in cities and making sure that they're safeguarding, if you will, cities at the rear of the 3rd Infantry Division, which, as you know, has moved on to Baghdad. Excuse me. Najaf was one of those cities in central Iraq. Karbala was another, and now, of course, this city, which is, as you know, probably very important in ancient Babylon. It is home to one of the 7 wonders of the world, the Hanging Gardens of Babylon mentioned in the Bible, and it is with great concern and great I guess, caution that the U.S. forces are moving into this city to root out Fedayeen fighters that they believe have really taken up camp. If this is at all to tell a telltale sign of what is to come in the city, then obviously this is going to be a big fight, because already intense fighting on the outskirts of the city, Bill.
All right, keep us posted, Ryan, please. Ryan Chilcote, 101st Airborne in the town of Hilla, 60 miles south of Baghdad. Paula?
Bill, we're still trying to figure out the impact of that explosion at the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad. It is believed that at least 6 journalists were wounded. The Pentagon is saying that U.S. forces were responding to sniper fire from the building. However, defense officials didn't say what weapons the military used to shoot back. Joining us on the telephone right now, Roland Higgin-Benjamin, who is a member of the International Red Cross, to bring us up to date on that story as well as others. Roland, what can you tell us about what happened at the Palestine Hotel?
Well, I was with the Reuters team minutes before the accident happened. I drove back to our offices immediately after leaving them, and just as I came to my office, which is really just down the road, I heard that explosion and there was an impact on the hotel. And then I went to the hotel. Excuse me. I went to the hospital to see some of the casualties. I'm sorry about that.
And what were the extent of the injuries? Was it pretty bad?
Well, 1 person was killed and 4 are wounded. Some were still in the operating theater, and I suppose that the families will have been informed by the companies they are working for.
And just give us an idea of the vulnerability of that area, particularly as the Iraqi snipers are opening fire on coalition troops around the hotel.
This area was considered safe. It's on the river, on the riverside. Everybody knows that this is the hotel where journalists are staying, and I have difficulties to imagine that hundreds of journalists would have stayed in a place if they had any reasons to believe that it was going to be used by snipers.
And did anybody give you any more information on the scene about how this all unfolded?
Well, the fact is that something was shot into the floor on which these people happen to be. The hotel is completely full of journalists, so it hit one particular floor, and then a number of people were hit and wounded, and one of them was killed.
Well, can you give us an update on what is going on at Baghdad area hospitals?
We are very much concerned today about the hospital, which is called the Medical City. It's a large complex. It has 650 beds, and as of today, it has had no access to water. Of course, electricity has been cut since last Thursday, so hospitals are operating on backup generators, which is difficult in itself, but it is obviously impossible to operate or to keep functioning as a hospital without water. So the International Committee of the Red Cross has started an emergency operation tracking water with big containers, distributing bags of drinking water to all the patients in that particular hospital. And we have engineers and contractors working now all day long trying to establish some form of connection to a station that could serve that particular hospital. We have to express our concern about the fact that one water station was hit by the bombing, and most likely a large segment of one of the poorest suburbs of Baghdad is going to go out without water now. These are civilian infrastructures, and they should be spared at all costs. Otherwise, we are really going to face a major problem in that city.
Roland Higgin and Benjamin, thank you very much for trying to make better sense of what happened at the Palestine Hotel. Roland Higgin and Benjamin of the International Red Cross once again. The Pentagon saying U.S. forces were responding to sniper fire coming from that building, but the Defense Department is not saying exactly what kind of weapons the military used to respond back with. We want to share with you now some sound that has just been brought to us, apparently describing to us a situation of some people trapped inside the Meridian Hotel in Baghdad. Let's listen to this together.
شاكر بداية هل لك أن تطمئننا عن أحوالكم عن طاقم قناة أبو ظبي
situation the crew of Abu Dhabi in Baghdad? Yes, Fatiha. I would like to assure you that, and all audience who have been watching us over the last 20 days, to show them exactly what's going on in Baghdad, the result of this war. Actually, we have not been hit. None of us has been hit until the rocket launching into our office. But we're surrounded at the operations, the military operations, where there's no civilians except for the crew of Abu Dhabi. And 3 people from Al Jazeera who came to us, in fact, after they have been evacuated to the Meridian. So here I am, and through the channel of Abu Dhabi, I would like to appeal to all the Red Cross organization to evacuate our crew, and especially to Mr. Ronald Reagan, the responsible guy, the man responsible for the Red Cross, and to have contact with the Iraqi to evacuate us from this area, which rockets are being launched in an unbelievable way, and very tense, very intensive. And we're expecting actually tonight that more operations, heavy operations that will take place that might in fact endanger our crew. So I'm appealing to the organization, the World Organization of Journalists and Journalists Without Limits, to take all the necessary measures to coordinate with the committee of the Red Cross here. I'm just taking this opportunity and seize this opportunity to assure the families of the staff. Jabir Ubaid is okay. Amr al-Muli is okay. Wael Benani is okay. Hisham Badawi, Abbas Ali, Majid Tamar, Karim Ali, Ali Jawad, Maliha Muhammad, Razzaq, Fadl Farhat, Abdul Hussein, Afdal Juma, Fuad Hamid, Wael, Karim, Marwan Walid. This is also a Jazeera crew, Jazim Hamad Ali, Muhammad Tama, Majid Jasim, and also Hamza Hussein and Muntasir Muhammad. We're all 25 people at the channel of Abu Dhabi. We are surrounded actually, and shells are there everywhere. We are the only civilians available in this. I am appealing one more time to the Red Cross, to Mr. Ronald Reagan, who is listening to us now, to coordinate with the Iraqi authorities to provide 6 wheels, in fact, or ambulances to
All right, we are listening to that for the first time as you are listening to it as well. As best we can figure this out, this is Abu Dhabi TV, and at least 25 people trapped inside this Meridian hotel asking for help from the International Red Cross, describing in this gentleman's words, shells everywhere, fighting going on everywhere around them. They're pleading for some help to get them out. Back now to Bill in Kuwait City. Bill.
All right, Paula, as we continue to track this movement here, this follows a really deadly day yesterday for journalists. A German photographer, a Spanish journalist killed in that attack, some sort of missile or rocket attack south of Baghdad, in which two U.S. soldiers were killed as well. The embedded process with the U.S. and British military has worked extremely well, we're told, but not without a cost, not without a price, and again, we're seeing it today yet again. More in a moment in Kuwait. Here's Leon now with the latest developments at this hour. Leon, good morning again to you.
All right, good morning, Bill. Yes, in addition to the concerns about the fate of the journalists who are covering this war, now the topic of our report now is the question of whether or not Sadaam Hussein and his sons have survived. Their fate remains in question this morning. U.S. Central Command says there was, quote, solid intelligence that Sadaam and other high-ranking government officials were meeting in a Baghdad building when a U.S. B-1B bomber dropped 4 one-ton bombs on it. At least 9 people were killed and 13 were injured, but there's no information about whether any senior Iraqi leaders were killed in that incident. That was the scene in central Baghdad. The building that houses Iraq's Ministry of Planning became an urban battlefield this morning. A high-rise caught fire there during a fight between a U.S. armored unit and troops who were defending the building. U.S. Marines are pushing further into southeastern Baghdad, and they engaged Iraqi fighters this morning at an industrial complex. CNN's Martin Savage is out there with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, and he says the unit discovered and destroyed abandoned military equipment. Meanwhile, U.S. Marines in southeastern Baghdad discovered boxes of chemical suits, gas masks, and atropine injectors. Atropine is an antidote for nerve gas. Martin Savage says that they were found in a field that had been hit by airstrikes. The equipment appeared to have been hastily abandoned. It was all still in crates. A U.S. pilot is reported to be in good condition after his A-10 Warthog went down near Baghdad's main airport. The pilot ejected. He was picked up by Allied troops later. CENTCOM says the plane was apparently shot down by an Iraqi surface-to-air missile. Coming up here on the network, President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair discuss post-war plans for Iraq during a summit in Northern Ireland. We'll have highlights of that for you here. And journalists caught in the line of fire. An Al Jazeera reporter and a Reuters cameraman were killed. More on those stories coming up. Plus, British forces in Basra. They're now working on giving back control to the Iraqi people. All that and much more ahead as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning. Welcome. Thanks so much for being with us. I'm Paula Zahn. The big question this morning, what happened to Sadaam Hussein? He may have been in a complex with one or both of his sons that was bombed last night. Sources tell our Tom Mentir that the U.S. had, quote, hard human intelligence that a meeting of top Iraqi officials was going on in a suburban Baghdad neighborhood. This morning's USA Today says CIA paramilitaries and Delta Force commandos were tracking Saddam's communications. The report also says the Mansour neighborhood where the bombs were dropped was under surveillance for several days. Iraqi TV released a tape a few days ago showing Sadaam Hussein walking through that neighborhood. There is no confirmation that Sadaam Hussein was killed or hurt or whether he was even there at the time. Back to Kuwait City now, and Bill Hemmer. Good morning again, Bill.
Hey, Paula. Hello again from Kuwait. Listen, it's not been a good day again for journalists today. These are not of the embedded kind. These are the kind working on their own in Baghdad. CENTCOM says a coalition tank fired 1 shell at the Palestine Hotel, central Baghdad, after taking sniper fire from that building. The shell killed a Reuters photographer. It wounded 4 others. They're in the hospital, we're told. That hotel houses virtually all the international media still staying in Baghdad. Earlier today, also, a journalist with the Arabic language network Al Jazeera, he was killed after an airstrike hit that network's offices again in central Baghdad as well. British troops say after a day of intensive and extensive looting, the streets of Basra quiet again. British forces say they now control most of that city. Residents of Basra are going into a number of Western hotels, taking out furniture, taking out carpeting, and just about anything they can get their hands on. One report now from the town of Hilla. site of the ruins of the Hanging Gardens of Babylon. Ryan Chilcote, the 101st Airborne, says that division went looking for a fight, and they found one too. Ryan says 2 helicopters were shot up. Troops ran into intense small arms fire. Apparently that is still ongoing now. The unit has been told they were fighting Syrian mercenaries. However, that report has not yet been confirmed by Ryan and the others on the ground there. Paula.
Thanks, Bill. You were talking a little bit about what Ryan Chilcote has seen, and we're going to show you a little bit more of what he found yesterday as U.S. forces made their way across the Iraqi countryside. They have been finding those storage facilities containing chemicals. Are they harmless, or were they designed to be used as weapons? Here is Ryan's report from the Karbala area, reports on the perils troops face and the precautions they are taking now.
The barrels were behind an agricultural complex where Saturday soldiers discovered Iraqi weapons and a storeroom of what appears to be commercially available chemicals.
Don't touch the bucket at all, okay?
Monday, some of the barrels in the backyard tested positive for nerve and blister agent. Another team of experts are on the way. Their job is to determine whether this is the smoking gun and these could have been used to make chemical weapons, or whether this is something else. The test results so far are inconclusive.
This could be either some type of pesticides, because this was an agricultural compound, and the literature inside the compound talked about dealing with mosquitoes and other type of airborne vermin, and was right along the Euphrates River, very close to Euphrates River. But on the other hand, it could be a chemical agent, not weaponized.
The soldiers have also been investigating a military training camp down the road from the agricultural complex. Sunday morning, 13 soldiers got sick after a long day in the heat and a long night clearing the camp that had a large number of conventional weapons and Iraqi chemical protective suits and gas masks. Both the soldiers and the site were tested for chemical agents, and initial results came back mixed. Further testing, according to the 101st, indicate the presence of a chemical commonly found in pesticides. The soldiers were screened and showered, which is routine precaution, and they're all feeling fine.
Yesterday morning, some of the soldiers were nauseous, had headaches. We moved in the 63rd Chemical Company right away to assess that, and it is our belief that those soldiers were suffering from heat exhaustion and dehydration, which the symptoms can be very similar.
The next team of experts is expected to arrive Tuesday. Ryan Chilcote, CNN with the 101st Airborne near Karbala, Iraq.
So this is another key question of the day. Is it or is it not weapons of mass destruction or something similar to that? Terry Taylor is a former inspector on the ground in Iraq. He's been with us many times in the past several months. He's back with us live in D.C. Good to have you back. Barrels underneath a bunker, this part of the country, how likely or not?
Well, it's so hard to tell right now. I mean, there are indicators there. Like you saw the pictures of the suits and the respirators. It seems extraordinary that the drums of this chemical would be buried in the way and covered up and hidden away in the way described in the report there. So that is suspicious. Also suspicious is a site nearby where there were clearly a training camp or a base with weapons for what looked like to me some kind of special security organization, which are the kind of troops that or organization that looks after weapons of mass destruction capabilities. But on the other hand, the kind of chemicals so far found there, which would be pesticides nearby, which are of the same chemical family as you would find for nerve agents, for chemical warfare agents, that is some kind of organophosphorus compound. So I don't think we've got a clear enough indication here. If there is anything there, it would be bulk agent, that is in drums, that might be used for filling munitions. But there are no munitions, no delivery means, and I think that's what the Brigadier General meant when he said, well, it's not weaponized. So I think we're still in an unclear situation with these reports.
Terry, if it's unclear to us, you think they already know? I mean, testing yesterday, perhaps more today, perhaps they already know, yes or no. True?
Well, It's hard to tell. I think what they want to do is proper laboratory testing. The kind of equipment you saw there in your report is very basic and crude, would give warning for troops that they need to be careful, need to mask up, this kind of thing, that they need maybe to decontaminate. But it's not, doesn't determine absolutely exactly the nature of the chemical and its precise chemical composition. This will have to be done with much higher grade equipment than are available to the forward troops in the field. So I think we have to wait a little while yet. But this is not a clear-cut case at the moment.
Yeah, listen, we're watching some videotape earlier about the U.S. Army going through these barrels and drums. They had the gas masks on. Some were seen wearing gloves. Is that ample protection in the event that this positive test continues to be positive?
Well, certainly they are taking the basic precautions. Clearly, where you're anywhere near chemicals, there's a vapor hazard. Toxic vapors can be given off, particularly even insecticides, and so one needs to be very careful. So gloves and respirators are an absolute must. But if it's a stronger agent than that, like it's sarin or something like that, then perhaps one needs to be even more careful.
All right, Terry, quickly, about 15 seconds here. It's almost 3 weeks, almost day 21 tomorrow. Today is day 20 of this war. Are you surprised in any way that weapons of mass destruction have not been used or be found in Iraq?
Well, I always felt that we wouldn't find any of these weapons, or the coalition wouldn't find any of these weapons until the very last, and probably not until they get key figures who will control these weapons, who know where they are and where they're hidden. So I'm not surprised that the coalition hasn't found them yet. On the fact of them being used, I think there was enormous caution on the part of the leadership. This is just my speculation, because it would change the whole character, the whole political landscape, if the regime ordered the use of chemical or biological weapons in these circumstances, because the world, obviously would turn against them. But one can't calculate what individual commanders might do, so there's still a risk they might be used even now.
Thank you. Terry Taylor, former weapons inspector in D.C. Appreciate your thoughts today. Paula again now in New York.
Thanks, Bill. President Bush, Prime Minister Blair today are winding up meetings in Belfast, Northern Ireland. The talks included a range of topics, including peace in Northern Ireland, but the focus, of course, was on Iraq. John King traveling with the president. He has the very latest from there. Good morning, John.
Good morning to you, Paula. About 20 hours of talks in all, the major focus on post-war Iraq, but it was in the middle of the discussions featuring President Bush and Prime Minister Blair that word came of that dramatic targeting of a site in Baghdad where U.S. intelligence believes Sadaam Hussein and perhaps even his two sons were located. Mr. Bush at a news conference this morning said he simply does not know if the Iraqi leader was killed in the bombing attack, but Mr. Bush said he was certain of this, that the Iraqi leader is losing his grip on power and that the Iraqi people are more and more convinced by the hour that they soon will be free.
They were skeptical, they were cynical, they were doubtful. Now they believe, they begin to understand we're real and true. And it's happening elsewhere. Freedom is spreading south to north. And so the only thing I can tell you is that that grip I used to describe that Saddam had around the throats of the Iraqi people are loosening. I can't tell you if all 10 fingers are off the throat, but finger by finger is coming off. And the people are beginning to realize that.
The talks held at the Hillsborough Castle just on the outskirts of Belfast. A major focus, what role should the United Nations have when the shooting stops? Mr. Bush and Blair saying they both envision a vital role for the United Nations, helping with humanitarian efforts, helping with the reconstruction of Iraq. But there is no official role for the United Nations in the vision the two leaders laid out today. That is unlikely to satisfy skeptics on the Security Council who opposed this war to begin with, are now quite skeptical about U.S. influence in post-war Iraq. Prime Minister Blair warning this morning that only the Iraqi people will suffer if the bitterness in the Security Council in the pre-war debate reemerges now as the leaders debate post-war Iraq.
Rather than having a sort of, endless diplomatic wrangles over it, let's all just agree that the basic things that the Iraqi people want is they want to have a country where they are able to exploit their own wealth for their own prosperity, where they have basic protection of human rights, and where they have a government genuinely representative of Iraqi people.
Mr. Bush says he understands there are skeptics in Europe who doubt his commitment to the United Nations, who believe the United States want to impose the new government in Iraq. Mr. Bush says those skeptics are wrong, and if they watch what happens as the shooting ends, they will see the United States quickly form an interim Iraqi authority and hand power back to the Iraqi people. Paula?
Thanks. John King reporting from Belfast, Northern Ireland for us this morning. Back to the big question of the morning, is Saddam Hussein still alive? 4 bombs, a ton each, leveled a building in Baghdad yesterday. U.S. officials said they had time-sensitive intelligence that senior Iraqi leadership, possibly even Saddam Hussein and his 2 sons, were meeting in that building. Who was behind that information and how reliable was it? Andy McNabb, a former commander for the British Special Air Service, fought in the Gulf War, conducted many covert operations similar to this. He joins us from London. He is in silhouette because he believes his life is still in danger. Andy, thank you very much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
Andy, I wanted to start off with something which is in one of our newspapers this morning, USA Today, basically saying that CIA paramilitary forces and Delta Force commandos were tracking Saddam's communications. They went on to say that the men, I guess referring to the Iraqi leadership, were discussing how to flee the city when the bombs hit the home and a restaurant attached to it. Describe to us how you think this all came about.
Well, I think that the whole sort of information gathering effort around Saddam Hussein has been going on well before the war started, and certainly special forces would react to the information that has been collated. Obviously, you know, if it's come from one human source, that has to be confirmed by using other sources, whether it's technical or other human sources. And then a decision's made at a command level that you're going to get the special forces in there, you're going to find this house, this target, and then call in an airstrike.
And then how do you develop this one human source? Because that has been confirmed to CNN, that's how this whole attack got started in the first place. And then, as you said, was cross-referenced with other sources.
Well, certainly a lot of the high command within the Iraqi military, they're about the only people who carry cell phones around Iraq, and the system itself, you know, is easily tapped in by the Americans. And the fact is that, you know, that they're getting phone calls even before the war saying, look, you know, ultimately we're going to win. You need to come onto our side. So there'll be deals done certainly with high-ranking military officials to get that information. It's a constant war that has been going on, not since this war started, but this war's been going on for many years, trying to get the mind of the Iraqi military.
You haven't reason to believe then this was reliable human intelligence?
Yeah, I think that certainly the military planners who are going to give the go or no go on an operation like this have got to look at the information and look at the percentages of success and make the decision whether it's going to happen or not. Certainly, if these attacks continued and we was continuously sort of missing Saddam, that would devalue the effect of these type of attacks. So the planners have got to sit down. It's never going to be 100% firm, but they've got to look at the percentages and say, okay, we're 70, 80, 90% sure. Well, let's get on and do it.
And walk us through the next step of what will happen when someone attempts to confirm whether Saddam Hussein or any of his sons or the Iraqi leadership were in this building in the first place.
Yeah, well, certainly there would be you know, sort of technology that would be trying to identify the target. But ultimately, if you want to do a surgical strike, what you've got to do is get men on the ground to identify the target. Once those guys get there, whether it's people like Special Air Service or certainly in this case it'd probably be Delta Force, you know, if it's number 16, whatever road it is, you know, you've got to get somebody on the ground to identify it and then mark that target. And that can be done in many different ways. It's certainly marking with lasers, with a GPS fix on it so that this ordnance can drop. Or sometimes in these operations that are quickly formed and guys have got to get out there, in some cases it could be simply getting machine guns with firing a lot of tracer. And as that aircraft comes in, you're just saying to that aircraft, watch my tracer. And as that bounces off the target, the aircraft can then get into an attack profile and hit it.
And Andy, finally this morning, why do you think your life is still at risk? You did a lot of work during the first Desert Storm.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time in the northwest of Baghdad trying to stop the Scuds from firing into Israel, and was eventually captured up there and spent 6 weeks in interrogation center in Baghdad. But a lot of the operations that the Special Air Service are involved with is this covert war of anti-terrorism, and it's been going on for decades now, and certainly the individual operations that I've been involved with, there is a threat against my life, and overall the type of operations that the Special Air Service get involved with, there have been reprisals.
Andy McNabb, thanks for sharing your story with us, and thanks for helping us better understand what might have happened in Baghdad last night. Very much appreciate your input.
Thank you.
Back to Bill now in Kuwait City.
Paula, it was a week ago today when the news and the headlines was all about Jessica Lynch, rescued from that hospital in Nasiriyah, now recovering from multiple wounds at a hospital in Germany. Her family has arrived a few days ago, in fact, and today they were talking with members of the media there. We will check in live in Germany to see how Jessica is doing now. Back in a moment.
This year, nearly 1 million families will have their most valuable possessions stolen right from here. It's their own identity. Bank statements, credit card and ATM receipts, pay stubs. In today's world, a little advice. Shred anything you wouldn't want in the hands of a stranger. Hey, Tom.
Protect yourself at home with the shredder more businesses rely on for superior performance and durability. Fellows, the world's toughest shredders.
Wolf Blitzer takes you inside the war in Iraq.
U.S. troops on the ground.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
Are you ready for your study session? Then come down to the Library Gentlemen's Club in Lake Forest. Experience Orange County's hottest showgirls as they show you just how fun studying can be. Hit the books at our full bar, join some classmates for a game of pool, or just relax after taking that hard test. And oh yeah, did we mention the best showgirls in Orange County? Come see what all of Orange County is talking about. The Library Gentlemen's Club, off the 5 freeway and El Toro Road in Lake Forest.
Getting my medication used to take nearly all day. Now I get my prescription medication delivered in a discreet package the very next day without leaving my home or my office.
If you'd like help with weight loss, birth control, or other common health issues, make your life easier with a medical consultation and prescription from Privacy RX.
Nothing could be easier, safer, or more private.
Get free overnight delivery and a 100-day supply of multivitamins with your first order. Call 800-595-1291.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Jessica Lynch is 19 years old. She was rescued on the 1st of April in a daring overnight raid from a hospital in Nasiriyah. Still recovering in a hospital in Germany right now, and her family, though, has been there for several days, and today they talked and told reporters about what they're learning now from Jessica. Matthew Chance at Landstuhl Medical Center joins us now live for what was said earlier today. Matthew, hello there.
Hello to you as well, Bill. The medical update from the doctors who've been supervising the care of Private Jessica Lynch, saying that she is in excellent spirits, so that she's well on her way to making a recovery. She's been sitting up in bed, something she couldn't do several days ago. She's even been sitting in a chair out of a bed and eating solid food for the first time on a regular basis for some time. Having said that, still recovering from not just the multiple wounds she incurred when she was in captivity by Iraqi forces, but also recovering from the intensive surgery on her back that had to be undertaken to correct some of those wounds, or to help heal some of those wounds. So she's still not going to be flown back to the US for some time yet. They're still saying there is no date set for her evacuation back to the US. What we do know, though, is that this has been a very emotional period, obviously, for Jessica. It's been a very uplifting period as well. We know she had a big smile on her face. We were told that when her parents walked into the hotel room. The parents coming along with a brother and a sister and a cousin from West Virginia, making a flight over here to sit by the bed, to comfort her, to talk to her. Today we found out what was going through their minds, what emotions were running through them when they saw Jessica for the first time since the end of this ordeal that she's been going through. Let's listen to what Gregory Jr., her brother, had to say about it.
I had shed a few tears before, but that really, it hit me hard when I walked in that room, and it hit the whole family, and it was just good to see her face and the condition that she was in good shape, and the doctors there are wonderful, and the hospital and the community here is just great support for everybody, and it hit the family hard, but we're doing good just to see her now. A lot better than the conversations on the phone.
There's still no indication, though, about exactly what happened to Jessica when she was in captivity, how she managed to get such horrific multiple injuries. Her family saying that they haven't spoken to her about that yet. She just doesn't seem psychologically ready, they say, to discuss her ordeal at this stage, Bill.
All right, Matthew, thanks. And best of luck to her in her recovery. She has got a ways to go, but again, they're saying her prognosis is excellent. Paula, back to you now.
And certainly that support from her family has got to help her pull through. Loving family there. Jack, good morning.
Good morning. Interesting poll out this morning concerning the president and how the public is perceiving him in light of what's going on in Iraq, Paula. The war has been very good news for President Bush, according to a new CNN USA Today Gallup poll. The poll compares opinions of the president now with those of 3 months ago. 80% of the people surveyed consider President Bush a strong leader. That's up from 76% in January. 73% say he's honest. There's a word not often associated with politicians, up from 70% who thought so in January. 70% say he inspires confidence compared with 65% before, and 65% think he cares about average Americans, and that's up from just 56% in January. The poll also measured Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld's job approval rating, and here's what it showed. 71% of the people surveyed think that the Secretary of Defense is doing a good job. Just 21% disapprove of the way Mr. Rumsfeld's conducting things.
I guess everybody needs to keep in mind, though, when you look at these stratospheric numbers, that the first President Bush enjoyed those kind of numbers, too.
Yes, and lurking in the background of all of this is an economy that's going to require some attention fairly soon with the election coming in 2004. So I'm sure that the current president's well aware of what tripped up his dad and is making some effort, I think, to get something going on the economic front. But you can only do so much at one time, I suppose.
Absolutely. Jack, thanks.
You're
See you a bit later on this morning.
Yep.
We continue to pose the question, is Sadaam Hussein dead or alive after that strike last night led by some CIA paramilitaries and a Delta Force commando, according to USA Today. And we will try to get more information on whether the attack worked. We will be right back.
I think arthritis can change the way you perceive yourself, if you let it. The trick is, don't let it.
Move over, Aleve. This is Tylenol arthritis pain. A different Tylenol. Just 2 caplets in the morning have the strength to last all day, with safety that can't be beat.
Arthritis pain? Don't we have better things to do?
Other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork. Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Apply now for a low fixed-rate mortgage or cash out some of your equity. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
From Christopher Guest, director of Best in Show and Waiting for Guffman, comes a new comedy about folk music.
I don't like folk music.
Me too.
They spoke for a generation.
I had a hit that you might have heard of, Hurrelegget Lille Gommen, which means How's It Hangin' Grandma?
They lived through restless times.
I don't remember much.
They're back for one more show.
Whoops!
A Mighty Wind. Rated PG-13. Starts Wednesday, April 16th.
Hey, you're gonna love this new quick rent at National Car Rental. When you get to the airport, they let you choose your own car. Whatever make and model you want.
Whatever color you want.
You can walk right past the counter. And you don't stand in any lines.
All you need is a major credit card and access to the internet. You rent online at nationalcar.com.
They ought to call it quick and easy.
Bypass the counter.
You don't have to stand in line. Choose your own car. Click, click, click on the computer.
It's all about me. Rent. Huh?
Choose the rental car company that lets you choose your own car. Quick Rent at nationalcar.com.
It's easy to take electricity for granted. A lot of us aren't even sure where it comes from. So we're sometimes surprised to learn that over half of the electricity we use comes from coal.
Mrs. Wimmer!
And thanks to a $50 billion investment in clean coal technologies by America's electric utilities that use coal, it's getting cleaner every day, helping us protect something we can't take for granted: our environment.
We're going to take you live to Baghdad now, where Marines are taking up positions all over the city. Joining us on the phone now, Luke Hunt with the French press agency. He is with the 1st Marines embedded there, and he's going to let us know what he is seeing and what he is being told. Luke, what's the latest from there?
Well, at the moment, as you said, the Marines are pitching tent and camping all the way around Baghdad. We're in the eastern suburbs at the moment near the Gala River. Coming in was quite a sight. There's a lot of burnt-out suburbs, completely gutted from fighting. A lot of gutted tanks, civilian vehicles, trucks, buses. Name your vehicle, and its type. It's been burnt out along the way.
What else have you seen?
Several of the bridges were blown, but the military was able to cut across that by installing, pardon me, first up they installed pontoons. They bulldozed across the river with dirt, and with the main bridges they were able to cross them by laying down steel plates over the area that was blown.
Luke, have you been met with any resistance as you've moved with the 1st Marines?
We've had a lot of resistance along the way. Nasiriyah, which I think has been well reported now, that was a hell of a fight between both sides. There's been a lot of artillery shelling at night. One instance, we were shelled with 8 rounds hitting within 3 minutes of, within 300 metres of the camp. Now each shell has a kill circle of about 100 metres, so that was. In between, there's been a lot of people who have been taken in as POWs, a lot of guns, scattered firefights all the way up and down Route 7 and then across the centre, then up to the Tigris River and into Baghdad.
And Luke, finally, even though the Pentagon is saying that it believes the Republican Guard is all but crushed, there is still concern about some of these Republican Guards operating in more independent units, more like snipers. What's the level of concern there about that?
I think there's a high level of concern here about that. A lot of the Marines are extremely concerned that while the end of the invasion might be over, there's going to be a low-level civil war fought with these people for quite some time yet, and rounding up those pockets of resistance will prove quite difficult, especially in Baghdad, where the areas are built up. The housing estates are massive, and it's very easy to hide out.
That was Luke Hunt with the AFP, the French press agency, traveling with the 1st Marines, bringing us up to date on what he has seen just recently in Baghdad. Time now here at the top of the hour to get caught up on the morning's headlines, and for that, we turn to Leon Harris, who joins us from CNN Center. Good morning, Leon.
Good morning, Paula. Good morning, folks. Coverage of the war in Iraq will continue in just a moment after this look at what's happening this hour. A B-1B bomber yesterday dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on a building in a residential area of Baghdad. This raid came after a tip to U.S. intelligence that Sadaam Hussein and his sons were inside. CENTCOM is not confirming whether the Iraqi leader or other top officials were among the 9 people killed there. Artillery and mortar fire from a U.S. A-10 Warthog killed at least 50 Iraqis today in western Baghdad. The warplane responded after Iraqi fighters in trucks and buses tried to overrun U.S. forces holding a strategic position. That happened on the western side of that city. A Reuters cameraman was killed and at least 4 journalists wounded in an explosion at the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad. That hotel has been a sort of a base for international journalists covering the war from Baghdad. The Pentagon says U.S. forces were responding to sniper fire coming from the hotel. And an Al Jazeera TV reporter was killed when a U.S. airstrike hit a building housing Arab media as well. Securing Basra. The British military wiped out some remaining resistance overnight in Iraq's second largest city. The British now control most of Basra. They're working on establishing some leadership in the region now. The Iraqi people will run their own country after the war. That's the word from President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair as they ended 2 days of talks in Northern Ireland today. The leaders agreed that the UN would play a vital role in rebuilding Iraq. Coming up, U.S. Marines uncover chemical suits in southeastern Baghdad. What does that mean? We'll have more of that coming up for you. And coalition forces facing some pockets of resistance in Baghdad. The Iraqi capital has been the scene of some intense fighting. Live updates from our embedded reporters coming up. Humanitarian aid flowing to the Iraqi people. We'll get the very latest on relief efforts. All that and much more ahead as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning, welcome. Glad to have you with us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Paula Zahn. The big story we're following this morning is the fate of Sadaam Hussein. Some reports say U.S. intelligence believed Saddam was meeting with Iraqi leaders and possibly with two of his sons in suburban Baghdad yesterday. A B-1 bomber was quickly called in, hit the target. There is no word on whether Sadaam Hussein was actually in the building. The site is also believed to contain a bunker. There has been heavy fighting at several Baghdad locations this morning. A firefight broke out between U.S. and Iraqi forces at the Ministry of Planning building. The battle began when U.S. tanks tried to cross a Tigris River bridge and enter the eastern part of Baghdad for the first time. Let's go straight to Kuwait City, where my colleague Bill Hemmer is standing by. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, Paula. Hello again. The Pentagon is putting out some amazing numbers on this war already, Paula. A senior Pentagon official says that Iraq's once huge fleet of tanks has been virtually eliminated. The Pentagon is saying at the start of the war, Iraq had about 800 Republican Guard tanks, many of them of the T-72 variety, the best that Iraq has. It now says Iraq is down to about 19 functioning tanks in the entire country. Just amazing numbers only 3 weeks into this campaign. A U.S. aircraft that's used as a tank killer, an A-10 Warthog, downed earlier today by an Iraqi surface-to-air missile near the airport in Baghdad. The pilot bailed out, rescued by coalition forces on the ground, said to be in good condition. Also, further south of Baghdad, Art Harris, embedded with the 2nd Marine Division, says that unit got a very warm welcome when it entered the town south of Baghdad, a smaller town. He says people turned out chanting Bush, 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 and the mayor of the town came out to introduce himself to Art, he tells us. Paula, back to you now in New York.
Thanks, Bill. We're going to return now to the strike on the Iraqi leadership meeting in Baghdad. What intelligence led to the attack, and is there any way to know if Saddam was killed? We are joined now from Washington by our national security correspondent, David Enzer. Good morning, David. David, when the war began, when President Bush ordered an attack against a location where Saddam was believed to be. Now, do U.S. war planners actually believe he is alive, and why do they think he might have been at this new location last night?
They had intelligence, and it was perishable. They needed to act on it quickly. That indicated to them that Iraqi leaders, senior leaders, were meeting in this little complex of buildings in this suburb of Baghdad. The intelligence also suggested that Saddam and/or one or more of his two sons might also be there. So they acted quickly, or they asked the Air Force to act quickly, and it did. And you see the results. Now, they do not know whether Saddam and his sons were actually in the compound, and it may take some time to figure that out. The U.S. does not currently hold the piece of territory that you're looking at. They expect to soon, but they do not at the moment. So they simply do not know whether what the status of Saddam Hussein is. Now, as you mentioned, it's believed that there's a complex of fairly deep bunkers underneath Baghdad that have been that were put in place years ago and that have been used obviously frequently by the leadership, including Saddam Hussein, for his own safety. That complex may well reach underneath this area here. So these are very deep bunkers, well reinforced. It's quite possible that Saddam might have been there and might have survived a strike, Paula.
Tell me a little bit about some of what we're reading in the papers today. USA Today reporting that CIA paramilitaries were involved, Delta Force commandos, and they actually go on to say in this front page story that the Iraqi leadership was discussing ways to flee the city when the bombs hit the home and this adjoining restaurant.
To be blunt, I'd be very surprised if anyone really knows that latter point. But as far as CIA and paramilitary units operating in Baghdad, of that you may be sure. That's been the case for weeks now. Certainly they are looking to tap into or destroy leadership communications. They are looking to find and kill or capture Saddam Hussein if he's still alive. No question about that. And with the U.S. troops moving into more and more parts of Baghdad, that becomes more and more easy. What's interesting also is officials are saying that in the last few weeks, Saddam Hussein and his sons, or whoever it is that is giving the orders, they say has been getting a lot of lies from the commanders. They say that these individuals, whoever is still left of them, have been being told that, for example, that the Iraqis were in control of the airport in Baghdad when that was no longer the case. So one of the inherent problems, of course, with a dictatorship that has been willing to kill people for what they've said to the leaders is that leaders don't get told the truth. And that is apparently, intelligence officials believe, been one of the major problems that this government has faced during the American or the coalition moves here in Iraq, Paula.
And David, finally, it's your belief that this all came together in a 45-minute period from the time that the U.S. was tipped off they might be in this building to the time this B-1 bomber dropped its bombs?
Yes, they've actually been keeping, the U.S. has been keeping bombers gliding around over the top of Baghdad. They have full control of the airspace. So this intelligence came up and they had the weapons in the air that they could use. So they moved very, very quickly on it. Obviously, they didn't know how long the meeting was going to go on, and they wanted to take advantage of this possible target. But I should stress again, they do not know for sure whether or not Saddam Hussein and or his sons were in this facility. They are obviously hoping that that's the case.
David Ensor, thanks so much for the update. And Bill, I think David raised a very interesting point. I guess this will all be clearer when coalition forces control some of this residential territory, which they are not in control of at this hour.
Yeah, we had a guest on earlier today here in Kuwait, Paula, several hours ago, who used to live in that neighborhood, a former nuclear scientist for the Iraqis. He left, I think, in about 1990, and he said quite clearly that Ba'ath Party members oftentimes would meet there, and high-ranking members of the regime would meet there as well in this exclusive neighborhood, again, west of the center part of Baghdad. Want to keep it in that part of the country? Walt Rogers live with us again on the outskirts of Baghdad. Now joins us for what's happening today with the 3rd Infantry Division. Hello, Walt. Good afternoon there.
Hello, Bill. In the past 30 minutes, we heard U.S. jets flying over. We heard the roaring release of 2 JDAM bombs. Army sources have told CNN that the targets hit by those JDAM bombs are the Ba'athist Party headquarters and the Iraqi Information Ministry. Earlier in the day, a senior Army source told CNN that the Republican Guard headquarters in Baghdad had been hit, and Special Republican Guard Baghdad headquarters in Baghdad also hit. One senior Army officer here told CNN that there is, quote, no longer any organized military resistance in the city of Baghdad itself. Now, what he was saying, of course, that there are continuing pockets of resistance. Sometimes those pockets of resistance are rather fierce. For example, again, earlier in the day, 6 U.S. Special Forces soldiers operating independently in Baghdad were injured. They were medevaced out. No information on their condition beyond that. But we have moved, that is, the 7th Cavalry has moved into the southern suburbs of Baghdad from the western suburbs yesterday, increasing contact with Iraqi citizens. Iraqi citizens are pouring back from the countryside, appear to be trying to get back into the city of Baghdad. As soon as they saw the U.S. soldiers, there seemed to be no fear, especially as soon as they saw that there was an Arabic translator. One Iraqi came up with a note which was handwritten in English, and he handed it to the Army, and it said, "I am trying to retrieve a dead body. I am unarmed." In that case, the Army actually provided one Iraqi citizen with an escort with his pickup truck, and they went up the road in a Bradley tank a Bradley fighting vehicle. They took this individual up to try to retrieve some bodies of people in his family. Other Iraqis come up. They're simply asking the Army, please let me cross your lines. I have a taxi cab or an automobile just a kilometer away. Let me go pick it up. Otherwise, thieves are going to strip it. One very interesting encounter in the meetings with the Iraqi citizens, again, in the southern suburbs of Baghdad. One man came up to the Army translator and he said, I know where there is the body of an American soldier missing in action. The Army checked very quickly and discovered there were no missing or unaccounted for American soldiers, dead American soldiers here. And what this individual said was that he would lead the Americans to the grave where the Fedayeen had buried this American soldier, allegedly. The problem, of course, was this might have been an ambush. So one officer in the unit informed this individual, this Iraqi, through a translator, if we are being led into an ambush, if we're shot at, I will personally shoot you. That ended this encounter, and the man just sort of disappeared into the crowd, was never heard from again. Very interesting encounters all day with Iraqi citizens south of Baghdad. Bill?
And so many more to come. Thanks, Walt Rogers. We continue to hear in different parts of Iraq, too, regular Iraqis coming forward, trying to assist the U.S. military in a variety of ways, the British military as well. Walt's on the west side of Baghdad. On the east side of Baghdad, there's Martin Savage back with us again, embedded with the U.S. Marines. Marty, what's happening now?
Hello, Bill. Well, the advance of the U.S. Marines into southeast Baghdad proper may not be as visually high profile as that of the U.S. Army going into the city center. But that is not to say it hasn't had strategic gains, and they certainly have. We're now being told that the Marines have achieved an objective of an air base, the Rashid Air Base. This is an airfield that is located on the east side of Baghdad, obviously. We know that the international airport was seized a number of days ago by the Army on the west side. Now coalition forces hold an air base on the east side. It remains to be seen what's going to be done with them. The Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, who we're embedded with, crossed over into Baghdad early this morning, actually before the sun came up. They did receive some fire as they came across a canal there, and they also came across a huge storage site of what appears to be Iraqi artillery and anti-aircraft weaponry. They found it hidden in a forested area or a grove of palm trees there on the ground. The Marines quickly went about the work of demolishing it. They did that using grenades and also thermite-type grenades. These are grenades that go off and produce a tremendous amount of heat and actually melt the weaponry. There were so many pieces of equipment that had to be destroyed that the Marines went about it in a very quick fashion, lobbing grenades, running away, and then watching as the ensuing explosion destroyed not only the artillery but a great amount of ammunition, and a lot of things were flying through the air at that particular time. Then the Marines of the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines continued to push off. Their main objective today was a huge sprawling industrial complex. They wanted to get into this site for two reasons. Number one, there was some question about whether it was being used for illicit Iraqi weapons programs in some of these buildings. And also they thought, too, there might be remnants of the Republican Guard hiding out. They did find a firefight. They were able to suppress that, and as they investigated around the grounds, they found something else rather interesting, a large supply of chemical warfare equipment. And I'm talking about chemical suits that were found, the masks, the canisters to go with them, the rubber boots, the gloves, and atropine pens. That's an agent that you would inject into yourself if you believe that you have been exposed to a nerve agent of some sort, Bill. So for the Marines, it has been a busy day, more to come. Bill.
Yeah, and Marty, you say more to come here. If you could give us an idea, we're told that the Army will take charge of the west of Baghdad, essentially splitting the city right down the middle. The Marines will take care of the east side. This is a huge area, 5 million people living there. Have they expressed any concerns as to how they're going to pull this off once they get to that point in Baghdad?
Well, obviously, due to the embed rules, we're not allowed to talk about future action that may take place, but in a broad sense, it is certainly known that you have, with the Army pushing in from the west and the Marines driving up from the southeast, that there is a squeezing that is taking place, both physical or literal and figuratively. Literally in that you're closing around the heart of Baghdad, and also you're closing in now on the potential escape routes and the avenues of operation for any Iraqi opposition and Iraqi leadership here. So they may not be in firm control of massive amounts of territory, but they can have influence on a large amount of territory, and that is growing steadily day by day, Bill.
All right, Marty, thanks. Martin Savage, east side of Baghdad with the U.S. Marines. Thanks for checking in, Marty. We'll see you a bit later. Here's Paula again now.
Thanks, Bill. And we're going to go straight to the Pentagon, where Barbara Starr is standing by, trying to help us sort through what the very latest is from the Palestine Hotel, where we reported a little bit earlier this morning. It's believed that at least 6 journalists were injured in a firefight there. What happened, Barbara?
Well, the Pentagon and officials at Central Command really aren't sure at this point. They are investigating. General Brooks, of course, out at the Central Command briefing just over 2 hours ago, adamantly saying the U.S. military is not targeting journalists. This, of course, after one Reuters reporter journalist was killed and 4 injured in the Palestine Hotel, a location well known to the Pentagon to be housing international journalists. Military officials said U.S. soldiers had come under sniper attack from the hotel, and they were returning fire, and they put a tank shell into the hotel. Those fatalities and injuries happening there at the Al Jazeera offices in Baghdad reportedly now. 1 Al Jazeera journalist killed, another injured. Pentagon officials saying, one said to me earlier this morning that it was, quoting him, irrelevant whether the Pentagon knew those were Al Jazeera offices. The underlying theme here at the Pentagon is that the Iraqi military and leadership is using these types of facilities, possibly like the Palestine Hotel, for both military purposes as well as civilian purposes. They say, however, it was a tragic mistake. There was no inclination, there was no targeting of reporters at either facilities. The Al Jazeera may simply have been a tragic mistake of location. Now, officials also gave a bit of a roundout of the current operational situation on the ground, especially in the south of Iraq, talking about how the British military is now taking control of another hot spot, the city of Basra.
Coalition forces under the leadership of the UK and supported by Coalition Special Operations succeeded yesterday in reducing the final remaining concentrations of Ba'ath Party officials and regime forces in Basra. The remaining pocket was in the old part of the city, and it was cleared by forces during the night. And by the time the sun came up this morning, there were reports of jubilation in the streets. Now the hard task of preserving security and getting Iraq's second city moving forward into the future can proceed in earnest.
But I have to tell you, Paula, the question of the attack that involved the journalists is very likely to be a continuing topic of conversation here at the Pentagon later today when we have another operational update. Paula?
Barbara Starr, thanks so much. We will be checking in with you in our next hour. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
All right, Paula, that is really the target of our coverage throughout the day as to whether or not Sadaam Hussein is alive or not. And what does it mean when the military talks about time-sensitive information? We'll talk about it with a woman who knows. She's a former general in the U.S. Army, and she used to work in Intel. She's our guest when we come back.
all-wheel drive race car and turned the world upside down. We are about to do it again.
The power of trust. America's most credible news source, year after year. The power of pictures. Images live the instant the story happens. The power of reporting. More bureaus than any U.S. television news organization. The power of CNN. The most trusted name in news.
Brent Sadler takes you inside the war in Iraq.
We've just seen an airstrike in this area behind me in Baghdad.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
I already paid the cable bill.
I know. That was the mortgage.
See you after work.
Bye, honey.
What?
Don't mail your cable bill. Pay it online at Cox.com. Sign up for Easy Pay and have your monthly bill automatically paid from your bank account or credit card. It's automatic, secure, and effortless.
feel like she hates me right now. I'm going to try to give her another call again.
If you want to go, stay.
Verizon voicemail. You have
Catherine
I
home.
didn't care if you hung around me. I didn't care if you went away. All I need is a miracle. All I need is you. All I need is a miracle.
Verizon. Make progress every day.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Four 2,000-pound bombs. What was the U.S. military seeing inside of that home west of Baghdad yesterday? We'll talk about in a moment as to whether or not Sadaam Hussein and his sons may have been the target of that strike. First, though, a number of developments yet again. Over the past 12 hours now, Renee San Miguel takes us back.
1:20 a.m. Abu Dhabi TV reports a firefight going on in central Baghdad between a U.S. armored unit and Iraqi forces. It started as coalition forces tried to take a bridge close to a high-rise building used by Iraq's prime minister. 2:24 a.m. The Al Jazeera network reports its reporter, Tariq Ayoub, has died after being injured this morning when a U.S. airstrike hit a building housing Arab media. 2:42 a.m. CNN's Martin Savage, traveling with the 7th Marines, reports they have entered the southeastern edge of Baghdad and are blowing up abandoned Iraqi vehicles and weapons that they find as they move forward. 3:58 a.m. 4 Arab networks report loud explosions around the Palestine Hotel, where many international journalists are staying. There are reports at least 5 journalists are injured. The Pentagon says sniper fire was coming from the hotel. 6:24 a.m. U.S. President George W. Bush says he does not know whether Iraqi President Sadaam Hussein is still alive after a U.S. airstrike yesterday. A B-1 bomber dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on a building in a residential area of Baghdad. After getting intelligence reports, senior officials were meeting there, possibly including Sadaam Hussein and his sons. Speaking at a news conference in Northern Ireland, Mr. Bush said even if the Iraqi president survived the bombing, quote, he will be gone.
All right, let's talk about that raid west of Baghdad right about 3 o'clock yesterday in the afternoon. General Claudia Kennedy is retired from the U.S. Army. She used to work in intelligence. She has extensive background on this issue. Good to have you, General. Welcome here to CNN. I want to know what would bring the U.S. military to dropping 4 2,000-pound bombs on one home on one location west of Baghdad?
Bill, it seems to me that this means that the coalition forces had very good information they thought was very reliable and very accurate. And, you know, it's been reported that it was about a 25-minute time frame from first report to the strike. So they've considered this time-sensitive information and very reliable.
What do you mean by time-sensitive? Does that mean possibly someone has moved to that location and they may move again soon, or how do you define it?
Well, that's what I would say. Time-sensitive information is that which will become unusable and irrelevant to the success of the military operation if we don't act upon it very quickly. And I think it's very important to think about the destruction of this particular place as being important even if Sadaam and his sons were not in there or have not died in the attack, because what it does is it eliminates one of the places that they can go, and then we can move on to focusing on the other locations that we know they may be in.
Yeah, listen, there's a large debate still ongoing. Some believe in the intelligence community, apparently in D.C., that Sadaam Hussein may have indeed been taken out on the initial strikes of March 19th. Over the past 3 weeks, your perspective is what on whether or not Sadaam Hussein survived 21 days ago?
It's impossible for me to say with certainty, but my feeling is that he must have survived at least, even if he was injured, he must have still been considered to be alive, and because we keep looking for him and we keep trying to eliminate him and the leadership around him. And this latest event yesterday is, I think, evidence that we at least had some sense that viable Iraqi leadership, important enough to go after, was present.
General, thanks. General Claudia Kennedy, retired from the U.S. Army. Appreciate it. We'll talk a bit later today. Here's Paula again in New York.
Thanks, Bill. Coming up, how was Jessica Lynch treated while in the hands of the Iraqis as the family of the rescued soldier briefs reporters today on her condition? We're going to speak to a military psychologist about her recovery. Please stay with us.
When it comes to your home phone, you want to make local calls. Let's say this jelly bean is a local call. You want to make unlimited local calls. Now you also want to make long distance calls. This is a long distance call. And let's say you can make an unlimited number of them to anywhere in the country. Welcome to the neighborhood. Unlimited local and long distance calling for one low monthly price. What a sweet deal.
Call 1-800-JOIN-MCI today. The neighborhood, where local and long distance come together.
Tired of playing the mortgage rate game? You know, when you hear one of those ads that promise you the moon and you call up only to find out that the points are too high and there are hidden fees attached? Well, at Ditech.com, there are no games, just low fixed rates with no middleman or broker fees. You can be pre-qualified online or over the telephone. There's no advance fees prior to closing and no cancellation fees. Do it now before the rates go up. Ditech.com. Call 1-800-71-FIXED.
CNN Tonight as U.S. troops push deeper into Baghdad. The latest on the urban warfare, plus reporters from the front lines, only on Larry King Live. CNN Tonight, 9 Eastern.
Have you heard the news? Mercedes-Benz of Laguna Niguel was recently named Best of the Best by Mercedes-Benz USA. That's right. Best of the best. What more do we need to say? Mercedes-Benz of Laguna Niguel, the Mercedes-Benz of Mercedes-Benz Centers for 30 years.
Well, listen, I gotta go, but my love to the wife. All right.
How's your friend in New York?
Doing great, ma'am. Thank you.
Good.
Could I call my mom?
Sure.
She's in Florida.
That's nice.
Say goodbye to worrying about long-distance bills. Say hello to SBC All-Distance Connections. Unlimited nationwide long-distance, plus local service, voicemail, caller ID, and more. All for $48.95 a month. You can't find a lower price anywhere.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.
Leon Harris here at the CNN Center in Atlanta. Here's what's happening at this hour. Dead or alive, the fate of Sadaam Hussein and his sons remains in question this morning. U.S. Central Command says that there was, quote, solid intelligence that Sadaam and other high-ranking government officials were meeting in a Baghdad building when a U.S. B-1B bomber dropped 4 one-ton bombs on it. At least 9 people were killed and 13 were injured, but there's no information about whether any senior Iraqi leaders were killed. In central Baghdad, the building that houses Iraq's Ministry of Planning became an urban battlefield this morning. A high-rise caught fire during a fight between U.S. tanks and Iraqi troops defending that building. The Pentagon says that after nearly 3 weeks of fighting, Iraq's tank fleet has been nearly wiped out. A military official says that Iraq had 800 tanks at the beginning of the war. The number of operational tanks now, 19. Well, 2 photographers died and at least 3 journalists were wounded in an explosion at the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad. That hotel has been a base for international journalists. And an Al Jazeera TV reporter was killed when a U.S. airstrike hit a building housing Arab media. Tariq Ayoub did some freelance work for this network for a short time. CENTCOM said today that the U.S. military does not target journalists. U.S. Central Command says hostile fire may have brought down an A-10 Warthog near Baghdad today. The pilot ejected and was rescued, said to be in good condition right now. It's believed that an Iraqi surface-to-air missile shot that plane down. Coming up, fleeing their war-torn country. We'll have the latest on the plight of Iraqi refugees. And in the line of fire, 3 journalists among the latest fatalities. More on these stories coming up, plus live updates from our embedded reporters tracking troop movement. All that and much more ahead as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning, welcome back. Glad you're with us on this Tuesday morning. I'm Paula Zahn. The big question this morning, what happened to Sadaam Hussein? There is no word if he was in that complex that was bombed last night, but U.S. intelligence reportedly thought he was there, and they quickly called in an airstrike. President Bush says, quote, I don't know whether he survived. The only thing I do know is that he's losing power. President Bush and British Prime Minister Tony Blair wrapped up 2 days of talks in Northern Ireland this morning. They said after the fighting is over, Iraq will be run by an interim authority composed of Iraqis from inside and outside the country. The man in charge of that operation, U.S. Commander General Tommy Franks, made a surprise battlefield tour yesterday. He visited 2 spots south of Baghdad. Franks cautioned that the hardest part of this mission may begin after Sadaam Hussein is removed from power. Now back to Kuwait City and my colleague Bill Hemmer. Good morning, Bill.
Hey, Paula, hello again from here. After a day of looting in Basra, the British are now saying that it has started to try and create a civilian administration in that town with the help of a tribal leader who has come forward. There's a spokesman with British officials approached by a sheikh, said to be credible, and will start to form a leadership committee in that town. The looting was conducted yesterday. They say it's quieted down since then today. CENTCOM says U.S. Marines have seized now the Rashid military air base, southeastern part of Baghdad. Marty Savage, 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, says his unit came under attack after crossing a pontoon bridge from one part of Baghdad into the other. That was from yesterday. Coalition airstrikes continue in the north near the town of Mosul. Ben Wiedemann says U.S. Special Forces in that area want to take a key highway that runs between Mosul and other major cities in the region, the oil center of Kirkuk. The northern front is something we continue to watch because we know there is fighting and bombing ongoing there. Meanwhile, back in Baghdad, eastern part of the city, Dr. Sanjay Gupta has made his way to the Iraqi capital and by way of video phone. Here's Sanjay now. What's happening there? Good afternoon.
Hey, Bill, you know, it has been nonstop activity right now for at least a couple of weeks. Kilos flying overhead, a tent above our heads, sand on the ground. This is the operating room that the Devil Docs use to perform operations. An operation just finished here a few minutes ago. I was just told that they may be bringing another patient to this table just behind me, a Marine who was injured. The helicopters continue to be patients in constantly. Listen, Bill, a couple of things, sort of news, a couple of things that have evolved. One is that the types of patients that we've been talking so much about, we've noticed a couple of changes in the Iraqis specifically. One, the patients overall seem better nourished. Two, some of the patients that we have just seen operated on here had significant amounts of money on their person that was actually handled by the investigative officers, but we saw that money on their person as well. That's a little bit different than some of the Iraqis that we saw earlier. Not as well nourished, no money on their person. So some changes in who the patients actually are. Also, Bill, the caliber of injuries, very significant injuries now. Not just some of the orthopedic type injuries, but now significant gunshot wounds to the belly, to the chest, to the head. They're seeing a lot of that stuff. They're operating on a lot of that stuff, and it's still continuing to come in pretty continuously. And finally, Bill, you know, you and I have been talking so much about the fact that these operating rooms are located all over the country. What has happened now from a strategic standpoint is that they have all sort of piggybacked now and have ended up now very strategically located close to Baghdad to handle whatever comes out of Baghdad. Significant medical buildup here. Over the next several days, a 500-bed hospital will be placed in this area as well. That's in part going to take care of the patients from the conflict that we're hearing so much about, but also in part for the humanitarian mission that will no doubt ensue after all of this. That's what we're seeing here. It continues to be busy, Bill. Hospitals are that way. It is no different here in the desert. Bill?
Yeah, hey, Sanjay, are you able to give us a breakdown between the U.S. military treated there, the Iraqi military, and civilians?
That's right, Bill. It's certainly been more Iraqi than coalition force members. It's been that way from the beginning, and I'd say, if anything, the percentages continue to even increase. Initially, maybe 65-35, that is Iraqi to coalition force members. Now it may be 80% to 20%. It may even be higher. Each surgical unit has their own breakdown, but that's probably about right for the overall breakdown of patients. Now, as far as civilian Iraqis versus soldiers, that is a little bit harder to tell. As you know, sometimes these soldiers are not wearing uniform. Sometimes they're dressed as civilians. They're all treated as what the Marines and the Navy doctors here call enemy prisoners of war, EPWs. They're all treated that way until proven otherwise. But treated that way means they get the same treatment, the same medical care as any of the coalition force members. Bill?
Got it. You be good out there and be safe. Dr. Sanjay Gupta, embedded with the Devil Docs. That's a group of Navy corpsmen who travel with the Marines, and they have traveled now, obviously, all the way to Baghdad. Sanjay, thanks. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. Jessica Lynch is said to be in high spirits. That's according to family members who have been visiting with her in Landstuhl, Germany. This morning, some of them briefed reporters on her condition.
Her spirits was real high, and we was really glad to see her condition, because we was kind of figuring a lot worse, but it worked out real good for us.
As you probably know, Jessica and several other American soldiers were attacked near Nasiriyah on March 23rd. She suffered 2 broken legs, a broken arm, a fractured back during that ordeal. What will Jessica Lynch face on her road to psychological and physical recovery? Joining us from Washington, Colonel Bob Rowland of the National Defense University. He is a military psychologist who has worked to help former POWs recover from their trauma. In fact, actually came up with a protocol that the government uses in dealing with POWs. Good to have you with us, sir. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
Paula, thank you so much for having me on this very busy day. You folks are doing a terrific job of reporting.
Well,
and,
we're working hard.
Thank
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's talk a little bit about this protocol, and I understand you break it down into 3 phases. What is the first intervention?
Let's talk about it in phases. And first of all, I won't take complete credit for this. There's a group of very dedicated clinical psychologists in the military who belong to the Joint Personnel Recovery Agency, an agency under the Joint Forces Command, that have developed this over a course of years. But right now, I think that we're talking about Private Lynch, and I could talk about her specifically, but more I'd like to talk about the general idea of repatriation is what we're talking about. Because, Paula, we do have several more soldiers who are out there. We're looking for them, and we definitely want to make sure that the families maintain hope. So in general, I would like to talk about what we do in the repatriation phase. You know, Paula, Private Lynch is now at Landstuhl Hospital, which is 1 phase into the process. She's been through phase 1, which was the repatriation, the recovery, and the dramatic rescue all of us saw. And that was quite something to behold. The Special Forces did a superb job. All of the people who were involved in that just did a terrific piece of work there. I want you to know that we have specially trained clinical psychologists, military psychologists, that are called SEER psychologists. That would be survival, evasion, resistance and escape psychologists belonging to the Joint Personnel Recovery Agency, who will work with any POW that's recovered from the very beginning. They meet them on the ramp when they're recovered. They work with them and they follow them through the whole process, in this case to Landstuhl, and we hope on to Walter Reed. But the first phase really involves tactical information. It's so very important. If the POW can provide information that might lead to the recovery of other lost, detained personnel, for them to be able to talk to us about that. Of course, if they're not able to because of injuries and certain things going on, we understand that. But there are people there immediately on the scene to try to recover that information. Then when they're processed on via medevac to a larger hospital, in this case Landstuhl, where I'm sure Colonel Rubenstein and his staff are doing a terrific job, what you see is a different process that takes place. We have strategic debriefers and debriefers for the intel and the background that go into these situations, along with clinical psychologists who are specially trained to try to help the patient reintegrate and decompress from the circumstance. Oftentimes there are jumbled memories or confusing things going on in their mind, and it's important to have them to process that information and reintegrate it in a way that helps them to recover. And I suspect that Jessica is going through that process right now. I don't know anything specific about what's going on, but that terrific lead-in that you gave me with the family is just a wonderful sight with that family, and they've been apparently a very terrific family to deal with.
Yeah,
supportive.
They're going to be a terrific web of support for her when she comes home. Let's talk a little bit about this decompression stage. And I know you've experienced this before with the guilt a soldier might feel about having survived. In Jessica's case, she may or may not know by this stage that some of her friends are still being held as POWs, and that some of her friends were killed in this attack. How do psychologists deal with that?
Right, Thanks for asking that, Paula. I think that's a very important piece of this whole process, because we've learned through experience in previous wars that we have to deal with this, and we have to help people recompensate from this experience. It would appear from your own news reports that Private Lynch is aware that some of her friends have been casualties in this, and to the extent that she's unaware, I'm not sure. But at least the reporting would indicate that she is. And her parents have been terrific about not pressing her, not talking to her specifically about incidents and episodes, and that's very important, to have the patient, have the POW work at their own pace. And that's true whatever interaction they have, whether it's with the press, whether it's with the medical facilities down the road, when she comes to Walter Reed, excuse me, or any sort of ceremonies that she has. It's very important to let her work at her own pace, and we've learned that through experience. But dealing with the survival guilt is very important, because one of the main questions that anybody in a combat situation asks themselves after they've been wounded is, did I comport myself in a way that will bring honor to me, and did I use the training I had in the most productive way? Is it an episode we can help them reintegrate into their life? And frankly, the vast majority of our soldiers, who are terrific individuals, have done just great stuff out there in combat. So that's one of the important parts of decompression. Through all the interviews they go through in this process, they talk to them about specific incidents, try to build the timeline back together, try to collect information, not only for tactical reasons and for strategic reasons, but also to help them build their life, put their life back together during these episodes.
Well, we appreciate your dropping by to help us better understand some of what Private First Class Jessica Lynch might be going through. Really appreciate your perspective here this morning.
We look forward to see her back at Walter Reed, Paula, and also we pray for those that are still there. We want to see them come back too. Keep faith.
We all share that wonderful wish. Thank you.
Thank you,
Colonel Rowland.
Thank you.
Thanks again for dropping by. Bill?
All right, Paula, listen, earlier today in Belfast, Northern Ireland, Tony Blair and President Bush both speaking about what happens in Iraq, who governs and how, once the war is over, the conflict's gone, and so too is Saddam Hussein and his regime. This is going to be a discussion that continues to gain steam every day as we move forward and past this war. We'll talk about it, a post-war Iraq, in a moment here when we come back.
God of wonders beyond our galaxy.
Experience the passion.
You are home.
Experience the power. It's the new sound of worship.
Open the eyes of my heart, Lord. Won't you open the eyes of my heart?
Presenting Worship Together, the best of modern worship.
Forever God is faithful. Forever God is strong. Shout to the north and the south. Sing to the east and the west.
Above all kingdoms, above all.
Get Worship Together on 2 CDs or cassettes for just $19.99.
I'm coming back to the heart of worship.
But wait, call with your credit card and we'll cut the price in half.
We sing of your love forever. We sing of your
That's right. You get 2 albums for just $9.99.
I can only imagine when that day comes.
Millions have experienced these powerful songs. Then audition other Worship Together albums. Satisfaction guaranteed. So call now and get 2 powerful albums for just $9.99.
Use your credit card and call 1-800-410-7733 to order Worship Together on 2 CDs or 2 cassettes for just $9.99 plus shipping and handling. Or send $19.99 plus shipping and handling to Worship Together, Department 1, Richmond, Virginia 23280, or order online at timelife.com.
You're looking at a live picture of the President of the United States, President Bush, landing at an airfield in Northern Ireland. Once he gets out of this helicopter, he will be transferring to Air Force One to come home. This on the heels of a 20-hour visit with the Prime Minister of Great Britain. They talked about a lot of things, about what peace in the Middle East could look like, what post-war Iraq could look like. They also talked about problems in Northern Ireland. We're going to pause for a second to see if we see the president hopping off this chopper. As you probably know, the Prime Minister of Great Britain has been under great pressure at home and from much of Europe to support giving the United Nations a very strong role in stabilizing Iraq. But the White House had signaled consistently that it wants the United States and Britain to play the lead role in creating a new Iraqi government. This is what we've just learned from our own John King, who is traveling with the president, that the new Iraq will be run neither by the U.S.-British coalition nor by the United Nations, but by the Iraqi people. That's some of what the Prime Minister and the President shared with reporters at a news conference following their meetings. The President went on to say that an interim authority composed of Iraqis from inside and outside the country will run Iraq until a permanent government can be established. Do you want to hang with this shot? Okay, we're going to stay with this shot. We'll talk a little bit more about what the two leaders discussed at their joint news conference following their series of meetings. They really wanted to let folks who had any concerns about what the UN involvement might be to not worry. They said that there will definitely be some kind of a role for the United Nations. They think it's very important for the European nations to be on board with the plan. But once again, they very much view the future of Iraqi as being in that of Iraqi hands. The president greeting a number of dignitaries as he gets ready here to board Air Force One on his way home. Now, a little bit earlier this morning, I spoke with Kanan Makia. He is an Iraqi dissident who teaches and writes extensively on the Middle East. He wrote a book called The Republic of Fear: The Politics of Modern Iraq. And I asked him about the news that Saddam Hussein was targeted in yesterday's strike and how Iraqis would react if Saddam was killed.
He carries a 34-year-old legacy of fear and terror. He haunts the Iraqi imagination. He probably will haunt the Iraqis for the next generation to come. And so, you know, a figure like that who has succeeded so completely in terrorizing his population is not easily forgotten, and people need convincing. They remember when he was almost done with in 1991, and he seemed somehow to resurrect himself like a ghost from the ashes. So the people need convincing. They need real, palpable convincing that, in fact, he is gone.
The Special Republican Guard and the Fedayeen were also very effective at terrorizing the people. What happens to those paramilitary forces if Saddam's gone?
Well, I think once they realize that he is gone, then Iraqis will become immensely bolder, and we already have, by the way, the forces of the Free Iraqi Forces now operating inside Iraq. It will fall upon them, I think, and I think that is the right and proper thing, to take on these forces, to battle with them inside the cities and inside the areas which they will hide in. They will start to attempt to melt away into the population, and it will need other Iraqis and only other Iraqis to ferret them out.
Do you see democracy taking hold in Iraq?
Democracy is something I work for, something I believe in, something I have consecrated my life for. Yes, I think it is a fighting chance. But of course, if we have skeptics all around us in the Arab world, in Europe, and so on, they're going to make it that much harder to make it happen. Democracy is doable in Iraq for a whole series of objective reasons that have to do with the nature of the country, its society, with the level of development of its infrastructure, its degree of urbanization, and so on. The president is spot on when he made this the central issue of this war. We will remember this war in the generations to come, not on the question of weapons of mass destruction, important as those are, and not on the question of the nastiness of Saddam Hussein, but we will remember this as a great moment in the history of the Middle East if we succeed in this, in taking the first steps towards a truly different order in this part of the world.
There doesn't seem to be any consensus on who should make up that government. There is even a rift in the U.S. government about whether it should be headed up by exiles or members of current Iraqi opposition groups. in the country. Where do you stand on that?
Well, I am working closely with the U.S. government on this question of the interim Iraqi authority. I think things are going very well. The interim authority is moving forward. I think I am not in a position to talk about the rift inside the U.S. government now, but it seems to me that it is being overcome. Iraqi exiles are, by necessity, playing a very important role there, and I don't think the word exiles is a correct word any longer. It describes a situation that's no longer true on the ground.
That was Professor Kanan Makia, Professor of Middle East Studies at Brandeis University. Coming up, Jack's in the house. I know that. He's sitting right next to me.
There you go.
Joining us right out of the break. We'll be right back.
Business travel got you squeezed in? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get more workspace in a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize.
Even in the beginning, we were building some of the most technologically advanced cars in the world. We still are.
Computer confusion. 3 young interns will soon learn there's one place with all the answers. A place where you can get a PC made just for you at a price that's right for you. A place where computer confusion has met its match.
Thanks for calling Dell. What can I build for you today?
Get ready. Dell presents The Interns.
So, what do you think of my movie?
Well, that's one way to make an intern training video.
Now you can get a Dimension desktop with an Intel Pentium 4 processor for just $5.99 after mail-in rebate. And right now, for a limited time, you'll get free shipping. Visit our website for even more great offers. And check out our notebooks, too. You're not just getting a great deal, you're getting a Dell.
Darren, about my close-ups, there could be more of them.
Rated E for easy. Easy as Dell. Dell PCs use Intel Pentium 4 processors.
Where the heck are you?
On the road.
Get my package?
Opening it now.
Yellow Book? They're here.
Yellow Book all over town. Everywhere I go.
Oh, great.
Yellow Book, Yellow Book, Yellow Book.
I told you guys, we're in trouble. So you think we could transfer to the cell phone division?
After this, we'll be lucky if they stick us on poles. With pigeons?
More people choose Yellow Book, not the other book. Call 1-800-YB-YELLOW.
Business travel cramping your style? Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get a spacious suite for the price of just a hotel room, plus our free bountiful breakfast buffet. AmeriSuites. Don't downsize, Amerisize. Get triple miles and triple points, only with Prime Rewards.
Huge explosions rocked Iraq's capital of Baghdad.
Steady parade of flames has been going on for hours.
The sky was ablaze, crisscrossed with tracer fire. It's unlike anything I have ever seen.
And we're back at 4 minutes before the hour with Jack. How are you this morning?
Good morning. Voices of America, Paula, periodically a sampling of the home front responses to the war in Iraq. This is a great story in Massachusetts. A mother whose son was killed in action in Iraq is helping the troops who are still there, even as she grieves for her son, Army Specialist Matthew Boole. His mother, Sue Boole, is collecting supplies for troops at the family diner where her son worked for 4 years.
I have to. I have no choice. My son saw his job through, and I have to see mine through. And this is my job. This is what I set up for him. Not for him, but for the troops. And I got to see it through.
Her son, Matthew Boole, was among 6 soldiers killed when their Black Hawk helicopter went down on April 2nd. Events in Iraq rapidly unfolding. Wall Street is still sluggish and not responding quite as quickly or as dramatically as it was in the early days of the war. Andy Serwer here, minding your business. Big rally early yesterday. By the end of the day, it was all gone.
Yeah, petered out big time, Jack. And a lot of people were upset about that. They said, where did the war rally go? It lasted just a couple hours. I think what happened, really, people concerned about the economy, also really wondering, well, what does a post-war world look like, and what do we really get about that? I talked to some traders downtown. That's what they were speculating about yesterday. In other words, compared to the first Gulf War, where it was sort of a, one and out situation, this is something that's going to go on. And you look at this morning, here's a situation where maybe we got Sadaam Hussein and the markets aren't rallying at all. You can see that. Wow. In fact, we're down 29 points, 30 points there on the Dow. So, again, you hate to say this, but uncertainty, the market hates uncertainty. There's still uncertainty out there. Plus, the economy is not in great shape.
Yeah, we're into earnings season, and some of that news isn't going to be all that great either when the companies start reporting.
Yeah, absolutely. And the airline stuff goes on and on and on. And, they're talking about now the airlines. There was a conference here in New York yesterday, and an analyst there is calling this the lost decade for the entire airline situation, and saying that things aren't going to get well until 2009.
Grim.
I don't even know what 2009 is.
Hey, thanks for the great news.
Yeah, you're welcome. The good news bear, right?
Yeah.
All grins and giggles, Andy Serwer.
All right.
Thanks. We're going to take a short break here. At the top of the hour, we'll bring you up to date on all the latest headlines. We'll be right back.
Are you ready to save $200? Gateway announces $200 off our fully featured 300S home desktop, featuring an Intel 2.2 gigahertz processor, plus a CDRW DVD combo, a 17-inch monitor, and of course, shipping's always included. Are you ready? Call, click, or come in today for Ready Tech Go savings, only from Gateway, featuring the Intel Celeron processor.
All right, class, settle down. How about your mom?
My mom probably makes a gazillion calls a month.
Put that under a lot.
Half your parents use the phone a lot, and the other half a little.
Perfect, because 10-10-220 is great whether you call a little or a lot.
If my dad's going to use it, it better be cheap. It is 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes.
So it is cheap.
Even if you don't make that many calls.
So where's the eraser?
Beats me.
Dial 10-10-220,
Sorry.
then 1 and the number.
Good morning, folks. Leon Harris here at the CNN Center. Our coverage of the war in Iraq continues. First, here's a look at what's happening at this hour. Questions remain about the fate of Iraqi leader Sadaam Hussein. Acting on a tip, a U.S. warplane dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on a building where Sadaam was thought to be meeting with his sons. At least 9 people were killed, 13 injured, but CENTCOM cannot confirm whether Sadaam, his sons, or other senior leaders are in fact among the dead. In western Baghdad, a U.S. military officer says hundreds of Iraqi fighters counterattacked U.S. forces. A fighter jet responded after Iraqis tried to overrun U.S. troops who were holding a strategic position. The Associated Press is reporting that. And it says at least 50 Iraqi fighters reportedly were killed. Meanwhile, the U.S. military is beefing up its presence in Baghdad. But Iraqi troops are not giving up the fight for the capital just yet. A central Baghdad building that houses Iraq's Ministry of Planning was the scene of an intense battle this morning, with U.S. tanks and planes actually taking on Iraqi fighters there in the city. And U.S. Marines pushing farther into southeastern Baghdad engaged Iraqi fighters this morning. CNN's Martin Savage is with the 1st Battalion, 7th Marines, and he says that unit faced artillery fire at an industrial complex. President Bush says that Sadaam Hussein's grip on the Iraqi people is coming off, quote, finger by finger. The president and British Prime Minister Tony Blair wrapped up talks today in Northern Ireland, and Mr. Bush is now headed back to Washington. The leaders said they agree that the United Nations should play a key role in rebuilding Iraq after the war. Coming up, a hotel packed with journalists comes under fire. 2 people are dead and at least 3 others injured. We'll have more on that for you, and getting food and supplies to the Iraqi people. We'll have more of the relief efforts underway, and we'll talk about where humanitarian assistance is needed most right now. Plus, the family of former POW Jessica Lynch speaks out about her condition. The 19-year-old is recovering in a hospital in Germany. All that and much more ahead as CNN's coverage of the war in Iraq continues right now.
Good morning. Welcome. Thanks so much for joining us this morning. Our big question this morning is Saddam Hussein dead or alive? I'm Paula Zahn. The fate of Saddam Hussein is what we are trying to figure out this morning after U.S. bombs targeted a building where Saddam was believed to be meeting with Iraqi leaders. If you're just joining us, here are the latest overnight developments. 7 a.m. in Baghdad, 11 p.m. Eastern Time, just 45 minutes after intelligence officers report that Iraqi leaders, possibly including Saddam Hussein or one or both of his sons, were meeting in suburban Baghdad, 4 2,000-pound bombs are dropped on the site. There's no confirmation about whether that attack succeeded. Midnight Eastern Time, the skies above Baghdad are filled with American A-10s dropping bombs and strafing Iraqi positions in the city's center. 1:09 this morning, U.S. tanks get caught in a fierce firefight as they try to cross a Tigris River bridge and enter the eastern part of Baghdad for the first time. I got it back. On the ground and in the air, U.S. forces met resistance as they strike at the heart of Baghdad. Let's go back to Kuwait City. That's where we find Bill Hemmer this morning. Good morning, Bill. How are you doing this morning?
Hello, Paula. I'm doing just fine. Thank you very much. A few other developments right now. Quickly, west of Baghdad, Walt Rogers there, embedded with the 307th Cavalry, says Army officers tell him there is no organized resistance left in the city. Walt also says that there are still pockets of fighting, but that it is not being coordinated from anyone on high. At least 3 journalists killed earlier today in Baghdad. 2 died when a U.S. tank shell hit the Palestine Hotel, where the greater majority of the international journalists have been housed now for weeks, if not months there. CENTCOM says the hotel was fired on because there was rifle fire coming from inside the building. Also, another newsman, a journalist from Al Jazeera Network, was killed in an airstrike that hit the network's Baghdad office nearby. Our national security correspondent, David Ensor, is saying that U.S. intelligence officials believe that whoever is still in charge in Iraq is probably being lied to by field commanders. For example, David says it's likely the leadership did believe Iraqi forces still had control of Baghdad's main airport long after the third ID had shown up there several days ago. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. We're going to get to David in just a minute, but first let's check in with Walt Rogers. He's embedded with the Army's 307th Cavalry on the outskirts of Baghdad. He joins us now with the very latest. Good morning, Walt.
Good morning, Paula. Within the last hour, we heard 2 very loud explosions over my shoulder back there, southern suburbs of Baghdad. We are told by Army sources that the targets of the bombing, Air Force or Navy bombs, whatever they were the Iraqi Information Ministry and Saddam Hussein's Ba'ath Party headquarters. No word on whether the targets were hit. Earlier in the day, targets of U.S. bombs, the Iraqi Republican Guard and headquarters and the Special Republican Guard headquarters. Now, we've been told by a senior Army colonel in the field that there is no longer any organized resistance, organized military resistance to the U.S. push into Baghdad. That, however, is a bit misleading because there is resistance, albeit in pockets. Sometimes that resistance is very fierce. One soldier said it appears as though every Iraqi citizen has a rocket-propelled grenade, a shoulder-fired artillery piece as his calling card. Now, there has been increasing contact throughout the day, every day, with more and more Iraqi citizens coming to the U.S. Army. A day ago, 2 days ago, the Army were soldiers. The Army was soldiers. Today, they're ombudsmen trying to solve problems of Iraqi citizens. One Iraqi came up to this group of soldiers, southern suburbs of Baghdad, handed a note that had been written for him in English, and it said, "I want to retrieve a body. I am not armed." Others trying to retrieve lost automobiles that they had to abandon when they came under fire. They want to pick those cars up before they're stolen again. Finally, there was one interesting man who came up and said he wanted to tell the Americans where there was a grave of an executed American soldier. But when the Americans pressed him on it, they began to suspect this was a Fedayeen ambush. One Army officer said to the Iraqi who said he knew of the grave of an American soldier, an Army officer said to him, "If we are shot at when we go to this grave, I will personally shoot you." The man evaporated into the crowd. Paula?
Let's talk a little bit about what the Marines are up against. The Army and the 307th Cav. You talked a little bit about you being told by officers that there's no longer organized military resistance. Give us a sense then, once you meet these pockets of resistance, how that affects strategy and how in many ways that's even more challenging.
Well, it does slow the reconstruction and rehabilitation process here. The reason being that what you have is not organized military resistance, but pockets of guerrilla resistance, and the Iraqis do pop up. When we were out with those civilians earlier this morning, a few hours ago, we could hear Crazy Horse Company exchanging shots with more Iraqi irregulars. So again, it's guerrilla warfare, small pockets of guerrilla warfare. It seems to decrease somewhat every day, but some Iraqis are out there, and as I said, one soldier said, every Iraqi citizen's calling card seems to be a rocket-propelled grenade. There are just many of them out there, and that's an extraordinarily dangerous weapon. It's an old weapon, but it's like a bazooka. You fire it on your shoulder, and it could take out our Humvee, or we even saw a tank that was hit by an Army tank. Paula?
Well, Roger's just even looking at the video of some of those soldiers meeting with civilians makes you quite nervous to watch. Walt Rogers, thanks so much. What intelligence led to the strike on the Iraqi leadership meeting in Baghdad? And is there any way to know if Saddam Hussein was killed? We are joined now from Washington by our national security correspondent, David Enzor. David, we have seen pictures this morning of extensive damage to the site bombed some hours ago by coalition aircraft in an attempt to kill Iraqi leadership, and perhaps including even Saddam Hussein. How did this strike come together?
Well, U.S. intelligence got some information that was very time sensitive, that they needed to act on quickly, that there were senior Iraqi leaders meeting in this small complex of buildings in this Baghdad suburb. They were fortunate that the U.S. Air Force was in the air overhead with a B-1 bomber, and they ordered up strikes, as you mentioned earlier. 4 2,000-pound bombs were aimed quickly at this site. It was within minutes, I'm told. Now, the intelligence suggested that Saddam Hussein and/or one or more of his 2 sons might have been among those that were at this site, but officials say they really just do not know, and it may be some time before they do, whether or not this strike successfully killed Saddam Hussein or either of his 2 sons. It's worth pointing out that it's well known that the regime had constructed a large complex of underground bunkers and tunnels underneath Baghdad and Tikrit, which of course is the hometown of Saddam Hussein a little bit to the north. These are very deep and well-hardened bunkers built by foreign companies many years ago. And it is quite possible that there could have been leaders in one of those bunkers underneath this neighborhood who could have survived that strike. There just isn't any way to know at this point, Paula.
But David, CENTCOM has told reporters that special forces and paramilitary units have been operating in Baghdad since the beginning of the war. Describe the role that they're playing and how they might have played a role in this morning's attack.
Well, as you say, since the war and perhaps before it, there have been small groups of CIA officers and paramilitary, special force troops who have been operating throughout Iraq, including in Baghdad. Now, they are obviously looking for the leadership. They're also looking for communications to either tap into or to disrupt. So it is quite possible that one of those units played a role in putting the intelligence package together that led to this strike. Officials are not obviously wanting to reveal that right now because these units are still at work and they don't want to make their lives any more dangerous than they already are. Paula?
Finally, David, coalition officials saying the Iraqis can no longer mount concentrated resistance. Do your sources believe the war is winding down?
They do say, yes, that they don't expect any concentrated Iraqi units to face off against American troops anymore. But that said, they do predict that the sort of irregular fighting, the pockets of resistance, as Walt was just saying, may continue to be there and be quite fierce at times. So this war is by no means over, but the sort of concentrated, determined, military organized resistance, they say, is pretty much been eliminated. Now, these irregular units, they say, in many cases are operating out of schools, mosques, and hospitals. So they are using those places that are normally not targeted by any military to provide some measure of protection for them. And of course, that makes the job all the more complicated, weeding them out without killing civilians. Paula?
David Ensor, thanks so much. Appreciate that live update. Back to Bill now in Kuwait City. Bill?
Paula, the area of Baghdad where the strike hit yesterday around 3 o'clock is known as Mansour, a residential area, upscale, we're told. Earlier today, I talked to the Hussein al-Shahristani, who fled Iraq about 12 years ago. Right now, he's working on behalf of the Iraqi Refugee Aid Council, and I asked him, he used to live in this neighborhood, in fact. I asked him to describe it for us and what is based on history may have been happening in that location.
This is a kind of upper-class neighborhood in the city where most of the professionals were living before Saddam took over. Since then, he has really confiscated a lot of properties or bought them. And most of the Saddam's Ba'athists, senior Ba'athists, are living there. A lot of the neighborhood have been taken over by government and Ba'ath leadership. As a matter of fact, not very far from the Mansour is the headquarters of the Iraqi intelligence organization.
How far away?
It's about a couple of kilometers from the center of Mansour.
Do you see it as possible, though? I don't even know if you can say likely. Is it possible the leading members of the Iraqi government, Sadaam Hussein, would meet in a neighborhood like Mansour in a home that is described to us there?
Oh yes, I mean they've always been disguising themselves in civilian areas, and it's very, very possible that they will be meeting there. I mean, I cannot confirm if they were at this particular building that was hit recently, but I mean that's quite feasible, yes.
Yeah, do you think also in 1991 it's been reported that Saddam Hussein was driving around the city of Baghdad in a 1979 red Nissan to avoid or to be essentially undercover? Would he repeat something like that now?
Yes, I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, Saddam has a number of lookalikes. He sends people on different routes to disguise his movements. I will not be surprised if he's hiding in, somewhere in typical village, if you like, clothes, hiding somewhere near Baghdad. And he could have well been at these other buildings with the senior Baathists and his own sons and cousins and trustees, if you like.
Hussein al-Shahristani, you're going to be going home soon, aren't you?
I hope so.
How long?
Well, I hope to go back within a few days to at least to southern Iraq to deliver humanitarian aids.
Good luck. Be safe, okay? Thanks again. Always good to talk to you. Appreciate it. And we will track his progress. A good man who has stopped by here, quite well known to the CNN colleagues working here in Kuwait City. By the way, we are told 9 dead is one report that came out of that building. Others say as high as 14 have been killed. No firm word yet on an official number, but we're also under the understanding that some bodies were carried out of that residential area as well as a result of this heavy bombardment yesterday afternoon. Paula?
Thanks, Bill. We're going to take a short break right now, and when we come back, we'll be talking with one of our own military experts to get a better handle on what might have happened during that early morning strike. We'll be right back.
You need to manage your business anytime, anywhere. Gateway's new business notebooks featuring Intel Centrino mobile technology help you stay productive with wireless connectivity. Plus the freedom of having up to 8 hours of battery life. Now get 0% business financing for 24 months when you purchase Gateway 450E Series business notebooks. Gateway, business, government, education. Gateway 450 notebooks feature Intel Centrino mobile technology.
Even with rheumatoid arthritis, I'm an artist. I'm athletic. I'm a father. And today, I can still be all these things with Enbrel.
Enbrel may reduce the pain, stiffness, and fatigue of moderate to severe RA and inhibit the progression of joint damage.
I'm Eric Lindbergh, and even with RA, I was able to fly solo to Paris, just like my grandfather.
Enbrel, injected twice a week, is not for everyone. The most common side effects in clinical trials were injection site reaction, infection, and headache. Serious infections, nervous system, and blood disorders have also been reported, some fatal. Don't start Enbrel if you have an infection. Use caution if you're prone to one. If you get an infection while on Enbrel, or if you experience persistent fever, bruising, bleeding, or paleness, contact your doctor immediately. Call to learn more about Enbrel.
Because of Enbrel, I can be me.
other mortgage companies are still filling out the paperwork, Ditech.com is busy processing your loan. Apply now for a low fixed-rate mortgage or cash out some of your equity. It's a whole new way to get a mortgage. Just log on or call 1-800-71-FIXED. Ditech.com, your mortgage solution delivered.
You decided. Once again, CNN is #1. For trust and experience, Americans choose CNN as the most credible news source. CNN is the most trusted name in news.
1:20 a.m. Abu Dhabi TV reports a firefight going on in central Baghdad between a U.S. armored unit and Iraqi forces. It started as coalition forces tried to take a bridge close to a high-rise building used by Iraq's prime minister. 2:24 a.m. The Al Jazeera network reports its reporter, Tariq Ayoub, has died after being injured this morning when a U.S. airstrike hit a building housing Arab media. 2:42 a.m. CNN's Martin Savage, traveling with the 7th Marines, reports they have entered the southeastern edge of Baghdad and are blowing up abandoned Iraqi vehicles and weapons that they find as they move forward. 3:58 a.m. 4 Arab networks report loud explosions around the Palestine Hotel, where many international journalists are staying. There are reports at least 5 journalists are injured. The Pentagon says sniper fire was coming from the hotel. 6:24 a.m. U.S. President George W. Bush says he does not know whether Iraqi President Sadaam Hussein is still alive after a U.S. airstrike yesterday. A B-1 bomber dropped 4 2,000-pound bombs on a building in a residential area of Baghdad. After getting intelligence reports, senior officials were meeting there, possibly including Sadaam Hussein and his sons. Speaking at a news conference in Northern Ireland, Mr. Bush said even if the Iraqi president survived the bombing, quote, he will be gone.
Renee San Miguel looking back at the past several hours. Want to talk more about what happened at the Palestine Hotel and how the U.S. military, now operating in a city the size of Baghdad, 5 million people, are going to be able, if at all possible, to limit collateral damage. The General is back with us today. Claudia Kennedy, retired from the U.S. Army. Good to have you back here, General. I want to talk about what happened, what we know anyway, or think we believe. You've got a hotel full of journalists. They've been there working now for months. The U.S. Army says there was a sniper firing from inside that hotel. Why is it that the U.S. military would fire a tank shell into that building knowing that there were journalists involved there anyway? Is there not a better way to do that?
It's very important to the U.S. Army to stay focused on their mission, which is to take military control of this city. And the fact that there was a sniper in the building would mean that it is now a military target. The journalists are very well informed, and the minute they think they're in a location where they could become a target, they are pretty canny and they need to move on out quickly. It's very important for the military to be able to deal with each target as it comes up, because that sniper can move to another building and then kill a U.S. soldier or Marine.
Yeah, is this the kind of decision, though, that comes back, say, a day or two from now and Central Command says, you know what, we should have thought twice about that one?
Well, I hope that they do not agonize over each one of these attacks. What we're engaged in is a war that has never been so thoroughly covered, and a lot of the things we're seeing are things that have always gone on. That doesn't make it a perfect world, of course, but what we need to be doing here is focusing on military success and whatever it takes to make sure that these operations continue successfully is just going to have to go forward.
Well, if it indeed goes forward, and you're operating right now, urban warfare, we know the tanks are there, the Bradley fighting vehicles are there, there are snipers obviously as well. A city of 5 million, you're running the show there on the ground in Baghdad. How do you go about avoiding collateral damage, civilian loss of life?
You know, Bill, there's going to be some loss of life anytime there's a military operation, and some of the estimates are that in the case of this transition to urban operations, you could have as many as 15 to 30% casualties. We're not seeing anything like that number, which I think is testimony to the precision with which the military is getting in there, getting their intelligence, building relationships with people who are on the ground and have been there for a lifetime, and can help do more pinpoint targeting.
General, if you compare the amount of fighting today with what we were witnessing 24 hours ago, in your estimation, I know you're half a world away, but what are you hearing in terms of how long it may take to get Baghdad completely taken care of?
You know, I'm not hearing anyone give this a date. What I'm hearing is that we are not focused so much on what date will this be complete, but what is the status of the effectiveness of our operation. The Iraqis, I think, will speed up their capitulation as they become more confident that the past regime truly is in the past and that their future is in their own hands.
Thank you, General. Claudia Kennedy, that retired from the U.S. Army, with us today. Appreciate it. Here's Paul again in New York.
Thanks, Phil. Coming up, did Saddam Hussein survive a leadership target strike in Baghdad? What will it mean if the U.S. forces did get their man in the bombing? We'll be talking with Sadaam Hussein's biographer about that straight out of the break.
Stop obsessing. Quick Step is the laminate floor designed to take the wear and tear of everyday life.
Here, kitty!
Quick Step. Floors that stand up.
You know what it takes to reach your goals in life. You're ready to meet any challenge, no matter how great. It takes persistence, performance, and strength. That's why you choose Pacific Life. For insurance, annuities, and investments, rely on the strength of Pacific Life.
All right, class, settle down. How about your mom?
My mom probably makes a gazillion calls a month.
Put that under a lot.
Half your parents use the phone a lot, and the other half a little.
Perfect, because 10-10-220 is great whether you call a little or a lot.
If my dad's gonna use it, it better be cheap. It is 99 cents for all calls up to 20 minutes.
So it is cheap.
Even if you don't make that many calls.
So where's the eraser?
Beats me.
Dial 10-10-220, then 1 and the number.
Walter Rogers takes you inside the war in Iraq.
Then the Iraqis began firing mortars.
Experience you can trust only on CNN.
Look here, look there, cars and trucks are everywhere.
Sports sedans and 4x4s,
SUVs and so much more. Selection and low prices that'll really make your day.
Get to the Irvine Auto Center right away. New car shopping should be fun.
We've got savings by the ton.
And whatever it is you do,
we've got just the ride for you. The Irvine Auto Center saves you cash and precious time.
You'll find exactly what you want
and won't waste one thin dime.
Irvine Auto Center.
Losing your sight is a terrible thing. Thankfully, Heritage for the Blind is there to help. Heritage provides large print and braille material for the visually impaired, free of charge. You can help by donating your old car, truck, or van, running or not, to Heritage for the Blind. Just call 1-800-2DONATE to schedule a pickup time. Heritage for the Blind takes care of the paperwork. You get the joy of brightening the day of a visually impaired person.
CNN, the most trusted name in news.